All right. Hello, everybody. This is a new thing for me. Usually, this is a video game channel. Hi, I'm Garrett. I live in Florida. Usually, I stream video games, MMOs, Final Fantasy XIV a lot. But I'm currently in the direct path of a hurricane, and I'm out of things to do. So I figured I'd go live until either the power, the ISP, or my dog's being very scared. Stop me from doing so. So hello. How you doing, chat? So far everything is okay. But it's just getting started. The worst of it is supposed to be, I don't know, tonight around midnight Eastern time, I think. Supposed to be making landfall around there. It's still, I got this radar up, and I've got it showing me the cone. So, not to dox myself, but I'm in. Can you see my? Actually, here. Can you see? Oh, you cannot see my mouse. Let me. Let's. I know it says you can see the mouse. Is it lying to me though? Does it cancel? Boop. Oh, you can see. So not to dox myself, but I'm in this general area. I'm in this general area. I live in the fine city of Bradenton. So yeah, that's what we've got going on right now. But that's the wild thing about these cones of uncertainty is, at the moment it looks like we're about to get a direct hit because you're looking at the center line, but all that center line is an average of all of the different models that are still going. So it could still end up north of us, up in St. Pete near Tampa, or it could still end up all the way down here in Northport, which is actually quite far away from us. It is a massive storm, so we're gonna get nailed by hurricane force winds no matter where this ends up going in this cone of uncertainty. But yeah, that's the fun thing. That's the fun thing about hurricanes. Main tanking Milton Extreme tonight. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. I was having a bit of a laugh thinking. Katie and I were watching the forecast last night, and they were saying that it should kind of rapidly de-intensify once it makes landfall. So hopefully it'll go from a 4 very, very quickly down to a 3 and then down to a 2 and then eventually down to a 1 before it comes out the other side of Florida. And I was chuckling with Katie. I was like, because of where we are, we're gonna get the brunt of it. And I was just like, figures, we get to tank the storm. So yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. What are you saying, Steph? If the streaming business doesn't work out, I'll just become a professional hurricane tank. Garrett the reporter. Yeah, never saw this coming. But yeah, I was talking to some friends on Twitter, and talking to my old buddy Ridiculous Hat, who's now a community manager over at Blizzard Entertainment. If you remember, I used to do a Hearthstone podcast with him. Because I was like, maybe I'll stream, and he replied like, dude, this is the most like Florida shit I've ever read. And yeah, I was like, I told him that there's this thing that happens if you live in any state with hurricanes. It's not just Florida. A lot of folks kind of make it a Florida thing. Like, oh yeah, those Floridians are crazy. They don't care about the hurricanes. We do. But if you live anywhere with a hurricane, you're used to hunkering down for them. There's this thing that happens where it's all this prep. Hurricane gets announced. Wide cone of uncertainty. It might be coming in your area. And if you're used to hurricanes, you probably don't worry about it too much if it's hovering around a Category 1 or a Category 2. A lot of folks, if you're used to hurricanes, we start getting concerned when it gets to a Category 3 or above. Case in point, Milton is currently a Cat 4. Currently Cat 4, thank God. And supposed to be on the cusp of a 4 or 3 by the time it makes landfall. But there's this thing that happens where if you're used to that, there's all this lead up when you know it's going to be in your general area where you're prepping. And if you've been through a hurricane before, you probably have boards or shutters or some sort of window dressing, and you start pulling it out, and you're spending a day, if not days, battening down the hatches. And that's what we've been doing. And so I was telling Hat that there's this thing that happens where you've now spent days preparing and you run out of things to do. You're as prepared as you're going to get. And that's where we're at right now. And I told him there's this mix of manic energy and boredom just collide because there's no longer anything else we can do. We're in to talk about where I live with my wife, Katie. We live in a block home. As far as hurricane safety ratings go, it's about as high as it can get. The roof is relatively new, even though the home was built in the late 80s, but it's all block construction with a couple small exemptions. We have a sunroom that is framed that I'm a little worried about, but the wall between that room and the rest of the house is block. So worst case scenario, we just close the doors, block it off, and we don't worry about it. So what about storm surge? Yeah, that's the scary part. That's when you obviously, not a meteorologist, just a Florida man, but that's the thing where if you're in a storm surge area, that's where you have mandatory evacuation. And we are seeing, there's been a ton of mandatory evacuations. You can't see it here, and I wouldn't want to show my zone anyway because I don't want to dox myself. But as we zoom in here, like all of this stuff, all of these keys, this was all evacuation zone A. This was mandatory. This is the first evacuation zone to be called. Like you should leave. When they say mandatory, there's really nothing technically stopping you from staying. You shouldn't, but you can. They're not going to come and break down your door and make you leave. And the same thing here, like any of these coastal areas are very likely a mandatory evacuation. I've lived in Florida most of my life, spent a little bit of time in LA. So this will be, I don't know, my 7th or my 8th hurricane. I've been directly hit twice. I think they were both Category 2s. Maybe Irma was still a Category 3 when it hit us. I can't remember because it made landfall before it made its way to us, and so it kind of came down in power a bit. But lived here my whole life. I've never looked up my evacuation zone because it's like a letter grade. I think it starts at A, and I think the lowest grade you can have is an F. And they, as hurricanes start rolling in, they all right, if you're in zone A, it's time to go. And then zone B. And last I checked, we had mandatory evacuation zones A through C. I don't think they've moved on to zone D or anything else. Actually went digging last night, which I've never done before, and found our evacuation zone. We don't have a letter grade. Our neighborhood is apparently just high enough elevation that we're not even F, which is like the lowest, very unlikely you'll even get called for a mandatory evacuation. We don't have one. Luckily, when I say elevation in Florida, it's hilarious. I think we're at like 21 feet above sea level in our neighborhood, but like the neighborhood over is at like 11 feet. And so they actually have a letter grade. We don't. So we don't need to worry about storm surge is what that long-winded explanation was all about. Katie and I we've had the news going 24/7. And then as we finished battening down the hatches, I was sitting here just being like, well, all I'm going to do is sit here and watch the damn storm anyway. So I might as well go live and chat with some of you folks. So Katie and I are as safe as we can be. We had some final conversations between the two of us. If you're used to hurricanes, you're probably used to having this conversation with your family, your loved ones, your spouse. We're sitting on the couch last night watching the news, and I turned around. I'm like, all right, final time I'm going to ask that, like, are you 100% down to ride it out in the house? Would you rather go stay with family? So on and so forth. And we had a long talk, and we were both just like, yeah, okay, we're both on board. I wanted to make sure, like, I wasn't like, all right, just kind of dragging her along for the ride. Like, I think we should stay. It's always a question because my folks live 30 minutes south. They're also in a block home, newer construction than our home. If we just rather have more people around, we could go down there. But we decided we're a single floor home, which is good for hurricanes. We're not in a flood zone at all. My parents are. They're not in a storm surge zone, but they are in a flood zone. So we took a lot of things into account. So that's why we're riding it out. So Yeah, seeing a lot of messages coming in. Happy birthday, Das. I'm glad I got to give you a stream, although it's probably not the stream you were expecting. Kyle and I originally were planning to stream World of Warcraft today, but here we find ourselves. Last I talked to Kyle, he was almost to Jacksonville, which is like way up here to hunker down with, I believe, Kristen's side of the family. I don't know. So they're like all the way up here somewhere. And he said traffic actually had really lightened up. They made really good time across Orlando, which is usually the worst bottleneck. That interstate is Interstate 4, I-4, and it's a nightmare on the best of days. Like when we're just trying to go to Disney, it sucks. So when folks are trying to evacuate from a storm, it gets real full real fast. So yeah, last I asked him if he was okay if I mentioned this stuff, and he said yeah. So he's gonna give an update over in the Grinding Gear Discord, I think when they actually get there. But last I talked to him, he was on the East Coast enjoying a burger because places are still open over there. So yeah, it seems like they made good time. Yeah. Help your parents stay dry. Yeah, their home is built in such a way that even if it was like catastrophic flooding, the worst that would happen, the water would end up in their garage. They have kind of in Florida we call it a Key West style build, where like the bottom floor, it's not where you live. So their living arrangement is on the second floor, and the bottom floor is nothing but garage. So they'd be concerned for their cars and stuff like that, but they could continue living a dry life. So yeah, so they're all good on in that regard. Let's see, Lissa, thanks for the super. Send in the safest of wishes. Thank you. Yeah. We're hoping for the best. Let me do a little production here. This is a live view out one of the only windows we haven't boarded up, because it's hard to drill into this section of the house. And we're hoping, and sadly, we're hoping the pool cage will catch most of the BS that ends up happening. This is entirely like not the most important thing in the world, but this is actually the thing Katie and I are the most worried about, because this was a recent addition to our home, the pool cage, and a lot of home insurance companies, including ours, won't cover them anymore. So if this goes, we're boned. I don't care if stuff can happen to the roof, stuff can happen to our cars. All of that's covered. Pool cage isn't. Pool cage isn't covered, and so that's our biggest fear. On a personal annoyance level, that fence you're looking at, I just built last year. I expected not to be there by tomorrow morning, and that's again a very minor thing, but that's the thing I'm like right now. That's what I'm chore dreading, because I'm just like, I just built this damn thing. Backdoor neighbors have dogs and chickens. They do not want them intermingling. Yeah. How about my siding? Still gone, and there'll probably be more of it gone by tomorrow. Yeah. If you've been following, Helene just came through. Didn't make landfall for us. It made landfall up in the Panhandle, which if I go back to the old radar here, that's this section of Florida. Looks like the handle of a pan, which is why they call it that. So it made landfall up here, and we were all the way down here. We did get some really strong wind gusts, but it wasn't too bad, and it was over pretty quickly. But it did end up taking some of the siding off of our roof, which is basically cosmetic. It's not that big of a deal. It helps a little bit against rain intrusion, but very, very minor. Haven't had a chance to repair it. It's still missing, and I'm assuming now there'll probably be more missing after this storm, because this is going to be the strongest storm I've ever personally experienced, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the strongest storm that has ever hit this home. I don't think a more powerful storm has gone through Bradenton since 1986, which is when this home was built. So we'll find out. How do the kids do in weather? They're okay, Daryl. The Wicket's already a little spooked. We have 2 Chihuahuas, in case we don't actually have kids. They're dogs, and we have a cat named Dexter. Dexter usually doesn't give a crap. Wicket gets very easily frightened, so she's already kind of just like hugging her dog bed, which is fine. It calms her, so she's in a good spot. Zelda gets mad at storms. She will probably start barking once the winds start picking up, and she'll probably continue kind of getting pissed off and yelling at the windows for a few hours before she tires herself out. She's actually kind of hilarious. 86, was that Hugo? I don't know. I wasn't alive in 86. I wasn't alive when our home was built. So, yeah. Your home was damaged beyond repair during Irma. It's the reason I had to move out of Florida. Oh, damn, Naren. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, Irma was really intense. The eye of that storm came right over this house, as a matter of fact, but it wasn't full strength by the time it made it to us. You might be KMCA if you were alive in '86. You're older than me. So, what are you trying to say? Do I look old? Is that what you're trying to tell me? I'm sure I do right now. My hair's a mess, and I'm wearing this dumb headband because I've been in and out, kind of doing some final battening down of the hatches. So, I'm dressed for comfort. So, yeah. So let's go back. What's going outside my window right now? Yeah, it is. It's wet. That pool's almost already full. Goodness gracious me, not the best of times, but it wouldn't be the first time our pool overflowed, and it's usually fine. That you can't really make it out, but that little piece of white on the left side, on the edge of the deck, that's an overflow pipe. That'll probably start flowing pretty quick at a certain point, which is also why the grass is dead there. We don't really know what to do about that. So it is what it is. Yeah, we drained the pool a little bit before the storm, but not as much as I would have liked. It was not the first thing we thought about, sadly. So probably should have. We definitely should have drained it a little bit more. Jokes aside, stay safe. Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate it. Rack, sending good vibes from Australia. Lived in South Florida during Hurricane Andrew, so I can imagine how you're feeling. Oh man, yeah. Just talking to Kyle on the podcast yesterday that one of my earliest memories is driving through Homestead. I want to say it was like 7 to 9 months after Andrew, and it still looked like a bomb went off. Like it was just, it was leveled. Like Homestead, Florida was leveled during Andrew. It's one of my earliest memories. Yeah, Andrew was a truly monster storm. This is a monster storm as well, but construction code has gotten a lot better since Andrew. Andrew's a big reason why we have a lot of the building laws that we have in Florida now. So, slap an elbow extension on that and dig down 12 inches, put gravel on top and backfill with dirt. Okay, all right. Vivian, you were always full of deep wisdom. That surprises me. Is there an expected worst case scenario, Garrett? For our home, I mean, the absolute worst thing that would happen would be probably losing our sunroom and our pool cage, because those are the things. The Florida sunroom is kind of an old school 80s style thing that was in a lot of Florida homes where it's a bunch of windows, and very, very, very rarely are they built out of the same material as the rest of the home. Usually they're more like frame fabricated. Ours is. I think it's aluminum framing, and it's mostly windows, and so it's definitely the weakest part of the house. But like I mentioned previous on the stream, that the interior walls of that room are block. So it's not life-threatening. It would just it would be a massive insurance claim. It would really suck. Roof damage is also a thing, but again, our roof has been redone in the last decade, and it is up to like the highest Florida code for hurricane safety. So it's extremely unlikely, short of a freak tornado, that like we wouldn't have a roof anymore. It's more like you're going to lose some shingles and probably need to get your roof redone. It's expensive. It's an insurance claim, but it's manageable. And then losing the pool cage would suck because it's not covered by insurance. We would probably just live without it for a while. That would be for us a personal bummer. But again, none of this is life threatening. We can get by. Also, our truck doesn't fit in the garage, so it's outside. So that something could happen to that. I did tuck it up against the side of the house, away from the oak tree, in case that falls. So, yeah, not in an area where they're telling people to evacuate. No, we don't even have a evacuation letter grade. We are in a quite a safe area. I'm not gonna, again, you're gonna hear me say this a lot during the stream, and I'm not gonna dox myself, so I'm not gonna show you exactly where we're at, but we are in this general area in the city of Bradenton, which might look scary. It might seem close to the water, but what's a landmark? Because we're going to use 301. 301 is the street that runs north to south. because we're not too far off of it, and we're kind of up in like this area over here. So the water's here. This is like a good 10 miles or so. We are a solid 30-minute drive to the beach with traffic and all of that, and we are also in a higher elevated area than pretty much every neighborhood around us. So we don't need to worry about flooding. There's no storm surge risk at all. The river over here might cause some complications with flooded roads, but it won't make it to our neighborhood. So in that regard, the life-threatening issues with hurricanes tends to come from storm surge. There's like a cheesy old saying in Florida, which is like you hide from the wind and you run from the water. So if you're near water, you evacuate. But if you're just if you don't need to worry about water, typically you board up and you just hunker down, unless you have a really old wooden house, which at this point, a lot of them still aren't around because they just haven't survived hurricanes. So we're in a block home, so we're not too worried about that. It will be scary. I'm a little freaked out. This will be the strongest storm I've ever personally experienced, but it is what it is. And our home is built for this. So yeah, mobile homes. That's another good point. Yeah. My grandmother lives in one, and she's with my parents right now. As a matter of fact, Helene took off like all her gutters are gone. All of the siding on her roof is gone. She has roof damage that she was, I think, just beginning the whole process of making an insurance claim, and now this thing is rolling in. So we're crossing our fingers for her home. But yeah. I just realized I'm not on the radar while I was talking about where I live. Sorry about that. So again, what I was trying to say is here's 301, kind of this road that runs north to south. We're kind of in this general area, so we have many, many miles between us and the water. I know it looks close, but when you zoom back in, you can just see how many streets and stuff are between the general area where we're living and the Gulf of Mexico. So that's why we don't need to worry about storm surge. Whereas Kyle, well, I really I don't want to talk about where he lives, but let's just say, suffice to say, here's Interstate 75 that runs north to east. So if I am west of 75, which puts me a little closer to the Gulf of Mexico, he is east of 75, like in this general area. So they got nothing to worry about, but they did evacuate. They're staying with Kristen's parents, pretty much at the Georgia state line. So they did take the family and go. So yeah, that's what's going on. Ham, hey, thanks for the Gemma Super. We intend to stay safe. And Sean and Jen, good to see you both. Same thank you to you as same as Ham. Thank you for it. Appreciate it. What else we got going in here? Pins and needles supered. We're getting hit. Oh, did the jumpy thing that YouTube loves to do. Getting hit by the leftovers from Hurricane Kirk at the moment in Europe. Not so much wind, but tons of rain. I saw that. It's supposed to maintain tropical storm levels of like rainfall all the way to Germany, I think, which is bananas. Yeah, Katie and I were watching Kirk when it first developed, and we were just kind of laughing at it. We're like, this damn storm can't decide what it wants to do. And then it went for Europe, of all places. Because there was a hot second where they were like, let's keep an eye on it. Might go west. Ended up not happening. Oh, we get a Category 4 as a consolation prize. So, yay. I'm just curious. I actually don't know when the updates are today. I know there was a 5 o'clock yesterday. I'm just waiting for this cone to narrow. And it looks like more and more Tampa is... they still can't breathe a sigh of relief if they're in the cone. Because if you're not familiar with this, again, not a meteorologist, but this whole red thing, this is where the center could go. So the center could go as far north as this top red line or as far south as this bottom red line. At the moment, this gray middle line is like the average between all the models. And no joke, it is, I'm not going to specify, but it's basically going right over our house at the moment. But again, it could shift and it could go way south. It could go way north. Honestly, because of the way our house is situated for us, it'd probably be a little bit better if it went north, but that would be terrible for Tampa Bay because of this bay that cuts into Florida here. It would be catastrophic. So, I can deal with some downed fences and some pool issues if it means it'll be better for massive swaths of people. Waiting for wobbles. Yeah, always waiting for wobbles. Updates are like every hour right now. Oh, sweet. Awesome. This is part of why I wanted to go live, because I'm like, y'all would probably be able to tell me some things faster than I can even find them myself. And what's this? Why do we have what is this? Is this a wobble? Did it go up and then come back and now it's going back over here? I don't know why we have this. Anyway, yeah, crowdsourcing. Yeah. Abso-freaking-lutely. Skill Day, thanks for the 28 months. NWS posted the potential storm surge inundation map. Everything in and around Punta Gorda is looking pretty gnarly. Yeah, again, they got a similar geographical setup to Tampa Bay. You see how it cuts in, and you have these northern pieces of land that just drop away into the bay. Punta Gorda is very similar, albeit a little smaller, but that doesn't matter. If you're in Punta Gorda, you don't care about that. Yeah, all this that's on the water. This is all bad news. If you're on a canal, even on a major river system, storm surge can be a really serious threat, especially just the angle this thing is coming in at. We have friends who live down in Sarasota, kind of in this general area on the bay. They're on a canal, and they have spent the last 4 days getting everything they own out of their home. And abandoning it, and we've been very worried for them. That's the type of situation where you need to get out. So yeah, but we checked in with them last night. They sent us a fun text being like, "Don't worry, we have all of our booze. We're gonna have a cocktail." And I was like, "Y'all earned it, Jesus." They've been going hard. I was exhausted after just boarding up our house. I can't imagine having to board up and then also move almost everything I own out of the home. That would just be, ugh. Gabe CBM says local Florida man yells at the computer. That's what we're here to do. That's what I am certified to do, because I'm not a meteorologist. I just live here. This is just one of many hurricanes I've been through, but this will be the worst. And this is what I do. I stream. So I figured, I'm like, I'll tell you what, I almost went live with Heroes of the Storm because I thought that would be amusing. But then I was like, all I'm going to do is sit here and watch the storm. So I might as well watch it with you all. And maybe y'all can tip me off about some things before I'm aware of it. So I've never used this app before, by the way. Radar Omega is what I'm using if you're curious. So far, I really like it. I needed to find something that I could drag around. It's got all kinds of settings that I don't know enough to deal with. Not sponsored. It's just the first thing I found that had a desktop app that seemed like I could turn things on and off. So over the course of this stream, unless we lose power very, very soon, we're going to learn how to use this damn thing. El Bardo Jesus, that is very generous. Thank you. Hello back to you. And if you caught a membership, make sure you send a thank you El Bardo's way. And hello back at you. Thank you for the membership chat as well. Just to say, stay safe. Can't stay, but we'll check back. Thanks, Pixie Hawk. Don't feel like you have to. I'm just honestly, I'm doing this to just as much to entertain myself and take my mind off things as hopefully you are interested and entertained by it. Nicholas C. Good God, that's very generous. Thank you. Here's something to help with any repairs. I appreciate that. Das, you should put a Dead by Daylight and play it with me. Not installed at the moment, Das, but you have fun. You have a good time. Amador, thanks for the super earlier. Said best of luck with everything as you hunker down. Yep, we are properly hunkered. We've got what do we have going on? We've our walk-in closet, which is up against a block wall, and then a bunch of frame around it. It's not a huge walk-in, which actually is kind of what I want. It means the walls are closer together. We've got all of our animal carriers in there. We've got blankets. We've got pillows. We've got a waterproof go bag full of dry clothes, extra shoes, socks, cash. Please don't rob me. All that kind of stuff. And also I figured this kind of thing too, where since it's in our bedroom, absolute worst case scenario, grab the mattress, throw it over us, hide in the closet. How are the fur babies? They're doing fine so far. Wicket's a little freaked out. She just doesn't like storms in general. But I think she's currently taking a nap under Katie's desk. Katie's actually still trying to get a little bit of work done because we're at that point where there's nothing else we can do. We've done all the prep that we can do. So a go bag, you guys are prepared. It's not my first rodeo. So pretty much, like, again, because of the way our home is built, it's really no scenario short of freak act of God or like a tornado where we would need to try and escape in the middle of the hurricane. It's more about like after, where if power's out and it seems like it's going to be out for a long time, I'd probably go down to my folks. They've got a generator. They're 30-minute drive south. So afterwards, we'd probably grab the bag and go. So, or if we had to like run to the neighbors next door because something happened to our home. But we only have one oak tree on the premise. A lot of houses around here have like 4 to 6 oak trees. We only have one. It's in the front. We're going to avoid that part of the house. That would also be, someone asked earlier, what's the worst case scenario? I guess that would be another one, is if the tree came down. But we've also, over the years, trimmed it to where all the weight is on the roadside. So it should just go into the road if it were to fall, which would be very unlikely. It's a very large, old oak tree with deep roots, but it can happen. No. Yeah. Flash flood, we're not even in a, like, I don't think it would be possible for our neighborhood at the elevations it's at to be affected by a flash flood. But hey, if it happens. Hey, Jesse, good to see you. I guess technically, again, act of God style stuff. You never know. But again, I actually went digging for our evacuation letter grade, which I've never done before, and we don't even have one because our neighborhood's considered just high up enough that we're not even in the rundown for a possible evacuation. So, yeah, simple-minded. Thanks for the 19 months. Hope you and Kyle and your families are doing okay and hoping for everybody's safety. Yeah, the Fergs are doing great. They made great time. They decided to evacuate and go stay with family, so they're going to be very far away from the brunt of the storm when all is said and done. And we're boarded up and good to go. So thank you. Vivian, thanks for the super. Pour out a soju for you tonight. Drink it. Don't pour it out for me. Just enjoy it. Enjoy it. I'll probably have a little drink myself tonight. I don't think I'm going to get much sleeping done because they said there's still not a consensus on exactly when it's going to make landfall. And we're close enough, being within 30 minutes of the beach, that basically when it makes landfall, it's going to hit the fan for us, but they can't decide if it's going to be like 11 p.m. or 2 a.m. Whatever the case is, I don't think I'm going to get much sleep tonight as a result because it's going to be loud. And one dog is going to be mad because she gets angry at storms and barks at them, and the other one is afraid of storms. So that's how it goes. Darkman, thanks for the super. Garrett prepping for the 0-3 siding run. Really, though, hope y'all are safe. Oh my God, yeah. I'm so sick of fixing the siding. After this one, I got to figure out a better way to adhere the siding, because the standard way to do it, and this is what all roofers do, are just small little finished nails. Like they have like white paint on them so they match the siding. They just don't hold up. So I got to figure something out. I'm sick of this. I've seen some people just get sick of it and they put roofing nails just through the side of it. It looks horrible and it rusts over time, but I'm almost at that point where I kind of don't care anymore. Holograms, that would work. That would work. Pins and needles, thanks for the super just now. Okay, Mr. Florida Man. Make it make sense for this Euro boy. Why in a hurricane area do you have electricity lines running on toothpicks that get blown over or get cut by falling trees instead of underground? Well, I'm not a city planner, Pins and needles, so my guess is as good as yours. We do run into issues with groundwater in Florida. If you dig even a little bit, you tend to hit water. So it can be quite hard to run anything underground here, which is why we don't have basements in Florida, which would certainly be nice to have during storms. I will say a lot of places do have underground power. As a matter of fact, we're really fortunate in the neighborhood we live in. Our power is underground. And the last really bad storm that hit us was Irma. We were only out of power for about 6 hours. We got very lucky. My cousins, who live 20 minutes south, they didn't have power for 11 days. A lot of it falls down to, is your power above or below ground, but also just where on the grid are you and how taxed was that grid, how damaged was that grid when all of this was going down. So I can't really speak as to why so much power is above ground, but I assume just the trouble with burying anything in the state is part of the reason. And probably just age too. Like if it's up and it's working, and it hasn't been blown down yet, they probably don't worry about it too much. I really don't know. But I have always wondered about that. You got some money, you're at sea level, oh yeah, there we go. Most likely betting it's cheaper than to reinforce in the first place. It can be, yeah. But like I said, here it's underground, so I'm not sure. Is it possible that the dog that barks at storms is trying to protect the dog that gets scared of them? Super Amperature. Maybe. Zelda and Wicket, they are very close. They're quite kind to each other. But Zelda's definitely the guard dog. Like she hears anything, she's barking. She barks at the wind when there isn't a storm. If she sees a squirrel, she is beating the crap out of the glass, barking at it. Someone walking by, the mailman, anything like that. Yeah. Burying cable is very expensive in regards to initial investment. That makes sense. Crater. But yeah, I will say I'm always massively impressed by the emergency response of Florida Power and Light, FPL, which is like the local power company. They bring in linemen from all over. A lot of contractors come in from other states, and I believe a bunch of them, the local news was saying there's a ton of them in northern Florida already staged, ready to go, just in waiting, tons of linemen and trucks just as soon as it's safe to come in, which is, I believe they wait until it's no longer tropical force winds, which I think is 45 miles per hour or something like that. They do get us back up and running surprisingly quickly. But you never know how it's going to go. We might draw the short straw on this one and be without power for quite some time. I don't know. At some point, I'll probably get bored and relocate somewhere with power so we can stream again. Like, it probably won't just stay here. Like, we didn't have power for more than a few days. I wouldn't just stay here the whole time. I'd probably lock up and go stay with someone else that had power for a while. Yeah. Oh, goodness. We have teams of linemen from Quebec already down there already. Damn. Yeah, that's a long trip. Akatsuki earlier said, stay safe. Hope everything will be all right when it's over. We hope the same, Akatsuki. Thanks for the well wishes. Jasoni, good to see you. Here's hoping that it's just more fascia and light cosmetic damage. Replacing a random strip of siding is just a pain in the backside. Like 3 down from the top with holes in just that piece. Yeah, that's kind of what we're bracing for. Like, our biggest concerns right now are mostly just, oh God, we're just going to have to do a lot of cleanup and a lot of chores to get the house back up and running. Because as concerned as I am for things like, going back over to our outside shot here, our pool cage, like, I'm concerned about it because insurance won't cover it, and we just saved up to get the damn thing. However, that does mean it's the newest thing on the house. It's engineered with all the recent code. So I'm crossing my fingers that we just lose some screen. And, that's very manageable. But yeah, it could be worse. In all likelihood, it's going to be minor roof repair, getting and rebuilding our fences. Everything else is pretty damn solid at our home. So we'll see. Is the pool cage made of wood? No. That's all metal. That is all metal. That is metal framing. Can I show you my cursor on the? No, I can't. That's a shame. It's hard to tell, but if you look at the top left corner of that pool cage, and then trace a line diagonally down to the right, you should see kind of like, it almost looks like string. Those are small steel braided cables. So it has additional reinforcement that is now required. A lot of pool cages don't have this because they were built longer ago. This was built in the last 2 years. So there's additional reinforcement that we're crossing our fingers, we get what we paid for. So, yeah. What is a pool cage? Well, it's just a screen. Oh, wow. The wind's really picking up out there. You can see the screen rippling. It's mostly there so we don't get eaten alive by mosquitoes when we're out there in the warm months when you want to be swimming. Keeps the bugs out. Wasps, mosquitoes, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. What, you're watching some storm chases? Things are getting crazy already. Yeah, no, it's already picking up. Like, if you're more, let's go back to the radar real quick. Yeah, I mean, if you're, I guess where we are, actually, this outer wind is that's what we're seeing because because we are east of 75. Again, I'm not going to get too specific, but we are in the green right now. So we are in the outer edges. But it's gonna get worse before it gets better for us. So, also helpful for keeping leaves out of your pool. Yes, that is wonderful. Yeah. We have friends with an uncovered pool, and they are constantly skimming the damn thing. We don't really have to clean ours that often. Although right now, there's a lot of debris in it because there's just been a lot of wind from Helene even, and we were gonna do a deep clean, and then we heard this thing was coming. We're like, all right, screw it. The pool's gonna be a mess anyway. Let's just not worry about it. Again. Personal anecdote, not that important. There's people having to deal with way worse things. And I want to make that very clear. But if you're curious what we're personally dealing with, that's our major line of concern right now is our fences just being gone and our pool cage just being gone. That's our big concern because it's a block home and we have a hurricane-rated roof. So the home itself should be totally fine. Let's see. Getting back here, trying to keep an eye on all of y'all. Thanks for I've seen all these stay safes. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And thanks for coming by and hanging out with me here for the digital hurricane party. Sean Jen, thanks again. Trolling Palico said, fire up the grill, but seriously, be safe. I went and made sure our propane was full in case we are without power for a while. So we've got plenty of propane for grilling if we got to use up everything in the freezer before it goes bad. Which, could happen. My parents have squirrels in the yard, so their pool cage to keep the varmints away from their pool. Yeah. As a matter of fact, yesterday there was a squirrel on top of our pool cage, and Zelda was losing her mind. Like, absolutely losing it. Propane and propane accessories? Yep. Is your GG other half in a safe area? Yes, yeah. I'm sure if you're here hanging out for the whole stream, you're going to hear this repeated because I'm sure folks will keep asking. But yeah, Kyle evacuated. He's up. He's all the way up in North Florida, in Jacksonville, staying with family, where even if the cone of uncertainty, even if the center of the eye ends up here in like Oak Hill, they're going to have like Category 1 maybe, and by the time it gets over there, probably tropical storm force winds, which are really not that big of a deal, especially in Florida. Everything here is built to, most things here are built to withstand hurricane force winds. Tropical storm is, well, that's just a Tuesday, even though this is just a Wednesday here, and we got a freaking Cat 4 bearing down on us, but you get the idea. I don't want to underplay anything either, but try not to work myself up. This is a very serious storm. You should take it seriously. Trying not to do my normal Florida man stuff of like, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. This is going to cause some serious destruction. We're already sad because we just know like all of these keys, they're beautiful, wonderful places to go visit. Down here at Siesta, where is it? Where is not Siesta Drive? John Ringling. St. Armand Circle. This is one of our favorite places to go, like, get dinner with the family. There's some wonderful restaurants, some pretty ritzy shops. Can't really afford to shop down here personally. But it's a wonderful place. And this also down here, Lido Beach, is like one of those local beaches we can always count on because down here, Siesta Key, it's world famous. Good luck finding parking. Lido, it's not as nice as Siesta Key, but it's still a nice beach. You can always count on it to, like, have parking and just go have a nice day. And then we backtrack and we go have dinner with the family. This was underwater a week ago. Our favorite restaurant, which is a Cuban restaurant called the Columbia, they had, I think, more than a foot of water in their kitchen. This entire circle was flooded. And that was just from Helene, which technically didn't even make landfall down here. And now they're going to get directly hit. And that's where we're getting real bummed. We're just like, man, like all the places that we love, to go and see family and relax, in all likelihood a lot of it will be destroyed because of the storm. So we're hoping for the best for all the businesses and the folks that, have homes out there. Hopefully they've evacuated because it'd be very, very dangerous to stay. But even after the fact, we're just kind of crossing our fingers and hoping that it's repairable. But yeah, all of the keys they're gonna have a rough time. So yeah. Let's see what else I've got. let's see. We're not going to use this just yet, but I do have another thing in case we wanted to walk around to the home. I set up a secondary Discord with, hi everybody, look, there's my Emmett. If you're a Final Fantasy fan, Emmett's keeping me safe. But I've got my phone here. Hello, that's you. How you doing? And so we can walk around the home later. You can see what a mess everything is. Got notebooks, extra hard drives, hair ties, the essentials. There's my PC. Look at it. Ooh, it's so pretty. If things get real bad, I'm going to unplug it and get it away from this window. But this window here is very boarded up. Very, very boarded up at the moment. Matter of fact, I should probably... This thing's getting warm. I'm going to end the call for now. And we'll just fire that call up when I actually need this. Also, I'm keeping my phone plugged in so that it's at max charge when the power probably inevitably goes out. If we keep power through this, that's a straight miracle. I do not expect to keep power through this storm as it gets quiet. Where's Big Emmett? Big Emmett is I shove him under the desk because this thing is massive and it really just doesn't fit anywhere else. And I don't want people asking questions. So, yeah. Ugh. Oh, my goodness. Also some power banks. Katie has charged every power bank we have in the home. Every single battery. Also, I am charging all of my camera batteries because I have a shit ton. Here, I'll show you what I got going on. Oh, it's done charging. I have a shit ton of these guys, which are just standard Sony camera batteries, because I have 3 Sony cameras. So I've got a lot of these batteries around. And this one particular off-brand cheapo Sony doesn't want me to use it because it's not genuine charger. You can put camera batteries in this and use it as a power bank. It has all these extra come on, focus. It's got all these extra inputs on the side. So only one of these is for charging the batteries that are in this. Once they're charged, you can just keep shoving camera batteries in this and use it as a power bank. So I think I have 8 of these. Plus, I think we have 7 other power banks, plus my laptop, plus Katie's laptop. And one of my absolute favorite things in the world is, who here is a power tool nerd? I don't have it in here with me, so I can't show you. If we go walk around the house, I'll take you in the garage before it gets too bad and show you. If you're a power tool nerd, we use Ryobi products in our home. I've got a bunch of Ryobi stuff. Again, not sponsored. I just like them. But they have, so for like drills and impacts and circular saws and all that kind of stuff that run off of like drill batteries, they have a supercharger, I think is what they call it. And it's this, is it 3x3 or 4x4? Might be 4x4. So it's like a 6 or an 8 bay charger that you can put all of your drill batteries in, and it will charge all of them in stages until they're all charged. That also has USBs in it. So once they're all charged, you can take the entire unit off the wall, take it with you, and use it as a power bank. So we have every single Ryobi battery in the home fully charged in that power bank, and we can use that as well. So we've got, at least for bare essentials like our phones to stay in touch with our family and our loved ones, we got plenty of electricity. We do not have a generator though, so if we were without power for a really long time, it would be a bit of a bummer on the food front. But that's how it is. You're the DeWalt household. Yeah, they make good stuff. Eventually we ended up with Ryobi for like the dumbest reason. We really like their light for working on cars. They have a really good light that has lights on both sides, and then you can like rotate it up to where they're all pointing one area, and it has a bunch of places where you can hook it. And I ended up using it so damn much that I needed more batteries. Yeah, Anthony knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, am I in a major danger zone? I'm late to the stream. We're in the direct path at the moment. This gray line, which is just the average of where it could go, is more or less going directly. Actually, it looks like it's gone a bit south of us. Where am I at? Again, not going to dox myself. Yeah, okay. It's no longer going directly over the house. It's ever so slightly to the left of our house. How big's the eye? Oh, it's not showing me. Is there a way I can show the eye on here? I'm not sure. We'll mess with that in a second. But it is looking like pretty much a direct hit for us. So that is dangerous, but we're not in a storm surge area, which is where it becomes life-threatening. As long as we stay inside, keep the doors shut, we should be fine. We might experience some home damage, but it shouldn't be anything catastrophic. It's more like we might need to get the roof repaired, that sort of a thing. Gonna get some sweet eye footage. If it's gonna be a direct hit, I hope, the least you can do is give me a cool photo out my window. At least the window that isn't boarded up. Which let's check window cam. Let's go full screen to it. Actually, right now, this just looks like a normal rainy day, but it's gonna get a lot worse. A lot worse. Have you seen my DM? Probably Zico, and I'm going to be completely honest, probably got distracted and wandered off. Was it the one about Warhammer? Because I'm sorry, I just haven't had time to go that deep. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I haven't. I saw it, but I just haven't had a chance to go down that particular rabbit hole right now. I'm sorry. It's been a bit nuts. It would have been nuts anyway, even with just getting back and getting settled after the meetup. And we came back to a massive hurricane. So with how prepared you guys are, I'm surprised you don't have a home generator. Stay safe. Thanks for the super chat, Simple Minded. Yeah, it's historically we've been in a really good spot on the grid where we lose power, but it's back up within the same day, which is where, if I don't need to worry about, every single frozen food in my freezer spoiling, I'm not that worried. I can go a day without power. And if it's going to be longer than that, I would probably just go stay with my folks because they have a generator. So that's really just what it comes down to. If we keep getting hit, yeah, I'll probably get one. But we've only been hit directly twice in this home, and only one of those two caused a power outage, and it was only for about 6 hours. So far, I still haven't really seen the need to spend that kind of money, and also just get it set up to where I can even plug it into my home. So, yeah, I don't know. Plus, in the back of my head, I'm like, I don't know, maybe one day I'll get an electric vehicle, and a lot of them now are being designed to where they can reverse power your home. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of dragging my foot on getting a generator. You gonna grill like the one guy I showed you? I don't know. At this point, it's probably a little late to grill. We have sandwich fixins for tonight, and then tomorrow, even if we don't have power, the storm will be gone. So I'll get the grill out. I'll just go outside and cook if we have to cook without power. Amperature, thanks for the super. These circumstances made me just realize you have the same kind of hair that the kid from Slayer Headbang and that guy. He's on Twitter. I don't know his real name, but yeah, the guy with the American flag, that famous GIF. Yes. The similarities have been pointed out to me before, Amperature. And yes, Lithia, cheese and squirrels are in fact mortal enemies. It is known. Thank you. Thank you for the super. Drew Rainey, Jesus, that's really generous. Thank you. We're doing our best to stay safe. That's why I'm streaming, as a matter of fact, because we're out of things we can really do to prepare, and I'm kind of bored. So I figured we'd have a virtual hurricane party. So I appreciate the support there. Zero Blade Tuna, literally about to tank Howling Eye Extreme. Yeah, I have multiple times this week. I have lamented to Kyle, boy, we really ripped Garuda a little too soon. It would have been a perfectly on-brand piece of gaming to enjoy this week with the whole vortex overhead. Zero Lambda said, hanging out to chill with you as long as you're here on stream with us. Please stay safe. Plan to, Zero. I'm not going to do anything dumb. We're going to just stay hunkered down in our block home here and hope for the best. Pet the dogs. Give them a treat, maybe. Disney can just sue the hurricane. Wait, what are we talking about? Don't forget to make your hurricane. I'll probably make something later. Unless power's already out and then I don't want to open the freezer unless I absolutely have to for ice. Then it'll be nothing but neat liquor or something. So, Yoshi P heard you really like the Howling Eye Skybox and decided to give you a closer look. I've seen my fair share of hurricanes. I don't I don't need another one. So yeah, it's tracking a little bit more and more south, which if we go back here, this is facing south. Which wouldn't be the best just for our home, because this is probably the most exposed portion of our home. We would still be fine, but our backyard and our deck might not be. But again, it's more south is better for the general state of Florida, because if it directs its Tampa Bay, that's going to be historic for all the wrong reasons. That'd be really bad. Flying trampoline watch cam. Oh yeah, what weather app is this? I am using. I subscribed to it just so I could use their desktop app. Radar Omega. I'm completely new to this. I don't really know how it works. I know they have a 3D display settings. They have a 3D thing somewhere, but I'm not sure how to use it. So I'm kind of curious. How do I turn? Does anyone else use this? How do I? I'm learning it as I go. Outlooks and monitoring. So, we got that. We got wind probability, Pelican discussions, hurricane counters. Okay. Oh, our ads on? Let me see if I can. Our ads on. Let's see here. Let's swap that. That should hopefully take care of ads. I put together the stream real last minute, and usually Kyle's the one to do it. So there may be some default settings turned on that are usually turned off. Let's see here. Let's see here. Is this live update? Yes, this is live updated. It's as far as I understand, this should be live updated. Get some radar up. Radar settings. Here we go. Full coverage radar is on. What is all this? What happens when I turn all this on? Anything? No? Okay. Color tables. The movement is so slow, it's making my anxiety run. Yeah, I mean, I think they said it was actually at this point, a pretty fast-moving storm. It started quite slow, but it has picked up speed, but this is just how these things go. No, I don't need an audible alert. Data overlay settings. What's this? Wind speed? What happens if I turn that on? Nope, nothing. Visibility? Nope. Wind direction? Dew point? None of this is like changing anything. I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on all this kind of stuff. The eye is abnormally small. Oh, geez. It is nutsoid. Getting tagged in Discord as well, which is bad. Fun. Nothing about this storm has been going in our favor, so that doesn't really surprise me to hear. It's also massive, so it looks slower than it is. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, let's like hyper focus on the screen line. Like, is it? Don't worry, I'm not doxing myself. I don't even know where this is. I'm just saying, like, does it move in real time? While we play around with things right here. Cone is on. When, I don't know. What is that? That's changing things. Yeah, tornadoes cropping up. That is always a thing. So yeah, if I've got my phone right here. So if I go running, it means I got a tornado warning, and I'm heading to the closet. Would probably be the safest place for us. Yeah. Wow, it is looking hilariously calm outside right now. That green line is not moving. I have seen the shot from the space station. It is it's impressive. Let me see if I can pull that up for y'all. Let's see. Hurricane Milton from space. As seen. Here we go. BBC looks like they got us covered. Let's see if this will play, or if we're going to run into localization issues. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, this is working. Let's see here. I should have... Are you... Oh, you're not above the correct... There we go. So this... Can we make this... Oh, gee, that's too big. Now we're just going to have to... We zoom in. There we go. Yep. If you saw this on Twitter... I hope you saw this on Twitter. This was very amusing on Twitter because the one that went viral was something like... Hurricane Milton is so big it can be seen from space, and the community note below said all hurricanes can be seen from space. And it gave me a giggle because that was my response when I saw the tweet. Yeah. If you're interested in a unique view of the hurricane, look up the NOAA Aircraft Operations Center's Twitter. This is a clip of exactly that. Talk about timing. Yeah, we saw the one... Katie and I saw the one yesterday where they were in, like, back in the fuselage with all of the equipment. And they're, like, I think one of the guys, like, lost his phone and a bunch of other things were falling over. And he had to ask the dude on the other side of the plane to throw his phone to him. Like, what a rad job. Harrowing, dangerous, but also rad. This does not appear to be, like, moving an inch. I'm hyper-focusing on touching the corner of this one home, and I'm just waiting to see this, like, green line move. But my understanding is the way this works. What are all these other things? What does this do? Select starting point. Oh, so it's you can... Okay, these are, like... I'm not smart enough to use all this. It's if you want to, like, do your own tracking. If there is a refresh, I don't know. I don't know how to force a refresh. Satellite settings, close. No, F5 is not refresh. This is not a website. This is an application. I believe this auto updates, but that's what I'm checking because I'm learning how to use this thing as we go. Learning how to use this thing as we go. So, models, alpha only. Oh, here we go. Satellite. Hey, that's kind of what I was looking for before. Satellite. Single site radio. What is MRMS? Ooh, here we go. This is what I'm used to looking at when I look at storms. Is this the Weather Channel now? It feels like when a download is taking ages, so you put your mouse over the... Yes, exactly. Exactly. Radar, MRS. Yep, okay, 2D. Oh, 3... Oh, shit, they got 3D on this thing. Oh, this is... Okay, this thing just got way cooler. Oh, now we're gaming, son. Now we're using my video card. I just heard the fans get loud. Oh, this is cool as shit. Not sponsored, but shout out to Radar Omega. This is cool. Look at the graphics. Is that... It's just... I should be wind intensity. Or no, this is more likely rainfall? Florida weather extreme. Yeah, Sophie. Channel rebranded Grinding Gus. Yeah, please welcome. Welcome to Grinding Gus, everybody. Okay, so we're starting to learn how to use this. All right. We're getting there. I'll be a meteorology enthusiast by the end of today. I don't know if you've read the description below, but I did put not a meteorologist, just a Florida man. What are the models? Convection, tropical. Oh, this is... I don't know what half of this is. This is my problem. See, this has way more features than I have the intelligence to utilize. We were watching some meteorology streamers last night too, which I love that that's a thing now. Go to visible, then clean? The what now? Where does it say visible? Lower right. Oh, here we go. Visible blue. I'm not seeing clean. Interesting. This is wonderful. If any of you can give me a real-time view of this thing. or a real-time walkthrough of how to use this. Visible red. Thanks, Eagle. I really appreciate it. This is a new tool for me. But it was the first in multiple. It came up multiple times when I was like, I want radar on desktop, and this just kept coming up. It was like, I think it was like $8 to use the desktop thing, and I was like, screw it, this will be fun to play with. Furiously reading the radar omega user guide.pdf. Turn off the wind fields overlay. Now to remember where that was. Radar. Storm tracks. Nope, we got like everything on there. It's like a solid tool for $8. I definitely feel like I've got my money's worth already, even though I don't know what I'm doing. Are we using True North or Boss Relative? Jesus. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with this, and I'm very new to it. Data overlay settings. Nope. Outlooks and monitoring. I thought it was data overlay settings. Next to satellite, switch to Milton. Or next to? Oh, CONUS. Oh, here we go. Hurricane Milton. Sick. Eagle, if I could also ask you to hit me with an @grinding gear, it'll make it a little easier to see your messages. Now we'll let you just switch to clean. Ah, so clean LWIR. So what's the difference there? Sorry, I'm just trying to. Oh, I see here. Yep, that is the type of graphic I'm used to looking at. What is the play button at the bottom of the screen? I guess it's slightly animated. Does it tell me how much time it's current? Oh, okay, here we go. So this is playing back from 1:59 to now, I guess. Projection. Okay. All right, there it goes. Set to 7 frames on the... Okay. Oh, hey, look at this. Oh, so if I up this, will it start... Ah, there we are. Okay. Hoo-wee! Goodness gracious me. Where's the storm report? Nope, that's not what I want. Now we're cooking. How angry is that making your computer to run? It sounds perfectly happy. This might cause some weird issues, but let me pull up my statistics. Oh yeah, we got a Doghouse Systems, y'all. We're good. I actually am sponsored by them. CPU's only at 13%. Memory is at about 47%. So this is kind of taxing on the memory. And the GPU barely hitting. It looks like GPU's idling around 15% usage. So this is not too bad. But I'm also on a pretty high-end gaming rig right now. So we're the Weather Channel now. Yep. As it would turn out, neighbors just lost power in Brandon. We are on a different grid. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, Brandon's north of here. I'm in Bradenton. Don't get them confused. Very different cities. Brandon's all the way up here. Where are you at, Brandon? Show yourself. There it is. Here's Brandon. So actually, it looks like they might be getting hammered by more rain right now than we are. Let's go to the live Garrett cam. The view outside one of our non-boarded up windows. Most of our windows are boarded up. These ones are a bit more of a pain in the butt, so we're just kind of hoping for the best. I do have extra wood in case a window gets broken and we have to do an emergency inside boarding up. But hope it doesn't come to that. So it's suppressed. This is the freaky thing about hurricanes. Is very often right before you get slammed, this is what it looks like. Pool wasn't flooded yet. It probably will by the end of today. Clipper of GG Stream ended up with a Ryan Hall stream. I just was introduced to Ryan Hall this week. Does amazing work. Great stream. That and some orbits, storm orbits or something. We watched them too. They did. I love seeing these meteorologists just doing straight up live streams on their own. Just really great stuff. Hope y'all are safe and everything goes smooth. Thanks, Eastbourne. Really appreciate it, and appreciate all of you. Seeing if we're getting any more direction on how to better use this tool that I'm just learning. So it looks like no. Are you seeing all the tornado warning blocks? No. No, I'm not. But still have perfect phone reception, and so if there was one in our area, I should be getting a personal phone warning. So, yeah. Just me, is it moving more north? I mean, this is more, it does kind of look that way, doesn't it? Anyone else familiar with Radar Omega as far as the cone of uncertainty is concerned? Does anyone know if that is updated in real time, or do I need to force some sort of refresh with that? That's the thing I'm curious about, because if there is movement on it, it is so subtle that I don't really notice. Hope the puppies don't get too scared. And so far, they're doing pretty damn well. Wicket gets frightened. Zelda doesn't give a crap. She gets mad at storms. Looks like the green has advanced. Okay, so then that means it is real-time updating. So, sweet. Updates every 10 minutes. That makes sense. Because, yeah, I'm just trying to think. Because when we started, this gray line was basically over our home. And again, I'm going to say this multiple times this stream. Not going to dox myself. But it has moved further south. We're in this kind of general area up here. South of the river system that's up here. And north of, what road is this? Is this Fruitville? University. And north of University. So we're kind of in this quadrant here. And so this line is moving further and further south. And I guess, yeah, if it does look like it's heading more north, I mean, that's because it is. I mean, the storm's down here, eventually it's going to end up over here, and it's going to have to go north to do that. But, yeah. Projecting up to 150 now. Well, it's 209 here locally. So that means it's, should get a new one very soon. How far back is this? Because this is going all the way back to this AM. So we could actually, I don't care that much. Let's go to 21 frames. I don't need to know that far back. That tornado icon moved right when you were doing that. Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. Look at that. Yep. Oh, it's heading north. Okay. Cool. That is not where we live. So we're golden. We are golden. That's the NHC track. It won't update until 5 your time. Okay. Gotcha. What did you do, Garrett? You moved the hurricane. Well, those icons, not people. I mean, yeah, some of them are. Like, if you click on this, like, you get live views from storm chasers. Not for broadcast without owner permission. Okay, well, then we're going to...
You don't think that's...
So... Good to know. We're going to stop doing that. Sorry, y'all. No ill-intended use, or no use intended. What site is this? It's not a site. It is an application called Radar Omega. Again, not sponsored. It's just what I'm using. Yeah, so they have a phone app, and then they have, like, I think 3 levels of subscriptions. It's not too much money. I paid $8 so that I could use their desktop application, and there's so much customization. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't know what half of this stuff means. I just want to see if this thing's heading north or south. So yeah, it does seem to be just scooting ever so slightly south. I will check my tank stance, Griffcat. Thank you. Been too busy the last couple of months, and what a time to come back. Hope you guys stay safe. Thank you very much, Liminal. Much appreciated. Catching up on some supers I missed here. Again, thanks for the support, everybody. Stay safe. Hope everything will be all right when it's over. Thank Akatsuki. Where did we end up here? Oh, shoot, it did the jumpy thing. Oh God, I can't, here we go. Amperature. Where does the drainage pipe outlet to, it just hits the yard from the pool. So we're going to have a lot of dead grass at the end of this, sadly, but them's the breaks. I can always get more grass. If that's my biggest issue, great. And it won't be. I'm sure we'll have some roof crap we got to fix. Rock Mall, wishing us good luck, said over here in Germany, it also gets windy, though not to the extent as over there for you guys. Yeah, y'all are getting a tropical storm today, right? It's crazy right now. Hit play in the bottom again. Okay, will do. Have fun with your chores, Shim. Shakat said, hope you, Kyle, your entire families and pets and booze come through the storm safely. Yeah, if the house starts vibrating, I'm going to probably have to start taking bottles off of the bar. I was thinking about that earlier. Yeah. Where my meeps at? Super. Stay safe, man. Tell Kyle to visit me in Jacksonville. XD. I'll let him know. He's got other things on his mind right now, but I'll send him where my meeps sends their love. It's windy in West Austria right now. Huh. That's just wild. That's going on. Every Waffle House in Tampa is closed. Yeah, I heard that. I went out last night to try and top up on gas. I still have quite a bit in the 4Runner if we, for some reason, need to leave. We got plenty. We could get across the state if we absolutely had to. But I was still just going to top off every gas station on this road, the main road that we live off of. It was completely out of gas. And it was so spooky because there's a Taco Bell not too far from our house, which is across the street from a McDonald's. I have never seen them closed during a storm. Went out last night. Lights are off. Golden arches are down. And that to me is freaky because I'm just used to, they were open during all of Helene. I went out and got lunch that day, even though, we were getting some pretty serious winds. But yeah, everyone was closed last night. Thanks, Jedi. Appreciate it. Appreciate the super. We're being as safe as we can be. So we should be fine. Azariel saying, how's Dexter holding up? My cat hated hurricanes when we lived in Florida. She would hide in a box leading up to them. Dexter's fine. He really doesn't mind storms all that much. They don't really seem to bother him. We do have all of our pet carriers standing by, though, if they start getting freaked out or we think for some reason there'll be any sort of intrusion into the home. That way we can put them in their carriers and, we don't need to worry about our animals getting out if a window breaks or something. So, but again, most of our windows are boarded up. So don't need to worry about any of the problem ones that are near trees or having high chance of debris hitting them. Predicted to drop to 3 before landfall. That was the last thing yesterday that's what they were saying. Today they're calling it a 4 again, but it's been a difference of 1 mile per hour on the wind speeds. So it's essentially a really low 4 or a really high 3. And all of the projections keep kind of waffling back and forth between the two. Either way, it's a serious storm. It stinks. I personally, since it's a 1 mile per hour difference, I'm like, you know what, at this point, call it as a 4 so I can have the bragging rights, please and thank you, because it's going to suck no matter what. Windy app says 4 on landfall so far. That was the last news report I watched. That's what they said, that it was probably going to be a 4 when it made landfall. It's a very serious storm. The most powerful storm I've ever been hit by was Charlie, which I think was a 3 by the time it made it to our house. I think it hit stronger than that. Really did some damage. I was in high school at the time for Charlie. I remember my art teacher coming in with photos from his home. Blew the door in, and he had a lot of art that he had done framed hanging on his walls, and it sucked the art out of the frames and left the frames on the wall. So he came in one day, a week or two after Charlie, and was showing off all the photos of how much damage was done to his house. But he was in an older style wood home. So don't need to worry about that as much where we live, thank God. But yeah, you got to check that stuff. Have a new time frame. We hitting 209? Yep, look at that. There it is. There it is. Is Katie Children? Yeah, Katie's got a really good head on her shoulders. I was more nervous last night than Katie was. She was having to kind of talk me down because I was looking out our window like this right now. This is a live feed. It doesn't look like maybe if you look at a bird just freaking, that poor bird. Dude, get out of here. What are you doing? Bird just landed on our fence. And we're looking out the window and I'm just like, I was so worried about our backyard. This is all the stuff that could break that isn't covered by insurance. And she was talking me down, just like, hey, it is what it is. Don't worry about it. We're going to be safe. Absolute worst case scenario, if we lose the pool cage, yeah, it sucks. It's expensive. It's not covered, but so we don't have a cage. We'll eventually, we'll repair and we'll get over it. So she's got a really good head on her shoulders. She doesn't get too bothered by these things, and normally I don't either. But this is a very serious storm, so I'm more perked up for this one. Run for shelter, bird. Exactly. What is that bird doing? Lonnie, thanks for the message. Good to see you. Hope that the damage will be bare minimum and you and your families are safe. Praying from Romania. Damn, thanks for sending the message all the way from there. Are we live streaming the impact? I mean, as long as we have power and internet service, the plan is to kind of just future. This is look. I can tell Kyle was in here. I plan to just kind of keep hanging out and having a virtual hurricane party with you. If we end up getting to I don't know how long the stream could possibly. I might break for dinner at some point and then come back and then get into the evening. If miraculously we still have power and internet, I'll probably stop the stream when the storm starts getting really bad, just so I can, in case a window breaks or something, kind of deal with it. But for right now, this is what we're doing. We're checking out. Last time I saw Milton was still a Cat 5 that had dropped recently. Yeah, I believe as of this morning, it had officially gone back down to a Category 4. If I zoom out, it should show me the history. Yeah, so you can see this application shows you can see where it's skirted land here. It briefly dropped back down to a 4, powered back up to a 5, and then when it was further out to the southwest, came back down to a 4. Which is, it's fortunate. It's still not great. Category 4 is very serious, but it is certainly better than a 5. Virtual hurricane party. Hell yeah, Amy. Thank you for the super. Much appreciated. Clearly they tuned down. Hey, yep. Do you still do A-Move meetups before BlizzCon every year? An old school viewer of our content, Lauridson. No, we didn't go to BlizzCon last year. Last BlizzCon I went to was 2019. I haven't been to a BlizzCon since COVID. We didn't go last year. And there isn't a BlizzCon this year. So we will not be doing one this year because there isn't a BlizzCon. If we start going to BlizzCons again, yeah, we will definitely do one. But yeah, always lose internet service from regular storms, but I do have Australian internet, to be fair. Yeah, our internet's pretty good. I mean, we have fiber, so it's buried. Usually, the outages are fairly rare. Frontier does piss me off from time to time, but overall, I gotta give them a hat tip. We have pretty solid uptime. Vane, thanks for the generous Beth. You know how to do that. Thank you. In case of repairs, also GG Meetup seriously thread the needle between two storms. Really did. It really, really did. Why didn't I leave? This question will probably get answered a couple times on stream, and so if you've been watching a while, I apologize for repeating myself. But we are not in an evacuation zone, even though we are in the direct path of the storm. So just going to zoom in here to give you a general idea without telling you exactly where I live. But we are in the city of Bradenton, Katie, my wife Katie, and I, and we're in this kind of general area, but very inland. It may look close to water because this is all beach and this is the Gulf of Mexico over here. But we are not anywhere close to a storm surge area or a flood zone. Our neighborhood, by luck of the draw, well, actually not luck. When we were buying the home, we checked the flood rating. We are one of the highest elevated neighborhoods in Bradenton, so we don't need to worry about flooding. We're not close enough to any major bodies of water to be at risk for storm surge, and we live in a block home. So it's made out of cinder block. And so we have an up-to-date roof that is rated for this kind of storm. So it really doesn't get much safer than this in terms of home style in the state of Florida. So, there's a couple like minor concerns, things that could go wrong. I would not be surprised if we sustained some sort of roof damage, but it shouldn't be catastrophic to the point where it is life-threatening. So yeah, if we were anywhere near any sort of storm surge, then we would have evacuated. But our specific neighborhood does not even have an evacuation letter grade. They assign letter grades based on your proximity, usually to a body of water in the state of Florida. And I believe it starts at A being the worst, meaning that you're on the water. And I believe F is the lowest grade they can give you. We don't even have one. The neighborhood next to us is zone F, and they haven't been called for evacuation yet. I think they stopped at C. I think A through C right now have been called as a mandatory evacuation. But that's why we haven't left, because historically we've been hit by multiple hurricanes. We just haven't needed to. Our home is built to withstand this sort of storm. So at low quality, that zoom in on the map makes the names look like ants on spilled shirt dye. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Yeah, the pixels are quite large when you zoom in. But yeah, geez, God, this is a monster of a storm. It's a big sucker. Wait, you have real cinder block homes in the U.S. instead of just toothpicks and paper mache? Yes, Magda. Yeah, this apparently, I guess, is news to a lot of people. And I have been looking at coverage outside of the state of Florida, like the major news networks. They really are. I think they're sensationalizing this storm. It's always really amusing to go watch like a major 24-hour news network and watch them cover a hurricane. And then if you live in Florida, you flip on your local news where they have meteorologists working around the clock, giving you everything you need to know because you live in the state. It is night and day. The major news networks, so the biggest storm ever, it's going to be horrible. And it is. That is somewhat true. But it's not like if you get hit by this, you're dead. There's a lot of things to take in, and most of it is proximity to water. So you turn on our local ABC 7 Action News, and their meteorologists there. They're very calm. Most of them are out of Tampa Bay, meaning they're holed up here. They're about to get nailed themselves, and they're there calm, being like, "Hey, are you in an evacuation zone and hasn't been called to evacuate? Yeah, you should go. Have you not? Then you should hunker down or go to a shelter if you feel uncomfortable." That's the thing we hear over and over and over again from the experts in our area. So we are not in, we're just straight up in our neighborhood, again, not in an evacuation zone at all. We don't even have a letter grade, which means essentially we would never be called to evacuate because we're high enough elevation. So then it's your personal preference. Do you feel comfortable staying? Do you feel comfortable boarding up your own home so that your windows aren't at risk? That's all the things you take into account. We considered maybe going a little bit further south and staying with my family, but they're in a flood zone, and we're not. So we decided to just ride it out here. So they've been covering it every day here in Indiana, where I live. Yeah, it's a record storm. I think last I checked, I think it was cresting like the top 5, like most powerful storms that have made landfall in the United States or something of that nature. But again, all things considered, like I'm very thankful it's not going to hit as a 5. How likely is Riverview to take some damage? In your opinion, my work headquarters is based out of there, and they haven't said anything about their risk yet. Riverview, Florida. That's a little bit north of me. Where are you at, Riverview? Oh, I mean, they're just as likely to get smacked as I am, and yeah, they got that river going through it. All right, again, not a meteorologist, so all I'm operating on is a lifetime of living in this state. So there's some very real risk of damage, but it shouldn't be particularly far inland because you're dealing with storm surge out of a river. You do have this bay here as well, but Riverview should be far enough inland because they're east of I-75. So it may look close, but again, this is a decent chunk of land. I mean, they're not out of the woods. I'll say that much. I mean, they're still in the cone of uncertainty, which means if the center of the storm still has a chance of hitting the top of this red line based on this cone. So it could be a direct hit. But if it keeps trending south, the more south it goes, the better it'll be for Riverview. Storm surge just refer to any water level increased from the storm, or is it more specific than that? My understanding is they're quite literally measuring the height the water can go above sea level. So if you're used to like the beach and whatever that height is at, obviously give or take a little bit for low and high tide, that you mark that as 0, then you start counting feet above that. 15 feet in Tampa reportedly, yeah, which I believe would be a record for Tampa Bay. That would really, that's going to do some serious damage. But that's where homes get obliterated, because it's literally like the storm is basically causing tidal waves to just crash with force up over land, into buildings, through buildings, back out over and over again with all this kinetic force. It's super, super dangerous. Which is why, if you live near water, it's already been called. I think they called it like 2 days ago, mandatory evacuation for anyone in evacuation zone A, which would be anything on the water, on the Keys, that kind of stuff. Aaron, thanks for the super. This Florida girl living in Alabama is so worried for all of you, feeling hopeless watching this as my family and friends are in Milton's path. So here's a small token of support. Aaron, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a doozy. But hope your family are being safe. I've already heard from a couple of friends. In fact, one of them's hanging out in here. I don't know if Chris is still around, but I know one of Chris specifically had family, I think in St. Pete, that didn't evacuate for Helene and then got marooned due to flooding, and then Chris had to go save them. And they're actually taking this one seriously, is the last thing I heard from Chris. So I think Helene, at least for folks on the west coast of Florida, hopefully was a wake-up call for a lot of people. I think a lot of folks who, even like me, I'm guilty of this, not taking hurricanes particularly seriously. I think Helene not even making any sort of direct landfall over here on the west coast of Florida, doing as much damage as it did. I think it was a wake-up call for a lot of folks. So I'm really hoping more people than usual are being smart and getting out if they need to. So, Poppy, thanks for the super sticker. Eva, got a friend who lives in Florida and not in an evac zone. They've been sending me vids and texts of her very deaf and blind dog refusing to go pee because it's raining and the new puppy trying to fight the rain. That's adorable. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate the levity right now. Yeah, that's fantastic. Every time I've run outside to do like a last minute, we have a big chest of, can you see it? I think you can kind of see it. You can kind of see it poking out there. That right there. That's like a big chest that's like 5 feet wide and I don't know, like 3 feet, maybe 4 feet, 3 feet tall, I think, full of pull equipment. Weighs a ton. Didn't feel like dealing with it. The last minute Kay's like, oh, we should zip tie that closed because the lid opens like this. So like we've gone out a couple times today for last minute things we forgot about to batten down the hatches. And every time I go out, Zelda, our oldest Chihuahua, she just assumes we're going outside, gets all excited, starts running out the door with me. I'm like, Zelda, no, stop, please stay inside. It's a mess out here. She doesn't care. She will happily go outside in the middle of a damn hurricane. She doesn't give a crap. Jay Cougar just got here. Hope you and yours stay safe. Don't let the storm rock you like a hurricane. I'll leave. No, you can stay. It's fine. I appreciate it. We accept. We here in Florida love a good rock it like a hurricane joke during a hurricane. We're fans. We allow it. Massive chest, huh? Thank you. Thank you for bringing the thirst to this grinding gear stream. It wouldn't be the same without it. Let's get back to the radar. Too small to understand high winds. Shit, I never thought about that. Maybe it is their proximity to the ground. That could be it. Dean Online, thanks for the super. Prior streams have taught me anything. Massive storm lead to adventures with Shonen Cat Girls. Good luck and be safe. Keep from grip on your tacos. Jesus. I want Taco Bell so bad today. It's like so bad. If they were still open, I might actually go out and get some. But I'm glad they're not making anyone work today. Gotta do it. Did someone say massive chest next to the? Oh my God. Yep. There it is. Yep. Well done. What did Eagle say? Why are we wheezing? It's G's armory chest. Yep. Nick, thanks for the super. Total non sequitur, but this is your first super chat, by the way. Thank you. If your schedule works, do you think you and Kyle would be interested in playing a 14 themed D&D charity one shot to raise money for Extra Life? I think it'd be a great fit with the general vibe. Send me the info. It sounds like, is this something you're planning, Nick? Yeah, send me the info on Discord. Maybe wait a week because I'm going to be very distracted for a little while. Also, Katie and I are supposed to go to Vegas a week from tomorrow for our anniversary. So that's I'm going to be going pretty hard with the cleanup. So I apologize in advance to anybody who tries to get in contact with me between tomorrow and the following Friday, because we're going to be going hard because we do not want to miss our anniversary trip. Did she follow you out when you allegedly went out to look in the eye of the storm? That would have been Irma, and she was born. She would have been a puppy then. That was the year we got Zelda. Zelda was a massive pain in the butt as a puppy. She was hyper energetic, and she endless supplies. Could not wear her out. I think we had her in a puppy pen during the hurricane because she just wouldn't. She was like running all over the house. She just wouldn't settle, and she was very small at the time. I mean, we're talking, I don't know, 3. She would have been. Excuse me. No, she would have been about like a 9-month-old Chihuahua then. So she was getting closer to the size she is now because they grow like weeds at that age. But yeah, no, she was hyperactive. We had her in a puppy pen because we didn't want to worry about her scurrying out. Eva, on another note, I would not survive a hurricane. My Midwest genes would demand I look for a funnel cloud, the storm front until the storm front until the last minute. I mean, it's not aiming the correct direction to see landfall. But that's part of the reason I've got this set up, because I like watching. I can't help it, but I'm doing it from the safety. Another bird just landed. Is that the same bird? Dude, go. You can leave. You can go anywhere there's another one. And a third. What are they doing? I'm going to walk over to that camera. Be right back. Funny enough, I can actually see better out of the window through this camera feed than the window itself. It is so fogged up, which is why it has this blurriness going on. Just like the humidity is bananas. It's fogging on the outside. So, but yeah, there's like 4 birds out there right now. I do not know what they're doing. Rogue Mage, thanks for the super. I thought Wednesday streams were supposed to have cursed internet connections. Figures it takes a hurricane for two to get their shit together. Ooh, too real, Rogue Mage. Too real. Yeah. And the hilarious thing was, like, Kyle and I were kind of hyping ourselves back up to attempt a WoW stream again today, and then all this came crashing down. Yeah. Let's see here. Just Nick the DM. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll shoot you a message once things calm down. And yes, it's something my friends and I have been running annually for years. Oh, sick. Yeah, send me info on Discord. I try and keep up with my DMs. But yeah, I always say just send me something if you can. On Discord is probably the best way to get a hold of me, unless we follow each other on Twitter. I also am a big fan of a Twitter DM. But let's see here. I'm gonna head over to Twitter and drop a little link to the stream real fast because I told everyone I was going live, but I didn't drop a little link to didn't include a link. And a link. There it is. Let's go ahead and tweet out that link. I cannot believe how many of you are watching this damn stream. Hi, everyone. So yeah, first non-MSQ stream to pull MSQ numbers. We've had some extremes that have done this, and our charity stream was also quite the hit last year. Flying alligators, not yet, and I don't think anyone on our street has a trampoline, so I don't think we need to look for that. Our neighbors do have a chicken coop though, so I'm mildly concerned for the chickens, and also we might have chickens in our backyard by the end of this because I don't think that fence is going to make it. I do not have faith in that fence because I put it up. Oh, this is MSQ. This is the main story quest. You regret not getting out of there? No. I mean, that's a question to ask me afterwards. Right now, I'm cozy. I'm home. I've got a very thick cinder block between me and the outside. So, it should be fine. But yeah, ask me tomorrow morning. That's when I'll know. That's when I'll know if I should have left. Let's see here. Listening to you while I anxiety clean because I have no storm prep left to do. Hope you all stay safe. Hey, Emily. Yeah, it sounds like we're in the same boat. Yeah, I'm streaming because I have no storm prep left to do. Like, we are as battened down as we can be. You know. Yeah, you're a tank, just LB3 the storm. I'll give that an attempt. I'll try real hard, Sleepless One. But right now it's not close enough. We're gonna have to wait till it gets gotta try and punch it in the eye. Still worried about power here in southeast Georgia. Yeah, I mean look at this thing. It's the size of the state. Like I think some of this was also just like we kind of merged with the storm. I think a lot of this to the north is just. I believe this morning it was just like a random storm situation. So some of that's what you're seeing. But yeah, yeah, exactly, Chris Majors. You got to get the timing right on that LB3. Major storm query stream. Oh shit, Chris, you figured it out. Christopher Clayton coming in with the on-brand adaptation of MSQ for this stream. Nice. But yeah, if you're just joining us, just to let you know where I'm at. We are pretty much dead center of the cone of uncertainty. Not gonna dox myself, but I live in the city of Bradenton, just north of Sarasota, if you're familiar, which is just south of Tampa Bay. Which we're very concerned for Tampa Bay right now. But I am enough inland and not in a flood zone or storm surge area. But I would like this line to be a little further away from me. That would be nice. That would be very nice. I would tweak the alert borders, says Eagle Falcon. Tornado warnings are getting lost in the lines. You can tweak all the alert settings and monitors and Outlook on the last icon. We're talking about here. Outlooks and monitoring, weather alerts. We talking about this? Okay. So how would you, because it looks like on and off, like you just want to change color or, polygon border thickness. Look at this. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Well, let's set it to flash for 20 seconds maybe. Will that help? Well, we could do a little, well, that'll probably actually get kind of annoying. Because unless it's on top of me. Polygon fill opacity. I don't know, what does this do? Let's just do that, I guess. Chime is not intrusive. Alarm is very intrusive. Okay, let's try chime. What's my volume at? And can you hear at home? Is one of my desktop audio set to? Let's see. Okay, it's on my speaker, so you should be able to hear it. All right, let's give that a shot. See how it looks. Don't remember Omega having these mechanics. So we've got. Oh, is that what these are? These red zones, tornado. Ah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. I was looking at these tornado icons. Those are the zones. Okay. Jeez. Oh, wow. All the way on the East Coast. Ooh, Port St. Lucie. They were the first ones I saw this morning to get a tornado warning, and they're still, wow. That's scary. I want to make sure to say, again, I get tornado warnings on my phone, and I trust it. I've gotten many of them during Helene. We had one, went hunkered down in the closet. So watching Garrett become a pro at this program. Yeah. I'm hoping to God I don't need to use this skill set ever again at least for the rest of the year. I hope next year is the earliest I need to worry about learning how to use this program again. But yeah, I've got my phone right here. It is plugged in. It was plugged in. I'm going to plug that back in. So it's right here with me. If we get a tornado warning, I will be made abundantly aware of that fact. So, grew up in Florida. When you grow up in the Gulf Coast, state hurricanes become a skill set for many. Yep. Yeah, sadly, that is true. But again, we talk about this a lot. Kyle and I, if you haven't listened to the Grinding Gear podcast yesterday, we actually spent a good amount of time talking about just kind of life growing up with hurricanes. Kyle hasn't been through as many as I have, but he has been through more than one because he also lived here during his college years. And, when you live here, you get asked the same questions very frequently. Like, why do you? Like, why would you live somewhere with a hurricane? And to me, as far as natural disasters go, first off, I'm used to it. I was born here, grew up here. It's just, I am just kind of used to it. But I like that you can prepare for it. I like that you have warning. To me, like an earthquake is terrifying. And even a blizzard, which you typically have warning for, the idea of being cut off from being able to like leave my home for that many days is also terrifying. Where we live in a hurricane, you usually the next day you can go out. You might need to avoid some roads because they're flooded, but you can still move about the state after a noteworthy amount of hours of unpleasantness. But that's just how I always felt about it. Like tornadoes scare me more than hurricanes. Earthquakes scare me more than hurricanes. Now, of course, tornadoes are usually a part, as you can see, of hurricanes. But yeah, as far as natural disasters go, probably the one I would personally pick, short of living somewhere that just doesn't really have anything potentially life-threatening. But yeah, it is in fact a lot of hurricane warnings. Yes, it is. Oh, damn, one over in Lake Okeechobee. Well, just north of Lake Okeechobee. Oh, wait, no, there's one right here because that's also Lake Okeechobee. What about volcanoes? Volcanoes are terrifying, but you pretty easy to avoid. Like, if you live by one, you're making a pretty concerted choice to live near one. Which is a shame because, oh boy, I have been to Hawaii and it is beautiful and I would love to live there. But the volcano situation would freak me out a bit. That would be quite scary. And the wildfires as well. That's another thing that freaks me out that we don't typically need to worry about in Florida because it's just so damn wet. Because I like the desert. I love when I have to go to New Mexico for work. Much worse places I could be forced to have to travel for work sometimes. But even then, they got to deal with wildfires and flash flooding. So it's like I look at New Mexico as another state that I think is attractive because of the lack of natural disasters, but they still have things they have to contend with. Everglades have a hard time catching light. Catching, what do you mean catching light? Oh, catching lightning, you mean? I had bushfires looming over me before. Stop watching while ashes fall in the house. Not fun. Yeah, it's never a good time. We've had small fires nearby that have led to ash in the air. I can't imagine having something more serious. Blizzards are usually pretty chill if you live in a place that actually has sufficient snowplows. That's cool to know, Duncan. I mean, I figured as much was the case. I also just generally don't like the cold. I don't like having to layer up. So it's another mark against blizzards in my personal book. But again, I imagine it's a lot like hurricanes that if like you grew up with it, you probably don't worry about it too much. Let's see here. Word, I know I missed some other messages. Alani, thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate it. Sophie earlier said, stay safe and best of luck. Watching Ryan Hall coverage of the event from Canada seems to be a doozy. Yeah, he does some truly phenomenal coverage. We just learned about Ryan Hall this week and had his stream on last night. T-Fish right now. Thanks for the German super. As a New Jersey man who was a temporary Florida man for grad school, your commentary on local versus national weather coverage is spot on. On the flip side, Florida frost warnings are hilarious to a northerner. I get it. Citrus farmers. But still, I never thought about that. That is probably informing me being like, I'll take a hurricane over a blizzard because of probably how we report on blizzards. Because to us, it seems like alien and unheard of. But yeah, I mean, the frost warnings are, if you are a farmer down here, your crop would probably be ruined by an actual frost. That's more or less why they're there. I don't really care if my lawn dies. I can get past that. So, yeah. But I'm glad to hear. That's I've always felt, because anytime it's very easy to check when you live here because all your local news stations are doing their local news thing, and then you just flip over to one of the major networks and you're just like, wow, they're really kind of stoking the fear. Which, again, if you live in a storm surge area, a little bit of fear is not a bad thing because you should get your butt out of there. But if you live in Central Florida and your northern fam are panic texting you, get out, what are you doing, you crazy person? That's when I go, okay, can we calm it down? 24 hours news networks, it's not, they're gonna be fine. Like maybe if you're around Okeechobee, but that's a fairly rural area. Not to downplay it. If you're there, it's very serious. But yeah, if you're by a big body of water, even if you're inland, you still need to worry about it. But other than that, unless you're in a flood zone, like most homes these days in Florida are built to withstand this sort of thing. So this is the most I have heard from friends and family that don't live here ever. I heard from a college friend I haven't talked to since I lived in LA. Last time I saw her, she hit me up and was like, hey, you guys doing okay over there? You riding out? Because she used to live here. And yeah, I've heard from folks I haven't talked to in years who are, just thinking about us. I'm assuming because of the news. Luckily, no one's been super aggro about it. I've talked to a couple friends whose out-of-state family members have been like not so cool. Kind of like screaming at them in text form of like, oh my God, you're being so unsafe. How dare you stay here? And that's where I'm like, okay, let's pump the brakes, because hurricane does not equal the state is gone. There's a reason we have evacuation zones. Is YouTube freaking out? Is it? It's telling me the connection's good. So hopefully it'll blow over soon. Diamond's Animation. Thank you for the super. If you meant to attach a message to that, hit me with a @grindinggear. It'll make it easier to see. Rogue Mage right now. Thanks for the super. DC area here. The last blizzard we got was when my wife, a Georgia girl, and I had just started dating. I trekked 5 miles through 3 feet of snow to deliver a backpack full of cake and ribs to her. Are you married now? Because that's some real shit right there. Oh, now I just lost YouTube. It's been going well, so good, all day so far, all stream. All right, let's see here. That is absolutely true love. Message removed because of spoilers. I don't. Spoilers. You make it through this okay. Please, by all means, spoil that for me. All right, I'm back. Are we good? I think it was just a dashboard crash. It doesn't appear to have lost connection at all. Cool. Animator, sweet. As a person on the West Coast, I feel like the difference with hurricanes being worse than earthquakes is there's not a yearly earthquake season. Wildfires do suck, though. That is fair. Yeah, just like the no warning thing freaks me out. I've experienced a few hurricanes. I've experienced a few earthquakes. I lived in Los Angeles for a little bit. Nothing major, but that first one freaked me out. I was just like, wait, the earth just starts moving and there's no warning. I did not care for it. I was not a fan. Yeah. It's over. YouTube is gone. Didn't see any there. All right, cool. Then it was just a dashboard crash. This year in LA, it feels like earthquake season. I have seen a lot of my friends tweeting about earthquakes. And, it can happen. And I'm not saying I'm right. I think your comfort level with natural disasters it's intensely personal, and a lot of of course it's gonna be informed by how you grew up and where you grew up. Don't you know this hurricane is gonna wipe Florida off the map? Disney will be open by Friday. Mark my words. The mouse waits for no one. Although I don't know. I mean, this is where are we at? Let me look back in here. Where's good old Orlando? There's Lakeland. There's Four Corners. Here we go, Kissimmee. I mean, this could be like the hardest hit Disney's ever gotten. What do you mean? Disney is open tomorrow. They've done it. It's happened before. I've had multiple friends actually during hurricanes go and intentionally stay on Disney property because those hotels are built to extreme safety spec. And every time I've heard about that, they've had a really good time. I guess usually they do kind of ad hoc meals. They bring like a lot of the food in, cook it up in the hotels and stuff, and like do buffets and whatnot. So I've always been like, oh, if I ever have to evacuate, I want to try and stay in a Disney hotel because it sounds like it's a surprisingly fun time to hunker down during a hurricane in. Aaron, thanks for the message. Hope you guys are doing okay. Working my route in Texas, sending love to Florida. So far, so good, but it's we'll have a better idea tomorrow after this has quite literally blown over. But our house is quite hurricane rated, so we on a safety level we should be fine. We might have to deal without power, water, that sort of thing for an extended period of time, which would be inconvenient, but we'll be all right. We'll see how it goes. Halifax says, come live in Arizona. The only natural disaster here is your AC going out during the summer. Sounds like Florida. That happened to me last year. It was not a good time. Just so I say, growing up in Ohio, got to experience some blizzards, putting respect on the word too, like the storm of the century in 93. That's, I'm not familiar with that one. Now I'm going to go down a rabbit hole. Massive storm system that bore down on nearly half of the U.S. population, causing approximately $5.5 billion in damage, not adjusted for inflation. Wow. Okay. Jeez. If I still have internet tonight while I'm attempting to sleep, I know what I'm going to be reading. That's wild. Midwest only gets blizzards and tornadoes mainly. Am I wrong? Is Garrett not right in the hurricane path? I am pretty much right in the hurricane path. Yeah, you were not wrong. I'm pretty much right there. But we're not in a flood zone or a storm surge location. We do not even have an evacuation letter. It's a scale. If you're in an evacuation zone, there's a letter A through F assigned to you, A being the most likely you're going to be called to evacuate and F being least likely. We're next to a neighborhood that's F, and our neighborhood has nothing. We don't even have a letter. We're high enough elevation. We're good. And last I checked, I don't think they've even called for zone D to evacuate. I think they're still only saying A through C is mandatory. And all of those zones are a lot closer to major bodies of water. So that's just kind of how it goes. That being said, this is still going to suck. It's not going to be a good time. Oh, wow. It's going further south again. Just a little bit. Not a ton. I'm kind of using 301, State Road 70, I-75 as my local landmarks here. We're in this kind of general area, but not near this river here, which is why we don't need to worry about storm surge or flooding. But obviously I don't want to show you my exact neighborhood. It's the internet. Don't want you to know where I live, but still going to be a 4. Yeah, it's going to be rough, but we are in a safe home. Shadow Chorus, thank you for your first super. When Helene rolled through Georgia, the exact city I live in was untouched. Atlanta to the left of me and Athens to the right were smashed. But here I am, stuck in the middle of the U.S. untouched. I see where you went with that. Wow, so you really lucked out with Helene. Helene was nuts. Until this storm popped up and became the focus of our attention, Katie and I were glued to watching coverage of relief efforts in the North Carolina Appalachian Mountains, particularly Chimney Rock, because we just went there this year for the first time, and the road we drove on doesn't exist anymore. Mudslides, rock slides, and river erosion. It's gone. It just washed the road away. It's absolutely crazy. So really feeling for those folks. Where we live, there's just like really no chance for it to be that level of bad. It will be out here, on the Gulf of Mexico. Like, we're really worried about our favorite little beach towns here on the Keys, like Longboat Key, Siesta Key. The devastation will be very severe. But we're enough inland that it's just like we might have some home repair, but it won't be, we're not talking about like losing the house. Like, we are in a very, very well-rated home. Shouldn't you drain the pool? We should have. And as a matter of fact, we did let quite a bit of water out. And this is already just from the rain ahead of the storm. So we've already had, I think they said we were going to have, I think we've had like 3 inches already today. Something like that. You never fully drain it, but you should let some water out. We let a little bit out. We could have let more out. It was one of the last things we thought about. But you don't want to let all the water out, because you can actually, just because I don't know the exact science behind it, but because of the way the soil is here, it's more like sand. It can pop the whole shell, the whole concrete shell of the pool out if there's not enough pressure kind of sitting down on top of it. So you do need to keep a decent amount of water in there. So yeah, it's a whole thing. Elsbeth, thanks for the super. Wishing everyone in Florida the very best luck through this. Y'all take care. You're in my thoughts. Thanks, Elsbeth. I appreciate it. We've done everything we can. Now it's just time to hunker down and talk hurricanes with you. Yeah, it's a whole thing. I see what you did, TC. Yep. So many businesses in my immediate area were hit by Helene in a very negative way. We are less than an hour from most of the rough damages in Tennessee. Yeah, now it was. I mean, the mountains just aren't built for that. Like, it was historic levels of damage up there. It's going to take years to build back from that. I'm wondering too if like entire areas don't just kind of get abandoned or turned into ghost towns just because the infrastructure of building the roads to some of those remote locations, it's a big undertaking. So yeah, we've been really concerned about it and just really bummed because we love going out to the mountains. I adore North Carolina, particularly up in the mountains there. It is absolutely beautiful. We've been up there 4 times over the past 10 years, right there on like the North Carolina Tennessee border. We take our cars up there. We go to Tail of the Dragon. We spend time in Robbinsville. And just earlier this year, we went to Chimney Rock for the very first time. It was beautiful, and it was a rainy day, and it was still beautiful because we were you're such high elevation at that point. At least for me, a Florida boy. It was like being in a cloud. Like, we're in the cloud that's dropping the rain, and we went up even higher than the Chimney Rock, actual rock that the park is named after. And matter of fact, I guess I could do a little bit of show and tell here, because I've got photos somewhere on my Dropbox. But it looked incredible, because it was so atmospheric. Oh yeah, here it goes. Found my photos right here. I can almost pull this in. So just, where's us in Chimney Rock? Here is me and Katie with, oh God, it's huge. Pay no attention to my massive forehead as I accidentally grab my camera and move it. You should be locked down. We're going to just make this smaller. The Kyle Ferguson special is what we call this move. This is us the day we went to Chimney Rock. So like we're in a cloud. So yeah, But we had such a fun time. It's an absolutely beautiful park. And like we're just so sad that the town of Chimney Rock it's basically gone. Like very few buildings made it out unscathed, if they're even partially still there at all. So, but we had a great time. So yeah, if you're in that area, if you're affected, like our hearts go out to you. It's been heartbreaking to see it, but also like kind of hopeful. It's been cool, just because of content creation on the internet. And there being no real barrier to putting stuff out, like seeing locals in North Carolina post their own updates and report on what's going on and what they're doing to build back. And it reminds me a lot of like Florida hurricane culture, because it's what we do. Like this is we're all boarded up, we're all hunkered down. I saw both my neighbors this morning because my one neighbor's on the wall that I'm pointing at right now helped me back my truck in. Between our two homes, and then they put their two cars in front of it between the two homes because we can't fit the truck in the garage, and they have a shop in their garage, so we're just trying to minimize the chance of tree limbs and whatnot falling on them. So we're all hunkered down right now, but after this, we're all like, it's what happens. It's that kind of camaraderie if you live in a place that gets hit by storms like this. Is after the fact, you all kind of come out and you help each other and share tools, and you try and do your best to get things back to normal. And it's a weird thing to say. It's like you don't like hurricanes, but it's the part about hurricanes that I do like. It is very communal, and it's really easy to spend my days on social media and on the internet, and lose a little bit of faith in humanity. But when you got to come together as a community and deal with stuff like this, it builds back that hopeful sense. And that's how I've been feeling watching a lot of the local coverage come from places like YouTube and whatnot on what's going on up in North Carolina. So nothing like a post-hurricane cleanup party. Yeah, exactly. I know I'm going to be utterly tired of picking up limbs and sticks and cutting wood by the end of this. Do you do the hurricane party thing, barbecues and such? I had not really. Is at this point it's just me and Katie. Irma was our first major hurricane after we got our first home, which is this home. It's the only home we've ever purchased. So we bought it, and I want to say like 8 months later, Irma hit. And my cousin came and stayed with me. And we did do kind of a hurricane party there. He showed up with just like a sack of goodies from Publix. And it was a bunch of like stuff we could throw in the oven and bake. So we had like oven pizzas, wings, fries, just a bunch of snacks. And I think we even did a rack of cookies. Like kind of like, and I used to do it with like my parents when I was a kid, and we would hunker down for hurricanes. Because the idea being your power could go out later. So like around dinner time, especially if it's hitting at night like this one's going to do, we would preheat the oven. We would just cook a ton of frozen food. So, and then, you just you treat it like a Super Bowl party, basically. You just nosh and play music or video games while the power's still up, and just kind of enjoy yourself. But now it's just me and Katie and the dogs. We might have a cocktail. We've got the fixins to make Cuban sandwiches tonight. I've got some sliced pork and ham and some a fresh loaf of bread from Publix, just in case power goes out early. It would suck because it'd be a cold sandwich instead of a hot one like a Cuban should be, but at least I can still make a dinner. So that's probably all we'll do. So yeah, we don't, at this point, like most of my friends and family that I would have done a hurricane party with, they all have their own homes, and they have all boarded up, and they're hunkering down in their own places. They got their own families now to take care of. And that's the same case for me and Katie. Is the local Waffle House closed? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I think every Waffle. Does anyone have a good website for that? I would love. Is there a crowdsourced Waffle House index website? I actually don't know. Yeah. Gonna run your AC until it's 55 degrees inside from when the power goes out. I'm not, funny enough, Katie and I were laughing last night. This is bringing a cold front with it. It's going to be, I think, like 65 tomorrow in the state of Florida, which is the coldest temperature we've experienced since February, if that's the case. It has been in the 90s for like the last 2 months and change. It's been so freaking hot. So tomorrow, after the storm has passed us, it's supposed to be really nice and cool here. We're gonna have proper fall weather in our city tomorrow. So I'm actually expecting to spend pretty much all day tomorrow doing cleanup while the weather is nice before it starts warming up again. So yeah, Katie starts laughing out loud. I go, what? She goes, it's supposed to be 65 tomorrow after the storm. We're watching the forecast last night. And I'm like, what's so funny about that? She's like, if we don't have power, we'll just open the windows. So I was like, shit, that is funny. That's hilarious. What are the icons on the map? These are these things, like some of them are storm chasers. Oh, so this is a camera, but I haven't been using these because this is not for broadcast without owner permission. So that's why I haven't been clicking on them. Like, this guy's a storm chaser. It's the same thing. They don't want you rebroadcasting it without permission. I'm assuming this is a storm chaser. Cyclone port. Oh, okay. I don't know what this is. So that's what those icons are. This pink 4, that's just telling you it's currently projected that the hurricane will be a Category 4 at landfall, which is why they're dropping it here, because this is the coast of western Florida here. And then these red sections are tornado warnings. Anywhere you see a red border, these are tornado warnings. It's kind of hard to click on, but if you get it just right. But the rest of these are storm chasers that have live feeds, but a lot of them have that not for rebroadcast without permission. So just tagged you in a Waffle House pic on Discord. Thank you, Casual Korik. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is the official Waffle House account. Let me load this up into my Firefox. We can take a look at this together. Boop, boop, boo. Let's see here. Oh, my word. All right. Let me swap a few things around here. Where's my Firefox? Where are you at? There you go. Okay. So what we have here, let me make this a little bigger. Whoop. Just do this so you know I'm overlaying. All right, so this is the official wallet. This is the updated Waffle House index. Status maps reflect our closures as of 2 p.m. this afternoon. So that was about an hour ago at the time of streaming this live, in case you're watching this on VOD. Due to the potential for variations in Milton's path, this information is subject to change without notice. Please follow local guidance. And let's, I can't really see Bradenton. I guess I got to go off this one. So we're all the way at the bottom here. Can you see my cursor? No, you cannot. Let me fix that real fast. Capture cursor. We good? All right. So we're down in Bradenton. We're down in this area. So yeah, our Waffle House is very much closed. So is the other Waffle House we sometimes go to, which is the one that's 566. That's over on I-75. I've also been to that Waffle House. 2191 is closer, but it's in the heart of Bradenton. It's usually really busy. It's actually usually a better bet to hit the one on the interstate. So yeah, they are closed. So there it is. I love their little legend of unit is closed, limited service 24/7. And okay, all right. It is actually a useful legend because over in Miami they're still open. Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, Gainesville. Okay. I was hearing that depending on where the center falls, Gainesville might have some flood warnings. Was the forecast I saw this morning. Shout out to the University of Florida, where I have my master's degree is from. Go Gators! But all right, let me get back to you all right now. Oh, is this return of Heroes of the Storm content? If I stream Lord long enough today, Lord WizKid, you might see some Heroes content. I don't know, but yeah. Thanks for sending me those Waffle House links there, everybody. Fellow Gator here, hell yeah. Whiskey 2, hell yeah. All right, where did I leave off on some messages? I know I'm still getting caught up on some of these. I see Lithia's cheese and squirrels are mortal enemies. It is known. Yes, it is in fact known. Let's see. We got hoping we're safe from Eastbourne. Ziziphobia. It's a little further north from you in Chapel, waiting for the chaos. Oh, you're in Chapel. Shoot, we're basically neighbors. Yeah, no, we're gonna get slammed It's going to be rough. And the laughter is only because that's how I cope. Yeah, it's going to be is it a bit stalled? What, the storm? Well, this updates slowly, so it's only going up to 259 right now. So we should have a new update very soon as YouTube crashes again. It's not affecting you all, but it means I lose chat real fast. Using Radar Omega, folks. It's not a website; it is an application. I did have to pay a nominal subscription fee to use their desktop application, but it was the fastest way I could find to get any sort of hurricane radar on display, so I could capture it in OBS. So. Left off at Chapel, so let me find that again after YouTube continues to have dashboard issues for the third day in a row. Assume you are, but stay safe, whatever. We're trying our best. We are certainly trying our best. May the houses be dry and the waffles be warm. I am like super craving Waffle House because of it just gets mentioned so much anytime there's a storm. And it's been a long time, and it's actually my favorite breakfast place. I love Waffle House, but I haven't been in years. Because they're always so busy. And they kind of skis me out during COVID because they're very tight quarters. But I love Waffle House. I really love Waffle House. Let's see here. Found it. Jedi Kita, we're being as safe as we can. Thanks again. Appreciate it. I hope the doggos stay chill as well as a Goroth. What's the significance of a Waffle House? The Waffle House Index is a serious thing that storm watchers keep an eye on, because they have a tendency to stay open through fairly severe weather. And so, let me see if I still have this up. Here we go. Let's get Firefox back open. It's this sort of a thing. Like Waffle House puts out official tweets from the official Waffle House account showing what stores are closed during severe weather events. And so it's one more thing you can look at to see if you're in an area that is going to be severely impacted by something like a hurricane. And in the state of Florida, it's not a terrible way to know if you're in the serious path, and I find myself right in the path of this thing. So have you seen the conspiracy nuts are threatening to destroy the Doppler radar towers, claiming they control the weather? Catwolf. Sadly, I have seen some of these conspiracy nuts. I didn't know that they were going to try and destroy Doppler radars. But no, yeah, unfortunately, yeah, they do exist. They make me very mad. They are not helping. But sadly, violently misinformed human beings do exist. But yeah, hey, thanks for making it worse, crazies. Thank you. Thank you much. Heading to the U.S. next week. Is it worth trying out Waffle House? Have travel insurance. I guess it depends on how. It would depend on how much you like a diner style breakfast. Because if you are really into that, like a old fashioned, I want eggs, bacon, hash browns. And if you like waffles, they're my favorite waffles. Then I would say absolutely yes, go for it. I think they're kind of the best in the biz for that flat top style kind of breakfast, which I quite like. If you're more of like a brunch person, like you want like beignets and eggs Benedict and that kind of like maybe elevated breakfast experience, skip it. You're not going to get that kind of experience at a Waffle House. Not near the coast? No, I am not. We are on the west coast of Florida. I'm going to zoom in roughly to the city that I live in. I live in Bradenton, but we are not near the Gulf of Mexico, and we are not near the Bradenton River. So we are not in a evacuation area at all. We have no letter grade for evacuation notices. So we have not been told to evacuate. We have not. It would be entirely voluntary. Basically, our local meteorologists have been advising that if you are in a hurricane-rated home, best bet is to board your windows and stay put. And that's exactly what we're doing. So, yeah. If you've heard me say that already, because I know I've answered that question a few times, my apologies. Yeah. preferred Waffle House hash brown order? I'm smothered, covered, Captain, well done. I don't really. I just like hash browns. I don't much care how they come. I just like them, and they do them really well there. Home fries are taking over everywhere. I miss just the traditional, shredded hash brown style. That's my jam, and I'm just happy to have anything even in that style these days because it's becoming harder and harder to find at breakfast joints. Y'all are making me very hungry, and I just had lunch. Yeah, so I think I'm more or less caught up on messages here. Oh yeah, now I see the rock you like a hurricane joke. So no, yeah, no, I'm getting back in my comfort zone here. So yeah. Smothered, covered, chunked, diced, Captain I'm okay, it's official. As soon as Waffle House reopens, I'm going to go. Thank you for this. Thank you for making me hungry for something I just cannot get right now. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah, no need for that. Thank you. Thank you much. Start with Jensen. Live in Hawaii. We get a few hurricanes and big storms, but nothing like what Florida has dealt with. The last really devastating one was Hurricane Aniki back in 1992 that destroyed a big part of Kauai. Oh, my God. I'm unaware of that. I would have been quite young at the time, so that makes sense. Well, was that the whole thing? Didn't a major hurricane impact the production of Jurassic Park? I'm sorry to take it there. I'm sure if you live in Hawaii, you're sick of hearing Jurassic Park facts. But isn't that a big thing with the production on Jurassic Park? That a severe hurricane interrupted production on that movie, and the whole cast had to hunker down at a hotel. That's the one? Okay, sweet. All right, hey. My movie trivia is still functioning. No, Andrew would have hit Florida. We're talking about Hawaii hurricanes. Yeah. I get that, bunches, but it's not our first time riding out a storm, and it probably won't be the last. Isn't that part of the plot? Yes, it is, actually. It is, in fact, part of the plot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, at this point, like, anyone we would go stay with for evacuation, they're just as much in the way of this storm as we are. And hotels are pretty much booked, north to south across the board. We could go to a shelter, but our home is just as well rated as any of the shelters in our area. So I personally would rather ride it out here. It's a block home. We'll be all right. Wasn't traffic crazy trying to leave? It was for like the last 48 hours. I did hear from my good buddy and typically the other 50% of this channel, Kyle. They left this morning, and he said it was great. He said there was very little traffic, and they made very good time driving across the state. So I would never go as far as to give you evacuation advice, but it does seem like folks that evacuated this morning as opposed to last night or the day before did have smoother sailing. So, and Pimpy Short Stocking, that is very generous. Thank you. It says, much love to you, Kyle, and your families. Use this to help yourselves or whomever may need it. It will do, Pimpy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I didn't realize Kyle and the fam had left. That's reassuring to hear. Yeah, I think they just kind of at the last minute just decided, oh yeah, we also have family in North Florida. Let's go crash with them. So that's exactly what they're doing. What convinced Kyle to evacuate? I don't know. Oh, you'll have to ask Kyle when he when we return to normal streaming schedule. I don't even know, actually. I really don't know. I probably, unless he told me it's okay to share, I wouldn't. But I would tell you if I knew and he asked me not to share. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why he decided. I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out soon. This is actually the least we've talked to each other probably all year. It's like the last 24 hours. As soon as we were done with the stream on Tuesday, it was pretty much, we talked a little bit afterwards and we're like, oh, maybe we stream tomorrow being today. Yada, yada, yada. And then Kyle's like, you know what, let's just not worry about it. He's like, whatever the case is, I just want to be here to, help the family out, especially if the kid, we don't know how this is the kid's first hurricane. Not sure how they're going to get anxious or not. And I was like, cool, that's easy. Then I know we don't need to worry about streaming tomorrow. Ironically, here I am, streaming. But, yeah, this was just kind of a off the cuff. Here, the house is boarded up. I am out of things to do. And I would be sitting here, I'm doing exactly what I'm currently doing anyway. I would be looking at the radar, waiting for the cone of uncertainty to update. I just heard a wind gust. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at the screen up top. Yeah, the wind's starting to pick up. If you're just joining us, this is a camera pointed out one of our windows that is not boarded up. Every other window in this home has currently got a sheet of plywood over it. So, okay. Yep, it's dying back down again. So that was our first like real gust. This first one I've actually heard. I haven't heard the wind yet today, so that's the first time I've heard the wind. No, thank you, Dixie. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're being as safe as we can. Is that an alligator protector? No. In the state of Florida, we call this a pool cage, but it's not a cage like you think. It's not a cage like it. In between each of those like squares is screen. So it's a really, really fine mesh, and it's to keep. There's another bird. It's driving me nuts that the birds are here. Like, go away. You can go wherever you want. It's a very fine mesh. It's mostly just keep bugs out, like particularly in the hot months when you want to be swimming, so you can be out, enjoy your pool, not get eaten alive by mosquitoes. So that's what that is. Now, a gator could probably barrel right through that, depending on the size. Not speaking from experience. We have not had an alligator in our backyard. We are not near a lake. There's birds. Yeah. We've been looking. We've been catching. Birds keep landing in our backyard. They're probably horribly confused by what's going on. I imagine as wind starts to pick up, they'll probably move along, or go hide in our bushes, birds, because those bushes have been through so many hurricanes. I don't think they're going to go anywhere. Might not be a bad place to hunker down if you're an animal. Well, let's go ahead and get back to this. So what are we up to now? 309. This is going up to 309. So it's getting in there. Whew. Explains all the rain we're getting right now. Yeah, it's only 3:30, and there's still not a consensus on landfall. It looks it's wild to me because it looks so close, but the eye is still like all the way out here. And there's landfall is going to be somewhere between like midnight and 2 for us, which if I could control it, I would want no hurricane. But if I have to have a hurricane, I would prefer it during the day. So a strong hurricane at night, this is the last thing I ever want to deal with. I hate storms at night. You can't see what the hell's going on. It amps up the spooky factor for sure. Bert, thank you for the super. Here's some support to weather the literal storm. Hey, thank you. Yeah, bugs. Yes, yeah, the pool cage is very much for bugs. Hurricane rated bushes. Yes. What are those? Those are plumbagos. They get beautiful blue blossoms like twice a year. I love them, and butterflies love them. I'm a big nerd about this particular bush. This is my favorite plant on our entire property because I like butterflies and it brings them in. So hoping they're doing okay. Oh, I have been tagged by Kyle Ferguson. Do we have a Kyle update in the Discord yet? Doesn't look like it. All right. If y'all could let me know when we have a Kyle update in the Discord, can we be we're on Kyle watch. Has Kyle made it to Jacksonville yet? Last I heard, he was on the east coast of Florida, so he made good time. So he should be there by now. One of the few things I miss about Florida, pool all year. Pretty much, yeah. I don't do too well in like January, February. The pool's a little too cold for my taste, but there's technically nothing stopping you from continuing to swim. Yeah. Kyle decided to go stay with family all the way up in North Florida, damn near Georgia. They have family up there. Yeah. Had a couple folks ask why. I don't know. Kyle will probably let us know on the next stream. I'm sure or the next podcast. I'm sure he'll tell us why. So, yeah. Tornadoes are generally east of us so far. Yeah, that is the case. I'm sure we'll have a few in our area before this is all said and done. No, we're not going to call it chickening out. No, not at all. When it comes to this kind of thing, it always comes down to your personal preference, your personal comfort. And also sometimes it's just more, even if, like, for a hot second I thought about staying with my folks, just because sometimes it's just even though they're just as much in this track as we are, they live down in Venice, and you'll notice they are also in the cone of uncertainty. Sometimes it's just better to have more people around. It just helps kind of keep track of everything. For us, we feel like it's going to make our animals even more anxious because they're not going to be home. They're not going to be somewhere where they're used to being. And again, you're going to hear this multiple times on the stream, but our home is hurricane rated. We have a as up to code roof as you can possibly have. And the home is a block construction. It's not wood frame or anything like that. So it's about as tough as you get. So vibes were off. I would imagine probably it. Yeah. Same. Yeah. Also, yeah. If I had kids, I'd be like, let's go to grandparents. Let's get some help. It'll be a good time. So just more folks to help keep an eye on everybody. Drasoni, thanks for the super. Really hating the modifiers on this planet. Gonna move to the SES octagon of individual merit to another operation for democracy. Yeah, I do feel like I'm living out my own personal Helldiver simulation right now. Which may continue with like bug intrusion because more creepy crawlies than usual do tend to end up inside your home during a hurricane as they search for any nook and cranny to get into. We have fly swatters at the ready in case any wasp jerks end up in here. Puppies are doing good, Sarah. They're doing good so far. No one's really whining or anything. Zelda, in general, our oldest chihuahua, she doesn't really care. If anything, she thinks the storm is an intruder and she barks at the storm. She doesn't really get scared. Wicket does tend to get a little scared, but she's been doing good today. Eagle Falcon said, I'm starting to wonder if you will, to be honest. So we're talking about hurricane or tornado warnings. Looks like the core of the hurricane is preventing tropical tornadoes from forming on the west. Hopefully that stays the case. Oh, I'll take it. I will take any upside I can right now. Because this is... It really doesn't get much worse for us than this. Unless, of course, this were a higher category. But this is going to be as close to a direct hit as we've experienced. And also just like distance from landfall. We've been directly hit by hurricanes before. I've been directly hit by a few in my time, but they made landfall quite a bit away from us. So they, like, a lot of times they were kind of more coming from the south and heading north and kind of raking up across the state, which means that they lost a lot of steam by the time they made it to us. We're going to get category 4 speed winds, which will be a new record for me personally experiencing. So now the last forecast I personally watched, they said that it should, as soon as it's over land, really rapidly start to power down. But if you're at the start of it, that doesn't really make you feel that much better. We're basically tanking the start of the storm. We're like going to start applying the brakes on this thing for the rest of the state. But Florida man level up. Yeah. I've experienced category 3. But cat 4 will be a new thing for me. Cat 3 was spooky, so I'm expecting it to be pretty spooky tonight. Glad you're using your mitigation. Yep. Do I hear a Katie? I hear Katie rummaging around. I'm going to see if I can get her to make an appearance. How we doing? Can we get the Katie update?
Storm chaser.
Okay, so here's your frame if you want to get in close.
Yeah.
Wave high. Katie, my lovely wife, everybody. Kyle can't be here. Subbing in for Kyle.
Okay. I need to bring in Wicket. Wicket!
How are the girls?
They're both sitting with me.
They doing all right?
I'm surprised she's not following me.
Oh, here comes Zelda. Hey.
Hi, Zelda.
Zelda's here.
Zelda, what do you think about all this? Okay. What do you do during hurricanes?
Oh, you want uppies? Okay. All right. Hold up. Zelda wants uppies. All right. Zelda, everybody. The real star of the stream.
Zelda gets mad at the hurricanes. She's not a fan.
Do you have Steam Decks to get through any power outages? No, I almost impulse ordered one this week. But by the time I was like, I should get one, I looked at the delivery and it was slightly delayed because of storm projections. I'm like, it's not going to be here in time. So, Yeah. Is your ABBA giving you a little hat before you tank the storm? Nice. Yeah, so this is Zelda.
Look at all the Zeldas.
If you're not used to our dogs, we have 2 Chihuahuas. This is one of them. Zelda's the oldest. She does not care. She does not give a crap about storms. If anything, she gets mad at them, barks at them. You know, she's the guard dog of the house. Anytime she hears anything, she starts barking. And then what's going on? I think Katie's off to see if Wicket is in a mood to be moved. She's mostly been napping today, so I think Wicket's more or less fine. At lunch, because we were up and moving around and ate, she seemed a little concerned. But honestly, given her history of being kind of freaked out by storms, Wicket's doing quite well today. And then Dexter, our cat, also kind of like this one, doesn't give a shit. Dexter don't care. But we do have their crates standing at the ready. You know, like there's a couple windows that aren't boarded up just because of the material that they're set inside. We really just can't drill anywhere to put a board up. So that's our backup. You know, in case a window breaks, we'll throw them in a crate. Oh,
That's where she was. She was already prepping in the closet.
oh, she was in the closet.
settled in.
So she is freaked out.
Yeah, she's very freaked out.
Oh, it's okay, Wicket.
It's all right, sweetheart.
It's all right.
I know.
Look at your worried eyebrows. It's okay.
Everything's going to be fine.
So the thing that has become like the story of the stream is almost every damn time I go to Backyard Cam, we see a bird land.
Oh,
And
really?
we're all just like, what are you guys doing? You could go anywhere. Why are you here?
I don't know.
But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. So we're still in the cone of uncertainty. It is slowly wiggling south.
Okay.
So we might get a little bit of a break. It'd be bad for our backyard, which is the most exposed part of our house.
Okay.
But
I
it'd
don't know
be-
if things have changed, but they said the northeast of the eye wall is worse than, so it would actually be.
So initial impact would really suck,
Mm-hmm.
and then it would get better.
Yeah.
Okay. Ugh, that's not good to know. Awesome. What if where you are is safest for them bird? I mean, maybe. I mean, we don't have an evacuation rating, so. But I would imagine being exposed outside is not that safe. So.
I don't think the birds are concerned with flooding and being stuck on the ground.
No, they don't have to. Oh,
It's-
hi, Wicket.
It's okay. It's okay, sweetheart.
Wicket's now running
Come on,
around.
it's
Oh,
okay.
okay, honey. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sven. Have fun at work. Doing overtime to cover our facility getting hit by the storm to make sure everyone gets their medicine. Going to be lurking and on how everything blows over. Much love from Texas. Be well, and thanks for your work, Sven. Everyone's going to need that for sure. Kyle just put out a tweet. We've got a Kyle update. All right, let's find out. Let's find out what's going on with the Ferguson. Oh, you're not Kyle. Going to Kyle. Put out a tweet. Let's see. After viewing, you know what? I can do one better. I can show you Kyle's tweet. Let's load that up into the Firefox. Turn on the Firefox and go to. Wait, that's not his tweet. Why is this not up? That's interesting. Did he delete his tweet? Here we go. No, I got it. I got it. Kyle says, after viewing the morning Milton spaghetti all passing over my house, we packed up the car and left. Karth, the cat, 3 boyos, 1 Kristen and myself are now in Jacksonville, staying with the grandparents. Stay safe, Florida fam. I'm going to head over to my logged in window over on my Chrome and give that a like. Awesome. Glad they made it. He had checked in with me about an hour ago. Actually, 2 hours ago from a Wendy's parking lot. They were enjoying burgers on the other
I'm glad
coast.
They made it, 'cause have you, aside from this, have you been seeing all of the tornadoes that have been popping up?
Oh, yeah. No. This shows me all of these red boxes. Those are tornado warnings.
Yeah, I'm watching the one, not the young YouTuber, the other guy. And
Ryan Hall?
Yeah, he's been covering all of the tornadoes.
There are a lot of Ryan Hall fans in chat right now.
Okay.
I'm surprised they're watching me and not, although they might have us both up at the same time, but because Ryan Hall is much smarter than me. But yeah. So sorry, you were saying, is there still traffic?
People are still out.
Because Kyle said there was they smooth sailing across
Okay,
I-4.
I mean, I don't know, because he's got his storm chasers and everything out. People are on the roads. People are still trying to get to where they need to go.
I mean, they still
Yeah.
technically have time.
Yeah.
it's not an advisable like that you should have been gone if you were going to evacuate, but you could still. It's not moving that fast. So I mean, even here, I can't even hear the wind. I hear the wind during a thunderstorm. So like if you started motoring east, you would outpace the storm. But it's not advisable. They always tell you like you should have evacuated last night, this morning. The more and more you wait, just the more and more risky it gets. Because if there is traffic or something like that, you get stranded on the side of the road and have to ride this thing out in your car, which that would be horrible. Absolutely not what I would want to do. Oh, is Kyle in chat? We got. Oh God, YouTube is having some issues today. Where'd he go? I can't find the Kyle.
What would his name be?
There's Wicket.
Kyle?
If he might be logged into the Grinding Gear account. Oh man, YouTube is. I'm gonna refresh YouTube. It is. The dashboard's been crashing a lot today. See, just like that. So we're gonna try and reload. Viewer activity. Kyle. Oh, there's a Kyle account. All right. Oh, there he is. Kyle Ferguson.
There he is.
I'll send you a pic of the roads, Garrett. I would love one, dude. Yeah, send it over. We'll get it up on stream. Kyle in chat. Kyle, glad you're safe and sounds sweet. All right, hold on. So his name is Kyle Ferguson. So I can now do a Control F. Oh, God, he's right. I don't want to sign you up for anything, Kyle, but I could patch you in if you are just kind of sitting around and want to chat. I could patch you in via Discord. All right, Zelda wants to follow Katie, so I'm going to let her. Spaghetti was wiggling all over my business, says Kyle. I'll send you a pic of the roads. Hell yeah. Let's see if he said anything else. Traded a Cat 4 for a tropical storm warning. Yeah, that ain't so bad. That ain't so bad. That's a solid trade, Kyle. Gift him before he leaves. I've got some notification. Oh, shit. Kyle's calling. All right, let's see. Hey, dude, hold on. Let me make sure everybody can hear you. I believe it's working. The easiest way to do this for my purposes is to put you over my speakers, which may lead to a little bleed over, but it will be the fastest way, and I'm going to try and mix you in real time because you are a little bit louder than me. So just give me a sec here. You know how these stream things go, buddy.
Okay, I'll slowly increase my volume as I talk.
Oh, actually, don't. I see what happened. When you're home, I have you boosted 200%, but you're on a phone, and I think that's what's making you so loud. So try saying something.
Okay, I'm beginning to speak at normal volume.
All right, I think
I'm increasing in.
You're good. I think you're good,
Okay.
bud. Sweet. Hi.
Hi, big fan, first time caller, long time host.
If you're just joining us, this man's name is Kyle. I wouldn't be surprised if a few people aren't tuning in being like, I have never watched this channel before in my life. Who are you people? The disembodied voice you're hearing is the other half of this channel, typically. This is Kyle, my good friend. We play video games together on this channel. How you doing, man?
Good. Yeah, no, it's a little sleepless, but good.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just seeing the photo you sent me. I'm going to load this up into the stream so that stream can see it. Is this I-4 that you sent me?
Yeah. No, that was I-4 connecting into 95.
Oh my God, dude, that's I've never seen I-4 so empty.
Oh, Disney's closed, so there was no Disney traffic. So like you just go straight through Orlando, and there were cops and service vehicles like just hovering on the sides of the roads. If anyone pulled over, they'd just be like, and just like get you going again.
Jeez. Well, that's awesome. That's great to hear. Sorry, what was
that?
that?
It was a machine, man. Like they had it figured out. All the toll roads were like free. The governor is paying your toll. Go on toll road.
Nice. Well, sweet, man. I'm glad to hear. When you messaged me, you're like, "Oh, we left. I'm at a Wendy's having a burger." I just started cackling. I'm like, "Oh man, I'm so glad it was that smooth for you."
Yeah, I mean, we were watching it a lot because they put out those the spaghetti reports at 1 a.m. and 5, then 11, and it was getting worse on my particular plot. my particular part of where we live was just converging and collapsing, man.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Did you ever end up looking up your evacuation zone? Did you have a letter or like a letter grade?
No, technically the farmland around me is C, but
okay, so you were
because
close.
I'm in,
Because C was I think a mandatory evacuation, so you were close to an evacuation zone.
yeah, close enough that yeah, it was certainly just it's an untested place. You know, it's never, this is its first year in existence. It's brand built new, and you know, I figured for the boyos, their first storm should not be a horrifying one.
You know,
no, we got to build up. We got to build up to it.
You're answering the most asked question since news hit our community that you evacuated, which was, why did Kyle evacuate? And I just kept answering, I'm like, I don't know. If I had multiple kids, I wouldn't mind having a couple extra pair of hands just to help out. Like,
we were, you know, we had to be calm, sane adults and make sure we were being calm. And the grandparents were like, come on up. The cousins are here anyway, because they got out of Daytona and all that. So their friends are here. And we looked at the traffic reports and looked at some like webcams in Orlando, and we're like, wait, seriously? Everything's empty? We can just go? So,
I mean, yeah, at that point,
you know,
it's just a normal day on the highway in Florida. Like, actually better than a normal day, because I-4 is every day experiences bad backups. So, well, that's cool.
Yeah, so the hardest part was just...
Sorry, go ahead.
Hardest part was getting the pill in Carthonassi.
Traveling with a cat is never a good time.
That poor guy.
Yeah.
Poor little guy.
Yeah. 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 Well, I'm happy for you, man. We're not too worried. I'm definitely mildly worried, but
you guys got that like the north side's not that bad. It basically is just like snuck downward, and it looks like it's gonna pass under you guys.
It keeps inching down and down and down. At this point, I really wanted to go more down, because it did say northeast is gonna hit like a truck initially, and that's what we're gonna start with if it doesn't move a little bit more. So I'm personally, selfishly hoping for it to scoot a little further south. But yeah, I mean it's on that cusp of Cat 4 and Cat 3. I've been through a Cat 3 before. I know the house can take it, but you know, it's gonna be spooky. I don't like nighttime hurricanes. You know, it doesn't matter how many you've been through. They're a bit freaky.
Yeah, and the like the shutters are rattling and everything. It would be a whole song and dance production of mom and dad acting cool, which we didn't want to do. And you know, you're slightly south and safer was right on top of me, so we made a call to get out of there.
That is a very good point. I mean, I'm looking at the cone, and it's like it still could go to Tampa. There's still a chance, but every time the cone updates, it just shifts a little bit further south. So I'm just like, okay, with any luck, that'll continue. But, and then of course I think of all my friends and family that are in Venice. I'm like, well, shoot, that's going to be worse for them. If it could honestly at this point just kind of thread the needle between Bradenton and Venice, it's probably the best everyone I know could hope for.
I've learned a lot about spaghetti over the last 24 hours. Shout out to the gray line. I like that gray line, you know, accurate, apparently, you know, one of the best lines to follow. So, hey, shout out its way for giving the good information.
Yeah. Well, we'll see where this ends up. I'm anxious for it to end for a lot of reasons, but I have never, also just out of my own curiosity, I've never watched the storm this closely. So I'm anxious to see the final track and then like weigh that against the gray line, which is, you know, the average of all the different models. So anyway, dude. Well, thank you for calling and checking in, dude.
Yeah, dude. Welcome to Florida.
Yeah, it's initiation week.
So production question for the host. Are you just going all night?
I'll probably hang until I'm hungry, make dinner, and then I'll probably come back and do a, hey, party till the power's gone.
That is thick, man. I'll check in on you.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, Katie's working, man. Like she's like, I might not have power for a week, so she's trying to get ahead on graphic design orders, for her job, and I'm out of things to do. It's dangerous to be outside. There's nothing more I could board up anyway, so I would be sitting here staring at the radar anyway.
Sure. Yeah,
So,
makes sense.
I figured why not. Also, I'm learning how to use a radar tool, which is really fun. I can't lie. This is kind of fun. And it's
Nice, dude.
It's keeping my mind off of just sitting here with my own thoughts. So, yeah, we're having an okay time.
Kristen found like the DOS write out that the weather services send the news channels that everyone tunes into.
Wait, what? Where is this?
There's a like it's like an unencrypted signal that just puts out a pure text document. I'll send you the link because it's getting updated like every 30 minutes rather than that like 5-hour mark.
Okay.
They just do the graphs and the visuals every 5 hours out of this doc.
Graphs and visuals. Okay, yeah, send me the link.
Cool. I'll send you that.
It's from the National Weather Service, National Weather Reports. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've never looked at that. I'd love to take a peek. Also,
Awesome, dude.
Before you go, I'd be remiss if I didn't inform you that Aaron sent a super chat that said, "I love you guys." Hi, Kyle.
Hi, Aaron. Thank you.
I gotta say, doing stream shout outs is like the most normal feeling thing I could be doing right now. So thanks for hanging with me, stream, and thanks for calling in, Kyle. I'll talk to you later.
Hell yeah, man. I'll be checking on you.
All
Stay
right.
safe.
See you, dude. That was Kyle Ferguson live from Jacksonville, Florida, where he has evacuated to. Apparently, and I saw someone asking what's with the photo in the top left. This was a photo that Kyle, who I was just talking to, sent me. This is what Interstate 4, what I-4 looked like today, if you're familiar with Florida. This is the road that bisects the state. Here, I'll show. Here, we'll do a little bit of we'll do a little mapping here. So if we go back to the state of Florida here. So, all right, I live here in Bradenton. We're about to get nailed. Here is our main interstate, I-75, which runs north and south through the state of Florida. If you follow that all the way up, so I do this drive a lot when I go to Disney. Katie and I are Disney adults. We love going to the parks. You drive up until you run into I-4, which instead of running north to south, runs west to east. So you jump up off I-75, you go to I-4, and this will take you all the way to Orlando, to Disney, to the Universal, to all of the big parks. And it is, pardon my French, Satan's asshole when it comes to the highway system. It is always a parking lot. It sucks. It's always under construction. Doesn't matter. Never gets improved. There's always traffic. It will take you all the way to the other coast of Florida if you want to go to Daytona Beach. It's a great way to get there. And as a major highway, it is also a major evacuation route during hurricanes. And for the last 48 hours, it has essentially been a parking lot. There has been so much traffic on it. It's a big reason we didn't even really consider evacuating, because we're like, it's going to take us an entire day to even get out of the state. And our home is rated for the hurricane, so what's the point? Because it'll also going to take a lot of time to get back to check on the home. Anyway, Kyle left this morning, and this photo was his view from I-4. I have never seen it this empty in my life. So, that's what this photo was. It was Kyle showing what traffic was like for him evacuating this morning. So, yeah, it seems like he made the right call. I would love to drive on I-4 with that little of traffic. It's like I-91 in New England. I'm completely unfamiliar. Never been to New England, but good to know. Now for the return trip post-hurricane. Yeah, that's another reason. Like, if they told me to evacuate, I would evacuate. I'm not that stubborn. I would absolutely evacuate if our area had an evacuation order, but it doesn't. Our home is hurricane rated. So I'd rather just hang out and just hunker down. So we're all boarded up. We're ready, with the exception of this window and a few others in our sunroom, which if they break, they break. It's fine. We can completely close the house off to that section of the home. We're completely boarded up and as safe as we can be. So good on bread and milk, all that stuff. Oh yeah. We have tons of food. We could live off of just ramen for like the next week if we had to. But we got all kinds of stuff. You coming back in for a visit, honey? So Kyle called in.
Okay, Kyle's good.
Kyle's good. He's in Jacksonville with the grandparents. The farmland next to where they live was Zone C. So they were actually evacuated.
Oh, okay.
Their area isn't, but he's like, it's new construction.
And you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
After they did construction and stuff floods, that doesn't flood because
Yeah.
there's too many houses built in Florida.
Yep.
You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's too many unknowns because it hasn't been tested. Do you have a way to cook the ramen without power? Yes, we have we have a grill. We have two grills. I could charcoal or propane it.
Yep. I don't know if we have any charcoal, but
We have a bag back there.
okay.
It's in one of the bins.
And that's all the neighbors' plans too. So we're all going to be having a cookout.
Yes, and we saw both our neighbors this morning, and they also both have propane grills. And everybody. Oh yeah, dude, Katie. Just calling my wife dude. Look at this photo that Kyle sent. This was I-4 this morning.
Oh my goodness.
That's I-4.
wow.
Yeah, so they made a good call.
Okay.
Like waiting worked out for them.
All right.
Which I want to be very clear. If you're new to hurricanes,
Don't do that.
no one recommends waiting to evacuate. That is
Don't
not
day of the storm.
usually the smart thing to do. Especially if you don't have somewhere to go and you're relying on a hotel because they book up very, very fast during storms like this. That too, yeah. Sorry, Katie from off screen is saying also you never know about the safety of the hotel that you might end up in and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Invested in a generator. No, we do not have a generator. My parents have one though. They live 30 minutes south. So like absolute worst case scenario, if like everywhere around us is completely dead without power, we'd go stay with my parents for a few days until power comes back. So hopefully a few days. Sometimes power is after a week, but so far, fingers crossed, where we happen to be on the grid, the worst we've experienced was 6 hours of no power, and that was during Irma, which was the last like direct hit. We got hit by Ian too, but I don't think it was as direct as Irma. Irma, the eye came directly over our home. So that's really important to say, Squishy. Well, thank you. We appreciate the well wishes. If I know Katie, she's gonna like scrub through this after the fact too, and like be like, "Oh, what were people saying?" So we really appreciate it. Thanks for all the kind words, everybody. I know I'm sure some folks think we're nuts, but we've done it before, and so we've made our decision, and at this point, it's the safest thing to do is just stay here. And all our other family that we could crash with, they're still in this cone. I know I said I'm in Bradenton, and because of this line, it looks like we're doomed. But this whole red section, the storm could still end up anywhere in there. And everyone else that I would go hunker down with, they're still in the cone. So really, staying home in our block home is the best option for us. Have you heard about Dookie Demastered? Yes, I have. I have DL. I haven't done a deep dive into what all different versions of Dookie are going to be on it, but I'm very curious about it. And I love me some Green Day. That might actually get me to rebuy that album. I'll have to check that out. What time is projected landfall? Last I checked, it still was inconclusive. It was like I heard the last update I heard was anywhere between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Let me see if does anyone have an update on that? Or does anyone know if anyone more familiar with Radar Omega than me? Is there a way to show that? So I'm on the Hurricane Milton. I don't know. Where are we on this map? We live in the city of Bradenton, so we're in this general area, but not near the water. So we don't need to worry about storm surge or flooding. So yeah. I'm not sure if you're replying to anything Chris Majors are asking, but that is exactly how our home is constructed. Yeah, we do have the hurricane straps. I'm doing as good as I can be doing, Black Sun Studios. So, yeah. Yeah. Late PM to AM, the joys of overnight hurricanes. Yeah. Do you have your plastic lawn chair tied yourself to? We'll do better than that. We've got completely boarded up windows and a couch that I'm going to ride this out on. But yeah, just how that's. Woo, boy, St. Cloud area is just getting hammered with tornado warnings. We have 3 overlapping tornado warnings over there. There's a great tweet this morning of someone using truck ties over their house. That ain't going no. I've seen that before. I wonder if that, I don't know if that was a reposted meme or not, because I believe the first time I ever saw anyone do that, it was during Irma. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Kyle sent me. Here. Oh, yeah. It's just the NOAA website. I have. Oh, there go the dogs. There's the first barking at the storm of this hurricane. Oh, God. There's a lot on this website. The freaking dogs are losing their minds. Holy yikes. So, yeah, I saw that. Let me see. Yeah. Link for everybody for what I was just kind of checking out was the NHC. Here you go. Yeah, it's just the NHC NOAA.gov website. Time to revisit that gorilla fight. Yeah, Gisoini. This would be very, very thematic. It'd be a very thematic time. Mater, thanks for the super earlier. Have some family over in Perico, Anna Maria Island, and they all decided to go to Miami for a few days. That's a good idea. Yeah. Any of the islands, like, just get out of there. Yeah, that's a very smart call. Poor Anna Maria Island's been getting hammered lately too. All of these keys, I'm worried about them, and we love going out there. They're very nice beaches, nice businesses out there too. Great places to get lunch, spend a day, see fam. Oh, yeah, I'm not looking forward to seeing the aftermath out on the beaches. That's a big personal dread right now. From what I've seen from our local news, it seems like people are being smart and they've evacuated if they're in those areas, because that's like straight up absolute risk of death levels of threat from storm surge, because it's not a question if it's going to happen. It's going to happen. So, but it seems like folks have been really smart. I don't think anyone's out on the key right now. And if I certainly hope they're gone. Ryan Hall saying landfall in 4 hours and 30 minutes. So it's 4 o'clock. Okay, so that's faster. So this thing's picking up speed. I mean, honestly, at this point, I'd prefer it. Like, get this done with. I want it to be over. Everyone except the dude holding it down in his chest. Someone always does that. It's just, it's so dangerous. So freaking dangerous. Don't know how to incorporate Hurricane from the Death Note musical into my super, so here, have some money from the inevitable repair. Thank you, Kara. Why? Are you going to that? Is that a thing you're going to? Why is that on your mind? How's it look outside? I haven't looked outside my window in a bit. Look at it. This is, it's so freaky, because you just know. You know in a few hours, this is just going to be just suck. It's just going to be suck. I am using an application called Radar Omega. I saw a couple of Google recommendations for it when I was looking for a desktop radar application. Not sponsored or anything. I think a couple of the meteorologist streamers are also using this. Which is why I think a few folks in our chat know how to use it better than I do. But yeah. Be more of a blowing situation. Well done. Well played. Hats off to you. All right. So, what's the latest update? Let's take a look here. All right, so it's been a hot minute since I've taken a look at the NOAA website. Where is my browser? Here we go. So what am I looking for here? So this is as of 2 p.m. Have we not had an update since then? Heckin' windy. Kyle did, in fact, evacuate with the kids. Yes, they're up in Jacksonville now, which I think no matter what the storm ends up doing, they'll probably only get tropical storm force winds, which in the state of Florida, that is no biggie. I'm comfortable saying that is no biggie. We do not really care about tropical storms. All right, so where do I find information that I want? On here. NOAA updates approximately every 3 hours. Okay, so here we got a 4 p.m. Advisory 2 p.m. Oh, so you got the times on all of this. Wind speed probabilities. Ooh-wee. Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew this already, though, because we're for over 100 miles an hour. Yeah, we're deep into... That's Cat 3, Cat 4 territory there. So... Down to 125. That's actually great. I mean, that was a heckin' hell of a storm. So that would put it back into technically Cat 3 territory. Very strong Cat 3. But, yeah. Been obsessed with weather and tornadoes since I was 8 years old. Yeah, I mean, growing up in Florida, I think it's kind of hard to not end up taking some sort of interest in storms. Twister was one of my favorite movies growing up. And I've been hit by so many damn hurricanes. At a certain point, you just start to pick things up by osmosis because you watch so many weather reports over the years. But as it says in the description below, not a meteorologist, just a Florida man. Twister was my favorite as well. Yeah, it's a good movie. Watched it again recently. Holds up because I wanted to go see Twisters, which also surprisingly solid sequel. They did a good job with it. So what other information can I glean from the NOAA website here? Arrival time of winds. Here we go. Okay. So it's like the start of it, though. So 2 p.m. So we're already into it, which I've heard the wind maybe 3 times from my studio here. The track line on NOAA looks like it's moved south of the information you have on screen. So let's go back. Would that be, where would I go for that? Cone and static? That's where I would assume. We'll start there. Starting to see quite a few gusts on the pool cam. Pretty chill at the moment. Yeah, I can't tell you how hard it is to fight the urge as a streamer stunt to go and just run and jump into my pool right now. But I'm fighting that urge. Setting a bad example, even though at the moment it's fine and I can make it back in time. But no, don't do that. Don't do that, kids. Oh yeah, those trees. I'm mildly concerned about the neighbors' trees. They're quite tall, and if those decide to go this direction, they're going straight through our pool cage. That's going to be a bad time. So I'm hoping the wind goes any other direction. There's a perfect amount of space between my yard and our neighbor's yard where it would cause no damage other than bushes and a small section of chain link fence. That would be the perfect place for those trees to land. No one would care. It would be fine. But, all right. Let's see. There's an interactive map on NOAA. Let's go back here. That's for Leslie. I'm not seeing an interactive map for Milton. Let's just take a look at this real fast. This is as of, when was this last updated? Not saying, does it? This is the 2 p.m. This is so low res, it's kind of hard to make heads or tails of it. Yeah, I mean, that cone looks not unlike warnings cone / interactive map. Let's go back. That's static images. Oh, warnings cone, interactive map. There we go. Let's load that up. All right. It is a load-in. I guess we can zoom in on this a little bit. So, oh, wonderful. It has a zoom function. Thank God. All right. So I'm in Bradenton, Sarasota area. I mean, let's do a little bit. How can I do it? This is going to be a bit jank, so bear with me, everybody. But let's do a little bit of a side-by-side here. To the best of our ability. So if I'm looking at Sarasota right there, let's back it up just a hair so we can see clear water. The city, not literally clear water. If we side by side this, I mean, look where it's cutting across. So it is a little more south. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It is. I mean, we're splitting hairs, but it is the NOAA track does have it. So I'm going to zoom in on my satellite here. The NOAA track does have it almost clear, like at least the cone almost clear of St. Pete, which is Garrett lore, where I was born. This is the edge of St. Petersburg, Florida. And then on radar Omega here, we're looking at the edge of St. Petersburg, Florida. So, I mean, they're pretty damn close, but you're right. You were absolutely correct. NOAA's a little bit more south, so I would not be mad if that trend continued. With, of course, that Florida guilt you feel when you're rooting for it to go somewhere else. That always means it's going to be worse for someone else, wherever it's moving to. Rip St. Pete, lovely place, impossible to get out of. Yeah, St. Petersburg is my favorite city in Florida. I love St. Pete. Spent a lot of time there growing up. If you spend a lot of time around the channel, you probably know that I'm a big punk rock fan. St. Pete has a wonderfully lively punk scene. It's where Katie and I go to see most concerts. It's where I grew up going to concerts. Went to my first concert in St. Pete, matter of fact. Yes, exactly. See, yeah, surprisingly good band scene. It's a beautiful city. Click the track checkbox on the NOAA map. Let's go back to it. The track? Where's the track? Oh, here we go. Boop. There we go. Hey, look at that. I think Katie's done working for the day because I hear local weather. So it has cutting across, right now, the average. Oh, Bee Ridge. I used to live off of Bee Ridge Road. Okay, and then where does, again, let's try and, let's crap back in on this. Move it to the side. I can go over the pool cam for a little bit. Boop. Let me move this somewhere where I can see it. And let's go find Bee Ridge Road. My old haunt. That's Venice. That's too far south. Bee Ridge Road is in Sarasota. I need to get my bearings. Fruitville. All right, Bee Ridge of south of Fruitville. That's Bay of Vista. Where the hell? Weber, Proctor. I lost Bee Ridge. Bee Ridge right here. So, oh yeah, that's actually a massive difference when you look at the track. Yeah, that's a solid 10 miles further north on the radar Omega. So okay. If it keeps going down, yeah. I would not mind it if it kept trending south for me personally. Again, completely selfish. Obviously, that means it's worse for folks down south. No, has boxes up. Check the 64K T-Win 75. Oh, okay. So there you have it. Okay, and then if you do 50. Okay. So we're still going to get nailed. But that's interesting. Okay, so where's Bradenton? Where are we at? We're still in the thick of it, unfortunately. But if it goes a little bit more south, we might go down to like a Cat 3 or Cat 2 force winds. Good news, it's weakening quick. That's great news. Oh man, that is really good. That is really freaking good. Storm surge warnings is the pink. You can uncheck that. That makes it a lot easier to see. So actually, just out of curiosity. Yeah, we are nestled in between all of these storm surge. So that's good. Cool. Wonderful. That's why we haven't illustrates exactly why we don't have an evacuation letter grade at all. Because all of this is kind of high ground, and I'm not going to get too specific, but we're nestled in this section here-ish. Waffle House in Tampa by me is supposedly closed. Yeah, Will, we looked at the Waffle House index a little bit earlier, and pretty much if you draw a line through Central Florida, all the Waffle Houses are closed. They're all freaking closed from coast to coast, all the way through the middle. Everything in Orlando, everything in Lakeland, they're all closed. Because this storm, no matter what happens, it's coming straight through. It is bisecting the state. If I come back and stream later as it makes landfall and I've had a few to drink, we'll definitely make a circumcision joke or two. I promise. All right, storm surge gone. See ya. Now I can see this better. So if it keeps trending that direction. Now, of course, this is a cone of uncertainty. It could still. That's how these work. It could come up on this blue line and it could still hammer St. Pete, and then we would be in the south of it. So. Reddit's calling it a circumcision of the U.S. I'm glad that my Reddit brain still functions. That's wonderful. That's no evocative case. Thank you for the super explaining the NOAA check boxes. That's great. All right, I'm going to let's see here. Where is this? What can I do about this? We're gonna just leave NOAA up in the corner up there. I'm hearing wind again. What's going on? Oh, where'd you go, OBS? Oop, what's going on? What's going on at the Wine Zero pool? I see our screen is rippling, but it's still intact. But we really haven't had any serious gusts yet. During Ian, Katie and I, so this window is in our living room, and it kind of looks out into our backyard. We were just sitting on the couch in our living room, just watching our screen just like flap, 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 flap. And we were just like, it's going to go at any moment. And it was fine. We didn't even lose a single screen panel. We got really lucky during Ian. And I'm hoping that we have a similar luck here with freaking Milton. But we are going to definitely have higher wind speed. So I would not be I'm hoping that we just lose screen and not the actual structure. So, see the reflection of the TV oh shit, can you? Oh, you kind of can. I see what you're saying. Katie, we can kind of see the reflection of the TV. No, it's not that distracting. It's fine. Can you tell she lives with a streamer? Is their first thought is it affecting production? Is it distracting? All right, cool, wonderful. Let's see here. All right, I'm gonna put this up for a second because I need to use the restroom. So I'm gonna use we haven't used this in forever, but here's our grinding gear BRB screen. I'm just gonna tuck it in the corner. I need to use the restroom, grab a beverage, while we still have the miracle of refrigeration in this home. And I will be back. I will be back momentarily. Let me leave you with a little, I know you're technically supposed to show gameplay, but I'm hoping Square will give me a pass given the state of the hurricane. I'll leave you with a little Shadowbringers music while we wait. Oh my goodness, where did it go? Do 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 do. Boo do 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 boo do boo do. What do we want? What do we want? What song do we want? I could leave you with so many rockin' tracks. You know what? Well, why pull punches? Come on, Spotify. Let's go. There it is. There it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, give you a little hold music. Garuda. What is the Garuda track called? Wait, no, that's Realm Reborn. That would probably Flag. Why not the Stormblood? shit. That is a good call. That is a good point. Is this it? Is this it? This is Storm of Blood. This is not the track I was thinking of. Well, this is what you get. It's Storm of Blood. Here we go. Enjoy. I'll be right back. Need to use the restroom. Well, that was about perfect damn timing. Good to know. Man, I love Stormblood. Stormblood deserves a little more respect. Just a little more. Just a little more popular respect. Oh shit, I didn't even realize this. Guys, I got my old classic and coffee be right back image here. That's look how you can see how short my hair is, kind of. This was back when I used to play a bunch of World of Warcraft Classic first thing in the morning. I did a stream called Classic and Coffee. And this was my AFK image. Oh. Yeah. I could have used that. I promise I will be doing my best to stay safe, Serafina. Thank you. Oh, I apologize in advance for reading on stream. I tried really hard not to do it, but extenuating circumstances today. Just getting kind of famished. So got a non-alcoholic seltzer and a granola bar. Oh, all right. God, my Twitter is just popping off. All my years of content creation and getting hit by hurricanes, I never thought to mix the two and have a virtual hurricane hangout. But I gotta say, it's really helping burn up the hours, because otherwise I would just be sitting here alone looking at the radar, being concerned. So thanks for coming by and hanging out with me, and a lot of you even sharing information with me that I would not have otherwise. So I appreciate it. We'll do a little walkthrough with House here in a second. I'll load up the phone cam, and I'll just take you with me. We'll check in on the dogs. I'll show you our bathtub full of water. Katie did a great job filling it with plastic, or like lining it with plastic and tape before we filled it up. Oh, thanks, Dashiam. That's very kind. That is really kind to say. Eat when you're hungry. Yeah, and it's just like a personal thing. I prefer not to eat on stream, but. Why? I don't know. It's easier when Kyle's here, but if it's just me and I feel like I need to talk, I don't like talking with food in my mouth. Waiting for you to fully convert this into a radio call-in show. I mean, we're basically doing Q&A right now. I mean, there's nothing stopping folks from asking me questions and me answering to the best of my ability. Again, as the description says below, I am not a meteorologist. I am just a Florida man. Why the bathtub? Let me swallow this and I'll tell you. So it's very common with hurricanes for water to get shut off, for water services to be shut off to protect the equipment, or they are forcibly shut off because they fail because of flooding or lightning or anything else pertaining to the extreme conditions that come in with the hurricane. And so a common thing we're taught, even at a young age, if you grow up in Florida and you deal with hurricanes, is a piece of hurricane prep that you can do is you plug up your bathtub and you fill it with water. That way, if your water gets shut off, you still have water to fill up a pot, and you can boil that water and drink it, or boil that water to cook food. And as long as your sewer system is still functioning, you can even flush a toilet. You fill up a bucket with the water, you dump it in the back of your toilet, and you can flush your toilet, even if your water is turned off. So, Amarok, yeah, thanks. Please let that quote live on forever, completely out of context. Good God. What is the map Garrett is showing us? I'm using an application called Radar Omega. This is my first time using it. I'm an absolute noob. I've been learning it alongside chat today. But they have a fairly affordable subscription service that lets you use it on desktop, which is for me and streaming purposes. As long as I can get it on my damn computer, I can screen capture it and show it to you all. So that's what I'm doing. Omega is tracking the tropic. You damn well better believe it. Yeah, it's the Final Fantasy crossover you never knew you wanted. Excuse me. I'm going to finish this now. Where'd my garbage can go? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm getting family updates from Twitter. Where's my browser? Boop. Here we go. And you're right here. This is my cousin. Basically another brother. We're really close in age, and we grew up together. Used to spend like summers at each other's homes. He is to the chicken dino nuggy stage of hurricane snacks. Hell yeah. This is the last human being I had a hurricane party with. Jake hunkered down with me and Katie the first year we had our home when Irma was coming through and making a direct hit. Got some hair, probably from Zelda. I'm glad to see my cousin has not changed and still does oven snacks before a hurricane hits. Hell yeah. Knows how to live. Yeah. Your hurricane snack is smoked brisket. Oh, jealous. I have homemade Cubans tonight. Hopefully they'll be warm. Hopefully we'll still have power and I can toast them and press them. Everyone liked the stream so Milton weakens. I have had to catch myself from like gamifying the severity of the situation on the stream multiple times. I'm like, yeah, like the stream, or Milton will do such. I'm just like, that's a bad taste, Garrett. Let's not do that. So streamer brain does intrude. So let's see here. So we're back on the NOAA website. So you still have it going over Bee Ridge? Where are my streets? Can I turn this off so I get a clearer vision? Yes, that helps. Street names. Where? That's it. Okay, yeah. So it's still going over Bee Ridge. Good song suggestion during the storm. The song Storm from Winter Sun. Oh, I don't know that one. I'll have to look that up. Raynor super. Oh, Raynor, hey! Good to see you. Our meteorologist here in Louisiana always warns us not to eat our hurricane snacks early, but we never listen. That's the folly of everyone who has to deal with these damn things. We got the we're gonna get intensely specific about food here for a minute. We got the Trader Joe's has sour bats and cats. They're like a Sour Patch Kid substitute that doesn't have corn syrup in it. That bag is almost empty. We bought it as part of our hurricane prep, and it's pretty much gone. Pretty much freaking gone. So, yeah. Getting a text from Dad. He is using the WeatherBug app, and he's saying that it shows tracking right over Point of Rocks, right over the Sea Club, going into Gulf Gate, and then heading up into Fruitville on the east side of Lake Ring. Yeah, shoo. Yeah. Sea Club is a long-standing Siesta Key timeshare. Been out there a long time. We're friends with the manager. He's a nice guy. They're gonna get rocked. Going into Gulf Gate, heading to Fruitville, east side of Lakewood Ranch. Jeez. This probably means nothing to you if you're not a local Floridian. These are all like landmarks. These are the streets and the towns I grew up in. That's nuts. Except for Lakewood Ranch. That's kind of newer. Tell Dad hi? All right. Stream says hi. Actually, I'm going to say wild. Hope no one is out on siesta. I wonder if Dad's watching. I think they still have power. Stream says hi, by the way. All right. Katie, you good if I do a walk through the house? You're not like out there hanging out in your underwear, are you? All right. Well, let's see if I can get this remote camera situation up and running. So I'm trying to be a little clever about it. Gonna call myself on Discord, and there might be a slight echo. All right, let's see. Where is Discord? Can I mute my own? There we go. Can you hear me? I bet it doesn't sound as good, but can you hear me okay? Let me turn this up. All right, on my end, slight echo. Is it a really bad echo? Can you hear me? Better? Okay, sick. Awesome. So probably not the not the best sound quality. But oh wait, let's do this. Let's actually turn on the damn. Hold on. Discord. Oh, I need to pop it out. Here we go. Pop out. Oh boy. All right. Okay, hold on. The pop out is having a moment. Oh my word. What are you? Why are you the way that you are? There we go. Now I should be able to resize this thing. I'm just going to set it down. And this was working earlier. We're producing things live, so apologies, everybody. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I did not want to do that. I want to resize Discord. There we go. All right. Try and prop you up for a hot second. Here, look at that. There. All right, let's crop in. Crop in. Oh, I see what I did. Transform fit to screen, and Discord. Transform fit to screen. All right. Jeez. Hi, everybody. We're now hands-free on my personal iPhone. That's surprising. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to go very far, but I'm doing this kind of ass backwards by patching it through Discord, but it means the phone can be wireless and I can just carry it around. That's why my hair has a pretty yellow light defining me. So okay, all right. This is a space. This high grade TIE fighter is usually up against a back window that I'm not really concerned about, and I don't want it to break. So yeah, it's not usually in here. So yeah, welcome to the office. I've kind of redone some of my collectibles. Got my Final Fantasy 14 statues, some fan art. Still got Sylvanas. It's too cool of a statue. I don't care what they did to the character. Old photo of me and Katie together back when I still had emo hair. This photo has been in every office I've ever worked in. It's like a good luck charm at this point. So, the only thing that's hard about this is it's gonna be hard. It is gonna be hard to see what you're saying. But anyway, we're gonna do a little bit of a house tour. Welcome to our old bathroom with tile countertops. Oh, are we borfing? We borfing, Zelda? It's okay. Daddy's just being weird and walking around the house. Anyway, here's our bathtub full of water. If you grew up in Florida, this is probably a common sight for you. You don't have to line it with plastic. We think it's a little more sanitary, and plus our stopper doesn't work very good. So, which is why it's taped. And so the plastic helps it all from disappearing. So I'm in my giant comfy Darth Vader shirt. Moving out here, we find Katie relaxing with probably a very scared Wicket.
We're working.
Oh, you're working.
We're working. Wicket is
Hey,
working.
baby. You actually seem pretty calm.
She's freaked out.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, you like.
It's okay, honey. It's okay. Yeah. And so,
You see, I saved her zero bed. So she
Oh.
out in it,
but Dexter has stolen the doghouse. Zelda doesn't give a crap. She's running around with her lamb chop. Yep. Okay. So, this is where pool cam is coming from. So, you can see, now you can really see, like, just how kind of condensed it is. But yeah. So that's where we're set up. You know, it's our little nook, our living room. This is our bar where if the house starts shaking, that top shelf is we're gonna have to take that down. And for the Final Fantasy nerds, there's the collection of the Final Fantasy whiskey. If that's your thing. This is our pantry, fully stocked with snacks. And then I can show you the boarded up windows. This is like a front room that Katie uses for her office. Hey, it's okay. No one's here. But this should be a window. It's all plywood. Whenever we come near the front door, they think someone's here, and they get all defensive and start barking. Oh, okay, you're perking up. Should I just give you something to be distracted about? Will you calm down? Yeah. Okay. Okay, sweethearts. Yes, you're both very cute. All right. But yeah, we're quite boarded up. And every window in the house except for the sunroom is set up like this. These are our go bags in case we gotta get the heck out of Dodge real quick. And this is what we say when we mean a sunroom. It's nothing but windows. It's aluminum like frame, and that's why it's not boarded up, because this is a total pain to mount into. And this whole room is just this kind of paneling. So this is the only room we're really worried about. You can see again, just all the condensation. But this is a solid block. It was very hard to mount anything in this room, which is why there's very little hanging. We got some old tiki art down there, which were in old screws. So if this gets real bad, we're just going to close all this up. And we got extra boards if we have to. So don't worry about that. Katie's growing peppers, and she doesn't want those to get blown away. So yeah. And then there's the bedroom. I'm not going to give you a bedroom tour, but the walk-in closet for emergencies is in there. Growing some pineapples. They'll get planted after the storm. And that's more or less it. I've got garbage bags if we just need to very quickly waterproof anything. Tons of snacks. That's more or less it. Laundry that needs to be folded. And a guard pochita. Another guard. Oh, that's right. Katie's latest lounge fly. Yeah. Absolutely absurd. Oh, so this thing is going to be a 3 before it even hits now, huh? It's 5 miles an hour, but I mean, we've been through a 3 before. All right. I think we might just be okay, y'all. It's not going to be pretty, but I think we might just be okay. All right, let me see if I can graciously. Am I back? I'm back. Yeah. Welcome, we're back. I wasn't able to see any chat during that, so if you have any questions about what you just saw, do an at grinding gear. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to answer. Try 2 phones next time. I don't know how I would do that. I guess you could do a 3-way call. I could get Katie's phone in on this. That'd be interesting. Beautiful home. Thanks, Weisha. Always a work in progress. It's an older home, but we really like it. I would prefer not to move. So let's get back to the boop. Let's get back here. And yeah, we feel very fortunate with the home that we have. Bought at a good time. All those boring sorts of homeowner informations. How's Kyle's setup? His is good. They've got like those hardcore metal. I don't know what you would call them. I want to call them a shutter, but it's like a corrugated metal siding almost that you use it instead of plywood, and they interlock with each other, and you drill them in. Panel, yeah, that's a good. There you go. Panel's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, it's like it's a like a corrugated metal panel, and they have that up on all of their windows. Plus, their place was built in the last 2 years. So because they're a 2-story joint, and I believe their windows up top are double pane, like rated for Category 5 hurricane windows that you in theory should not even need to cover. So yeah, I really think his place is going to be fine. He did end up evacuating. But sorry, I was Kotar. I'm seeing it. Where's Lego Garrett at? He is in the he is back here in the collectibles. Oh, if no one has seen this, a wonderful gift from Kotar. I just haven't displayed him yet. But the box was living back there. And if no one's seen this yet, this is this wonderful gift of cover my face. Come on. There we go. A Lego Garrett. I love this. There's a guitar, just not currently holding it. Absolutely great. Absolutely freaking great. With gears. Yes, I ended up unintentionally stealing the gear portion because this could be displayed with Kyle together. But yeah, I should put him in the TIE Fighter. I freaking adore it, dude. It is so freaking rad. Thank you for that. Waffle, hey, good to hear from you. Stay safe, Garrett. I'm just now getting home from closing at Epcot. Stayed to help prep the American Adventure. So now I am drenched. Oh, I bet, dude. That is wild. Well, I'm glad you're home safe. And stay that way. And try and stay dry. Job Hudson, stay safe, Florida man. I hope you, Kyle, and both your families get through it safe. I think we'll be okay. If this is, I mean, it's a very powerful Cat 3, but it's getting down. It's officially down to a Cat 3 for Landfall. That is good news. That is very good news for us. So I still don't quite understand what's going on here with this Radar Omega app and why I'm seeing like 2 tracks. Now this one's 3, so that makes me think this other track is the correct one. Is the storm casting starboard or larboard? That's a great question. Larboard L is left, right? So I guess it's larboard because it's on the west. It's wobbling. Ah. Yeah, if it just keeps going down, like, sweet. We've been through storms close to this intensity already, so that makes me a lot less worried. Still going to be very bad for anyone on the coast, because this is a really rough angle for anyone on the coast or any businesses, all that kind of stuff. But the older track is the older one. It will vanish when the new line is calculated. The upper one saying Cat 3 is the correct one. Okay, so this is kind of old track versus new track. Gotcha. Got a new text from Dad. Siesta had a mandatory investigation. Should not be anyone out there. Dad says hi back, but it accidentally spelt it H-I-G-H, and then Dad sent a corrected spelling. He said voice text didn't check my spelling. I'm going to reply LOL because that's freaking hilarious. All right. Yeah, the more this wants to drop in wind speed, the better it's going to be for us. Hi, Dad. My dad might be like physically high. I bet he's still on the second floor right now. They'll probably go down to the garage if the wind really picks up. Emmerich knows how to hunker down. He'd be super cozy. I bet he would. I'd ride out a hurricane with Emmerich. It's a Final Fantasy reference if you're not in the know. We do a lot of Final Fantasy around these parts usually. This is not usually a weather channel. Though maybe Kyle and I should become storm chasers. I don't know. I feel like Kyle likes, he's a big fan of boots and Western shirts. So I feel like he's kind of already got the style down. Maybe he should, we should load up in the Forerunner and just drive off into storms and see what happens. Nothing dangerous at all. Kyle has some yeehaw. It's true. I've never heard him phrase that way. And he definitely has some yeehaw. Do a parody where you chase 14 storms and then they happen. That'd be, yeah. Yeah, he and I spitballed a bunch of really silly ideas this week of like, oh God, hurricane, what should we do? And like, we almost streamed Here's the Storm, go back to Garuda, go do Leviathan. There were a lot of like game storm themed things we kind of tossed around as an idea. Get him a wind speed thingy and he can carry it around like an Astro legend. If StarCraft 3 happened, would we bring back Probably not. Probably not. I can't speak for Kyle, because Kyle, I think, still has a lot of desire to let an RTS back into his life. I don't think I want to dedicate that much time of my life to be mediocre at a game again. Like I really love those types of games, but I don't think I can really make room for them in my life anymore. They just take too much time to be just kind of okay at. Next stream should be HOTS for sure, because you would be Heroes of the Storm. Yeah, we'll see how big of a game I talk after the storm's over, if I'm feeling heroic or not. On the Eden Savage fights for Leviathan and Garuda. That did come around. And then we were like, let's not stress ourselves out trying to learn a Savage during a hurricane fight. But that was the one I very seriously suggested that one. I was like, oh, dude, this might not be a bad time to try Savage. But yeah, Job Hudson, thanks for the 19 months. We are staying safe. Yeah, we should be fine. I know Kyle's he's up in Jacksonville. He'll be totally fine. They'll be having a family dinner tonight, probably. Chilling. I'd be surprised if they even lose power up there. Joy Trim, thanks for the membership. Much appreciated. Oh. Imagine hurricane latency during Savage, though. Potentially. I mean, so far, like, y'all have seen how many ISP issues we've been kind of battling over the past couple of weeks, and go figure, here I am streaming in the middle of a damn hurricane and the connection's fine. Not a care in the world. Let's go back and I think the NOAA track updates super often because it's looking like it's more or less in the same spot. Although I do have a question about the NOAA thing for those in the know. Not trying to make a pun there. Where's my YouTube capture? Is there a checkbox that will show me the category, the estimated category? Or do they not do that on the interactive map? Like it'll tell me if it's a 3, 4, etc. I can't see it going lower than a 3 though. It would have to drop a lot, so wouldn't be much of a thing to keep an eye on. It's a nice day here and you're lagging. Well, I'm sorry, Steve. They do M for 3 and up and H for 1 and 2. Oh! Well, there you go. Oh! Well, now I know. I don't spend a lot of time on NOAA. Honestly, one of my favorite things to do when there's a hurricane is on your... Let's see. Can you see this? Let's see. On your phone. Do I have a bigger version of myself? Also, I screwed this up. Let me fix this real quick. This is going to bother me. Oh, for crying out loud. Lock. Transform. Fit to screen. There it is. I'll just make a copy of myself. Just real quick. All right. God, my hair is frizzy today. Okay. So if you got an iPhone anyway, I don't know how non-iPhones work. Shout out the Gremlins too. I usually swipe over and I go to the weather app. I like their real-time, if you're just like hanging out in your house and you want to keep an eye on it, and they've got a real-time map. And when Helene was here, this is how I kept an eye on it. I was chilling on the couch. Eventually, it should update with weather. Are you not going to do it? You're going to make a liar out of me. I probably don't have the right layer selected. Or just not zoomed in enough, maybe? Huh. It's not doing what it did while I was watching it on Helene, but normally it'll show you a hurricane that's out there. And it wasn't a bad way to keep an eye on it, and that's how Katie and I kept an eye on Helene, and we knew that it was past us when that was going on. All right. Dark Sky died for that Apple page, and I'm still salty. But I don't know what that is. Interesting. Situation is ongoing, Leonard. We're keeping an eye. We got a no up in the top right as well. I could make a copy of this whole scene and invert the two. But no, it doesn't update that often, so it's probably not really worth it. So I got, yep, Noah's showing it going straight into Gulf Gate, which is a part of Sarasota. They have a small mall there. The nice dine-in movie theater is in Gulf Gate. It was a great weather app, super accurate rain prediction. Oh, I'm sorry it died for Apple nonsense. Here we go. It's starting to work again. Yep, sure enough. There it is. Are you focusing? Are you focusing, son? There it is, yeah. So this is just the normal Apple app. So if I'm just hanging out in the house and I want to keep an eye on it, this is usually what I just very quickly go to. So, do you have a garage? I want to know the cars are safe. We do have a garage. Yes. We have a garage. The cars are tucked in. The 4Runner is not. It cannot fit in the garage. And we are now a 3-car household, even though we really shouldn't be. But Katie's car has been paid off for quite some time. We're never going to get rid of that thing. And I'm stubborn about my Mustang. I don't need it. It is the single most selfish purchase in my life. I love that thing. I don't want to get rid of it, even though it is completely superfluous, and I probably shouldn't have it. But I love that thing. I don't want to get rid of it. So, yeah. Every now and then I see a car with like a sticker on the back that says financial mistake. That's what should be on my Mustang. What year I got? I have a 2022. It's the Mach 1 spec, which is way nicer of a Mustang than I ever thought I would be able to get. But I was very fortunate. Before that, I had a Focus RS, which is the top trim Ford Focus that they only made for 3 years, which is a pretty rare turbocharged all-wheel drive quick hatchback, if you're unfamiliar with it. Never apologize for a Mustang. Yeah. But I bought it at like the perfect time. I got a brand new one. I was the first owner, and they had taken thousands of dollars off of it because it was over in a very rich part of Florida, and no one bought this thing. They technically had to sell it used, even though I was the only owner of it, because it sat for so long. So it was, I think, 2 model years old, even though no one had purchased it. So I got it for the price of a used RS. And then COVID happened. And I saw what happened to car prices, and I was able to sell it for what I bought it for. And so I was like, cool, I can actually get a nice Mustang. And that's what I did with it. I used it as a down payment on a Mach 1. So that's how I ended up with it's basically my dream Mustang. I like modern Mustangs. I really wanted a Shelby GT350. If you're a car nerd, we're going to get car nerdy for a moment. Take a little break from the storm talk. I really wanted a Shelby GT350. However, I couldn't find any that had a warranty anymore, and those engines are known to blow up if you don't 100% stay on top of the oil, because they have oil consumption issues. So I opted for a Mach 1 instead, because you don't get the special Shelby motor, but you get all the other Shelby bits. So, yeah, that's why I wanted that. Wanted to go all out, huh? Yeah, I'm a bit of a Mustang nerd. I know it's a basic car, but I really like them. Wanted to know for ages, but bringing up during game streams is always awkward. Tell us about the Les Paul on the wall behind you. All right, we're full just hangout mode now. Yeah. No, this is my Les Paul. I've had it since '04. Please excuse the dusty headstock, but it's a special, so it's full like OEM Gibson parts, humbuckers, all the whole nine. It's like a flat top. It doesn't have the contour, but I kind of prefer this. I was always, if you're around here, I'm more into the punk style stuff. I don't like really super pretty guitars. I like more kind of practical, kind of stripped down stuff. Actually, really wanted Les Paul Jr. because I'm a giant Green Day nerd. But this was just like such a good buy at the time. Yeah, so this is like one of my most beloved gifts that I've ever gotten from my parents. I was still in high school at the time. I was getting really, really into guitar. I was in a band and like actually playing local shows. Yeah, so they were like, what do you want for Christmas? I was like, I really want a Les Paul. And they're like, that's ridiculous. We're not getting you a Les Paul. I was like, I don't want anything else. And there was, what was it? It was, we'd been out we had moved from the suburbs to a rural part of Florida. Anyway, so this is a sweet story about my parents, and also like how nicely they treated me growing up. There was like one Christmas and there was just like nothing under the tree for me. And I was like, okay, I get it. I'm old enough. And I went to my bedroom afterwards and this was chilling in my bedroom. They were like, that's all you get, dude. Also, they're like, you're going to work all summer building a fence because we lived out in the country and it needed a fence. So I was like, fair deal. I'll take it. And so, yeah, that's how I ended up with this. I want to say it's an '04. I always have to pull the serial number because it's a mid 2000s Gibson. You cannot get a Les Paul for what they were selling these for back then. It's gorgeous. It's a great guitar. I absolutely love it. I don't play it as much as my Fender. I just got the Fender really dialed in. I just really like the Strat. I just like kind of how it plays. It's just a little more for me fun to pick up and play. But this thing, I mean, it just sounds great. And it's a really fun guitar. So yeah, I've had this since this was a brand new guitar when my folks picked it up, and I'm the only owner. And you can see some wear and tear from back when it was like, I was actually playing shows with it and stuff. That you can see how hard I freaking strum this thing because all that wear and tear on the exit there. But I don't need my guitars to be perfect. I have this. I have the Strat. I have my mom's acoustic, and that's it. And I have no intention of selling them. So, yeah, it's one of my most prized possessions. I love this thing. It means a lot to me. And in case you're wondering, I have a hard shell case for it in case something goes nuts in the house. That thing's going in a case and getting out of this room. But this window, there's only one window in here, and this is completely boarded up, so I can't imagine anything in here is really at risk. How close is this place to the coast? I'm not very close. I'm about 30 minutes from the beach. So, looks like we got some storm chasers setting up in Bradenton and Sarasota. Yeah, so I'm in kind of this general area, but I'm not in a surge warning or anything of that type. Let's see what we got going on here. Is that the guitar you used in the Husky by the Geeks and Walker Medley video that you were in? I used the Strat. I don't think you can see it from here, but it's covered in stickers. There's a Fender Stratocaster in here. Kind of see it poking out right there. Bought that at a pawn shop when I was in grade school. But it's a Mexican-made Strat, which if you know your Fenders, Mexican-made Fenders are freaking phenomenal guitars. And again, I got it for like $150. I saved like all my birthday money to buy my first electric. Now you can't get to use one of those for like less than $450. It's ridiculous how much Mexican Stratocasters have gone up. But yeah, I'm very attached to the few guitars that I have. You have two Mexican Fenders and they're awesome. Yeah, they're wonderful guitars. Absolutely wonderful. So is your exact location. Kidding. Ray gun girl, I see you. I see you. Category 3, not as bad as a 5. Damn straight. Yeah, I'll take it. I saw it go by. Someone said they're now calling it 120 miles per hour. So this thing is just getting weaker and weaker as it comes in. And it's technically not even landfall yet. So it's great news. I know, I'm sure you saw me memeing on Twitter, like, if I'm going to stare at this thing coming straight at me for 48 hours, they better still call it a Cat 4 because I want the achievement. But yeah, if it's going to go easier on our home, I'm all for it. Let's go. Just get weaker. Just keep weakening. Because I've done a Cat 3 before. Can't remember exactly if it was up to these speeds because 120 is still a pretty powerful Cat 3. What was Charlie? Hurricane Charlie. That was a Cat 4. Wait, like category at landfall is what I want to know. I think it did make landfall as a 4, but it wasn't at the strength of a 4 by the time it made it to me and my family. Damn, it hit 100. Wow, Charlie hit 150 mile per hour wind speed. That's terrifying. And it was at 150 miles per hour when it hit Fort Myers. Jesus, yeah, no wonder they got rocked. Because we were up in Venice, so it took a little bit to get to us. So I want to say it was a 3 by the time it made it to us. And that was fine. It was, it was spooky. I think that to date is still the most powerful storm I've experienced. I'm pretty sure Irma was a 2 by the time it made it to us. And that was like a little spooky, but honestly, it wasn't that bad. What was it like working with Husky for the video? Really cool. He's a madman. Highly recommend going and listening to the episode we did with him. If you're not familiar with Husky by the Geek, musician, YouTuber, does a lot of video game music, tons of Final Fantasy stuff, which is why folks that watch us are aware of him. So what about Katrina? Katrina didn't really impact Florida. Let's see. I think Katrina was a full-on Cat 5. Category at landfall. I'm fairly certain it hit land as a 5. Going to the Wikipedia. Category. It was a 5. Storm strengthened to a 5 over the warms before weakening to a 3 at its second landfall. Okay, so it was a 3, but it was just very poorly placed, which is the fear with this storm. Okay, cool. The track has updated. Still not where NOAA is showing the track, though. Interesting. And it's not dissimilar. There's a lot of talk about Tampa just because of how much the bay cuts in. So there's just like all of St. Petersburg and all of inland Tampa is at risk of crazy storm surge. And that's why it's most likely why you're hearing Katrina brought up again. Because if it was landfall when it made as a Cat 3, if it made landfall as a Cat 3 for Katrina, it was all about the location then. Because, Cat 3s have happened in Florida many, many times, and you don't always see the level of devastation that we saw in Katrina. It's because of where it hit and all of the extenuating circumstances in New Orleans. But at the same time, too, if you it depends where you look in Florida after a hurricane. If you look anywhere on the coast, you're going to see crazy damage. But if you go just a little bit inland, even just a few miles, it looks a lot less dramatic. And that is just because of that storm surge. Katrina, it's below sea level. The levees broke. You just had flooding, like truly devastating flooding. Tampa isn't a bowl, exactly. For Tampa, it's all surge concern because there's just so much water. But there's a rapid fall off of the effect of surge just because of elevation. Who are the guys on the map? This app marks storm chasers. So these are storm chasers. If you find yourself using the Radar Omega app, you can click on them, and a lot of them have
so I
broadcasting.
guess.
Oh god, that's loud. But we haven't been doing this because if you see that right there, it says not for broadcast without owner permission. So that's why we haven't been clicking on them. I don't want to be a jerk. They're out there risking their life. You know, if they don't want me showing their stuff, I'm going to respect that. I am comfortably within the safety of my block home. The R is from Ryan Hall, y'all. A very good job. I've watched Ryan Hall last night, but that's him. Oh shit, that's that rule. Okay, I'm gonna hazard a click real quick. I don't mean any disrespect. Oh, that's rad. That's awesome. People storm chase hurricanes. Absolutely. Yeah, one of my favorite things to do is if a hurricane hits Key West, I love pulling up videos from storm chasers in Key West. Because they'll just park their 4x4s in like the middle of Duval Street, which is completely flooded, and just get footage. And it's just, as someone who goes to Key West a lot, it's wild. It is absolutely wild. I love it. Thanks, Jason. I will. Worst I can remember where I live, Belgian coast is 150 kilometers / 88 miles per hour, and that was bad enough. No time travel though. I'm glad. I'm very glad. Valea, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I know Katie says hi back at you. She was in here a little bit ago. We're doing our best. We are as battened down as this house gets. I do not like boarding up. It is a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the butt to undo. So when I say we boarded up as much as we can, I hope you understand that means I'm taking it seriously. Because if it's a Cat 2, I don't bother. I think for Ian, which hit us as a Cat 2, I think we did just the one big window out front because it's by the oak tree. Everything else, I'm just like, I don't care. I'm not bothering. That I know the house can hold up to it, so I personally don't bother. I'm not saying that as a piece of advice. If you're in the future have to deal with a hurricane, prepare as best you can. What was did I see? How are Kyle's kiddos handling the first? I'm not sure. No, man. I'm assuming fine. They went ahead, and I'm just going to zoom out the map here for a second. Kyle and his family evacuated to Jacksonville because they have family up there that they can stay with. And they made it without incident. They left this morning and didn't run into any traffic. He said they made a really good time. So I would imagine to them it's probably not any different than just going and seeing Grandma and Grandpa. But I'm sure we'll hear all about it on the next Grinding Gear podcast. Not trying to promote my own stuff. Just legitimately, I'm sure we'll talk about it a lot. Matt Johnson, thanks for the super. Been watching you since you started 14. Without doxing myself, I fight with insurance companies for homeowners. So if something happens, you have someone in the community that can help. Well, damn, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm hoping against hope that we don't have any claims. But yeah, if you can't promote your own stream, when can you do it? Well, that's a good point. This is serious though, and I don't want to seem like I'm just like constantly doing the streamer thing and chilling, but I do appreciate it. And while I'm chilling, hey, you like the channel? We think we're make fairly entertaining gaming content, so why don't you hit a subscribe? Thank you. Definitely doing our best to stay safe, Elemental. Glad they evacuated. Yeah. I mean, after talking to Kyle, he was on a little bit ago. He called in for a few minutes. And just you could hear it. He was just like, yeah, we had they definitely thought it over and decided it was the right thing to do. Fell Cleave radar. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Let's take another peek. Take another peek at the old NOAA website. Let's make that bigger for a second. Can I expand there? I guess I could just zoom up and then it'll fit better. All right. So what's going on? I don't think the track has moved on NOAA. How's the cone looking? Let's compare the cones. So the edge of the cone on NOAA is, I'm using St. Petersburg as a point of reference just because I'm fairly familiar with the city. So it is just below Pinellas Park, just above Lealman. Okay, and then if I hide this and I look over here, your cone of uncertainty, it is further north. Okay. All right. And then I don't think the track has changed. I don't mean to be clicking. Go away. Stop it. Let's go back to this, go back to here, and then if we go try and zoom in on the track, again, back down into Sarasota, where I really know my way around. Yeah, no, it's still, yep, right at Point Rocks, through Gulf Gate, up through Bee Ridge. This wider road we're looking at right here is I-75, the major interstate for West Coast Florida. And then we get out more into the rural areas, but that doesn't necessarily mean low impact, because there could be a lot of potential flood zones in the rural areas of Florida. Like I know Polk County had really bad flooding. I think during Irma was. Maybe it was Ian. I tend to get those two mixed up, even though they were very far apart. But it was kind of similar for us because they were the two big storms since we moved into this home that we had to worry about. And now Milton's number 3. This is definitely the most concerning one we've had. Noah still says 2 p.m. Okay. Oh yeah, you can see that right there. Showed a loud noise. I wonder if that was my neighbor's chain link fence falling over it. It fell down during Helene, so it's already kind of loosened up. So it wouldn't take much for it to fall back over again. Oh, refresh it. Boop. Yeah, that doesn't auto-update, does it? Oh, yeah, look how much closer it is. Let's go ahead and turn off those surge warnings. Now we've got, okay. Oh, wow, yeah, that cone really, where's the track? There we go. Oh, no. Oh, we have shifted north again. Oh, that's not great for us. Oh, the reflection in the window that you're seeing is the local weather report, which is on in that room. So, yeah, you might be seeing a bit of a... Let's go to this. Oh, well, hold up. Boop. Yeah, that's the... I think that I think that's ABC 7 Action News reflecting into... reflecting into the window there. Oh, boy. Oh, you can really see the screen moving. Jeez. Definitely going to get some eyeball action. Yeah, unfortunately, it does look like that's going to be the case for us, which is less than ideal, but at least it's not going to be 130 plus miles per hour. So it's a bit of a step forward, step back. Some things have kind of improved for us. Other things are maybe not as good as they looked an hour ago. Sure, it's not a ghost. I mean, I wouldn't mind. We're expecting a direct hit now. I mean, again, there's still the cone of uncertainty, but this is about... We're so close to it at this point. It going a little bit north, it going a little bit south. It's not going to be a massive difference for us, I don't think, unfortunately. This is basically a direct hit. But it's weakened, like, significantly, 3-4 times now today? So hopefully it continues. Hopefully that trend continues. Because we've been in this house with 100+ mile per hour winds before, so we know it can take it. So the closer we can get to 2-digit speeds, the happier I'm going to be. For the uninitiated about hurricanes, how dangerous in this one? I mean, in general, the danger with hurricanes is more about the water. So, like, all hurricanes are dangerous if you're near the water because of storm surge. It's just going to violently bring the water level up, tidal wave style, over and over again, causing damage and havoc. And if you're caught in it, it can just very easily kill you. And then tornadoes are also the other really dangerous thing that's pretty much comes with like all hurricanes. This is a serious storm. This is a very serious storm. It's not particularly dangerous for me where I live in the type of home that I live. But I could be in the same neighborhood, and if I was in like a completely wood frame house, it would be a lot more dangerous because of the wind speeds. but I'm going to block home. So it's the boarding up and staying put is advised actually by our local weatherman. So, but yeah, in the grand scheme of hurricanes, I've been hit by many. This is going to be the most intense hurricane I've ever been hit by personally. So this is very serious. This is a very serious storm. And again, looking at this cone of uncertainty, if it does, like again for Tampa Bay, which just is nothing but water, like you look at this southern hanging portion of land, which is St. Petersburg, they're completely surrounded by water. They would be devastating if it direct hits in that direction. So yeah, that's kind of my assessment. But yeah, every hurricane, it's a huge difference of danger depending on where you live, the construction of the home or apartment that you live in, and your proximity to water. All of those are kind of factors that you weigh. And of what everybody in the path of the storm has been doing the last 48 hours is weighing those factors, and that's how you decide if you need to evacuate or not. So, that category 1 is scooting further west. That's a good thing to see. That's a good thing to see. I hope that's accurate. I almost said accurate. I'm forgetting how to talk. Direct critical hit. Can you put on some Yep. Oh yeah, the same weather. I haven't used this before. It's my first time using Radar Omega, and I'm enjoying it. It is all right. Missed some membership messages and supers here. Thank you for all this, everybody. Megan Magic, good to see you. Good luck, man. I'm already getting power flickers up here in Dade, arguing if I should just pack it up and go to my parents who have a generator. But they are in Wesley Chapel. Oh, yeah, you'd be driving toward the storm, which I guess you'd get there quickly. But, yeah, I would do what I do because I'm the same way. My folks have a generator. I always wait till after the storm. And then I'm like, because I can live a little bit without power. It's not that big of a deal. I wait till after the storm, and then I'm like, oh, if power's been out for a really long time, then I'll go kick it at mom and dad's. So that's what I would recommend. I would personally not drive toward a hurricane while it's still in progress. Either wind. Thanks for the 16 months. Grinding my grand company swab while watching. After you are all caught up and geared with Savage gear, what other grinds are you interested in? I definitely want to get a relic weapon, if not a couple. I think it's the Stormblood Dark Knight relic weapon I really like. We're talking Final Fantasy suddenly. We're just going to pull it into Final Fantasy town for a hot second. Yeah, I think it's the Stormblood one that I really like. Might be the Shadowbringers. I think it's Stormblood. I think I want the Stormblood one. It's very pretty. It's got like that kind of like curved, like purple blade, I think is the one I want. I always forget. I don't have them come into the memory because I haven't done any of the grinds, and I don't remember things until I go and grind them myself. That Shadowbringers? Okay, then I guess I want the Shadowbringers one. That makes sense because I was pretty sure it was that Boja was involved, so that makes sense. Yeah. There are shelters for people who can't afford to leave at least. Yes, yeah. There's a ton of public local shelters that have been opened up. I was watching the local news this morning, and they were making it very clear. They're like, we still have space. It was like a live report, so they had the newscaster outside of the shelter, and I was watching people just at that point get to the shelter. So they keep them open as long as they possibly can to accept people. All the particle board popsicle stick apartments are holding up in Pinellas. Yeah, there's a lot of unfinished construction around us. That's like what I'm like that's the fear that is creeping into the back of my mind is just thinking about like all that exposed construction material. The closest one to us, they're almost done, thank God, with a really big rec center just around the corner from us. But they still had a bunch of material outside. Yesterday morning, it was still there. I left last night to try and find some gas. I was unsuccessful. It's fine. I have enough, but I was going to top off. I came back and all of the building materials were gone. I don't know what they did with them. Clearly they came and picked them up, moved them somewhere else, but I was really happy to see that. But I know there's so many people moving to the state. They are constantly building more homes. And so I know there's a lot of unfinished construction around. Any prep survival work, food, water, meds, survival gear? If so, what? Yeah. I mean, we always have more canned goods than we need. Usually from like the last hurricane that we prepped for. So we usually most years, unless we just went on a massive soup kick because I got sick or something, we usually have at least half a week, if not a week's worth of just like canned soup and canned veggies and that kind of stuff laying around. And we usually keep our freezer is usually almost completely stocked with frozen chicken just because we buy in bulk. And even if we were to lose the power, that would keep for at least a couple of days as long as we don't open it too often. And so the first thing I would do is start eating chicken. And then we move on to the canned foods. So we have more than a week's worth of food if we really needed it. And it's very unlikely it would come to that. Like usually even after basically a direct hit, usually grocery stores are open within 48 hours getting supplies. And we could also, that's why I have a full tank of gas. We could also relocate. We could drive to other parts of the state if it was really that dire. But at the moment we have more than 7 days worth of food in the home between canned food, dry food, like my favorite at-home junk food, which is ramen. I think we have almost a week's worth of just ramen. Yeah. So all of that. We have a basic first aid kit that I honestly probably should have checked. Some of the stuff might be, well, it's just like gauze and Band-Aids and stuff. Haven't opened it in forever. And then the other protective prep, like I've mentioned multiple times today, the whole house, as much as is possible, is boarded up. There's a couple exposed windows, but they're in parts of the house that we can completely seal off from if we need to. So, hopefully that answers your question. And then earlier we were talking about that Katie and I also have a go bag in case. It's very unlikely, but if they're like a tree fell on the house and pierced the roof and it's like, oh, we got to go in the middle of the storm and run to the neighbors next door. We've got a waterproof duffel bag full of clothes and other power cells or power banks and that kind of stuff, just so we can stay charged and get out the door. So we're not like super preppers, but we always make sure we have enough food. So even coworkers are watching this with me like it's a weather channel. Thanks. Hi, Pothy's coworkers. I saw someone go, maybe you should have moved to New Mexico. Thought has occurred to me. I do like it out there. And they seem to have a minimal amount of natural disasters. But I don't know. I'm pretty used to hurricanes. It's not my first rodeo. I think we'll be okay. I can't say the same for everyone. Again, the closer to water you get, the damage is going to be very severe. And if you have a wood frame house, there's a much higher risk. But I mean, I don't know. I say that, and this is just anecdotal. Don't take any of this as fact. But there's wood frame houses around here, and I've seen them get hit by multiple hurricanes now, and they have been okay. The most common thing I see around here and the neighboring cities, even after direct hurricane hits, is roof repair. Not like entire roof's gone, just you lost enough shingles that it's time to re-roof. So that's the most common thing I see. There's a coping stream? Awesome. A little bit, yeah, definitely. Break into the thriving chemistry industry. Oh my God. It's like Florida can never live down the Florida man jokes. And it's like New Mexico cannot escape the Breaking Bad jokes. New Mexico is a beautiful state. I love it out there. Oh, and fires. Yeah. I know wildfires are a pretty serious thing in New Mexico and other desert states. Either win. Thanks for the 16 months. Oh, wait, no, I read that one. Shoot. Never mind. Sorry. Hey, Creek Yuri. Critigree. Good to see you. Certainly prepped and being careful, but I feel like my 14 static members are panicking much more than I am. I can't tell if I'm numb to hurricanes or if I'm just used to it. It's probably a little bit of A, B, and maybe even C. I was saying much earlier in the stream, Mega, that this is the most I have ever heard from my friends and family that are out of the state of Florida. Like, almost everyone I know has sent me a text being like, "Hey, you okay?" No one's been hyper aggressive, thank God. I've had a couple friends with their out of state friends and family have kind of gotten kind of mean with them and very judgmental, like, "You're being dumb. Why haven't you left?" And it's just like, because I'm not near storm surge and my home is rated for this. But luckily, yeah, no, all my friends and family have been very, very kind, and it's been sweet to hear from them. A couple friends I haven't talked to in a while, I've heard from. Wife's family lives in Bradenton. My dad called me to find out if they're doing all right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that's where I am. I'm hanging out in Bradenton right now. Had Francine hit us on 9/11, and while we never lost power, which was a first, and internet, we couldn't flush. Yeah, I heard a nearby county shut off sewer. I have not received any such alert about Manatee County, which is where I live. And I'm hoping it stays that way, because I would really like to not have to worry about remembering to not flush my toilet. That would be a bad time if they shut the sewers off. That's rough. And this is the first home I've ever had that was on city. I'm used to having like septic. So yeah, it's a bit spooky. I know what should be worse: no power and no running water. I think it would depend on the amount of time. I think over a longer period of time, I'd rather have running water. If I'm talking like 2 days, I think I'd rather do no water. More than 2 days, I think I'd rather do no power. Like I can go a day without showering and feel fine. The second I hit that third day without a shower, I just feel like the grossest human being alive. Fill our bathtubs with water before storms. Yep, that's exactly what I did, Slippery Salad. That is exactly what I did. Although if they shut off sewer, that's still a problem, and you shouldn't be flushing. If you do it enough times, it will eventually just back up because it's not going anywhere. But if they just shut off the water, yes, that's absolutely. Our bathtub's full of water. Earlier in the stream, I did a little walk through the house, and that's what was going on. Can only go 2 days for. Really hate not being clean. Yeah, same crash. Yeah, and especially during stuff like this, because then, when this is all over tomorrow, I'm gonna probably spend the whole day outside cleaning up. I'm gonna be disgusting. So, ooh, I can hear it. I can hear what's going on. Let's go to my own personal storm cam, complete with a slight television reflection. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look that bad. Then you go here. I look at this, and knowing I'm like completely in this shit, I feel like it should be a little more dramatic outside. But it'll get there. It's just gonna keep. Like, look at this. Like I'm here-ish. I'm in this general area. So you'd think I'd just be getting absolutely reamed right now, but still needs to get closer before we start really getting those hurricane winds. So, yeah. Will the sun go down first? It's set up. It sets early up north now. Yeah, I mean, originally, this thing keeps kind of speeding up. Originally, they thought it wasn't going to make landfall until 2 a.m., and it keeps getting earlier. So, who knows? But I would imagine we're still going to deal with the worst of it when it's dark out. I swear you're in a window bubble. I'm in gale force as I write. Really? Jeez. Yeah, we must be in a strange pocket where we're just not getting plastered with the freaking wind yet. Yeah, right now you have a break in the bands until the next set hits. That's probably when the wind will kick up. I'm consistently hearing it now. I don't know if that's coming up, if it's coming in over the mic, but I've heard maybe 4 or 5 gusts so far all day, and now I think I'm more hearing the wind, the rain, get pushed onto the board from the wind than I am actually hearing the wind. But this is the most consistently I've heard it. Nice pool time. Oh, thank you. I'm a fan. I like gray. There's too much like taupe and sand colors around Florida. Hopefully they stay nice. We're crossing our fingers. The power of GG is moving the wind around. It'd be nice if that's how things worked. Considering high tide is at like 2 a.m. I hear the earlier the storm hits is the better, probably. That makes sense. Maybe hear the wind on a different mic. I don't really have like a room mic set up because this room is set up for like to try and minimize echo and room noise as much as possible. So I don't have anything in here I don't have a crappy mic in here, which would help. That would be better as a room mic, but how large is your pool? I don't know. It's pretty modest sized. Like you're not gonna practice for Olympic swimming in it. I forget the actual gallon rating. We were just happy to be able to have one. So yeah, I don't know. Sorry. I don't know how big my pool is. I know it's pretty modest by Florida standards. How deep is it? I think it's only about 6 feet. It'll go above my eyes in the deep end, but not my whole head won't be submerged if I stand on the bottom. And I'm about 6'1". So stick your microphone out the front door. Do not actually do this. If I'm still awake when this thing starts to wind down, maybe I'll do that, but definitely not before it's about to wind up. Because the first gust could knock you on your ass if you're not expecting it. So interview the storm itself. Don't. Yeah. Let's get a bunch of terrible hurricane advice going in stream. How does that sound? What's the worst hurricane advice that you've got for us? I think the worst hurricane advice I could come up with is go swimming in the Gulf. That's the worst one I got. Interview Garuda. All right, let's hit Noah with it's only 5:30, so they probably don't have a new update. Yeah, it's still 5 o'clock. Still 5 o'clock over on Noah. I'm zooming in over here on Noah. It's fun. I've never really scrutinized it this much, but now I see why we don't get our home insurance is not cheap by any means, but we get a bit of a break on flood because we have no flood zone rating. And now that I'm looking at the storm surge, again, without getting too specific, we are perfectly nestled in between all this pink. We're very fortunate in that way. I'm really starting to understand like the slight changes in elevation and the proximity to river systems around me. That is just something I've never paid attention to before. Punching the winds is all I got. Ugh, hell yeah, Vivian, you play that monk. Barbecue in the front yard with no wind guards. That's definitely some bad hurricane advice. Going surfing, yeah. It is very popular to do because surfing on the West Coast kind of sucks. You're nestled in the Gulf of Mexico. You don't get a lot of natural waves. But like a day or two before a hurricane, the surf is pretty great. And so you do see a lot of people out there surfing the day before a hurricane. And as long as you're back home and indoors, by the end of the day, I mean, there's really not a whole lot that could happen unless there's a rip current advisory, which is another thing you always got to watch out for. But we have rip current advisories on just like random days of the week. So without even a major storm. But it is very, very common to see that in Florida is folks, at least on Gulf Coast. Surfing's pretty decent over on the East Coast Florida because you're Atlantic, you get proper swells and all that. But on Gulf Coast Florida, you almost never see people surfing unless it's right before a hurricane. Getting your Cessna net for Ivana. If only I had one. Night and safe tidings. Thanks, Nerho. Appreciate it. I can't believe they named it Milton. Yeah, Katie and I have been absolutely ripping on the name of this storm all week. No offense if your name is actually Milton. I think they should have went with Millhouse personally. Getting tagged in the Discord. You want terrible advice? Grab a flag, take your shirt off, and go. This is in the Grinding Gear Discord right now. It has been very much requested. I would probably wait for a tropical storm, something a little less life-threatening to attempt to recreate that famous GIF with. So, I'm having other pings, but I have missed them and I can't find where they ended up. I have a missed ping in the art Discord and I can't find it. Sorry if I missed something important or adorable. Fantastic time to install a lightning rod. Yeah, that definitely goes in the camp of a bad hurricane advice. So we're in the yellow now, so we should be the wind should be kind of beating us up now. Vivian Supers. If your name is Milton, I love you, but you're the reason I drink. Ooh. Yep, there it is. There, that was the first real gust, and it's just going to get worse than that. Ooh, that sounded spooky. Girls, it's okay. Anyone want to come in here? They're barking at the storm. Oh, my word. Ugh. I'm actually happy to hear Wicked barking. That means like Zelda's distracting her. I'd rather Wicked be barking than be scared. Yeah, Zelda never really seems to be bothered by this sort of stuff. You know, I'll go and I'll pick her up. I'll like hold Wicked and I can usually kind of feel her kind of shaking a little bit. Zelda don't care. Never has. Just kind of weathers the storm, for lack of a better word. Jeremy, that is very generous. Thank you. We're definitely staying safe. And appreciate that that preemptive there. Thank you very much. Look at the trees starting to flex a little bit. Let's go back and take a look. Oh yeah, those are like those big. They're just straight up vertical. They almost look like pines. They're not. But yeah, they're straight up. I really wish those neighbors would cut them down. Because every hurricane, I'm just worried about those ending up in our pool. They're really tall now. Yeah. Screw it. I'm going to talk smack about those neighbors for a second. Those neighbors are useless. They clearly evacuated. All of their outdoor furniture is just chilling in their backyard. Everything's outside. They did nothing. So if I find any patio furniture through a window of mine or through a screen, they're going to hear from me. They're the worst. They're the absolute worst. They also have a floodlight that aims directly at our bedroom window, and they keep it on 24/7. We do not like those neighbors. They're the worst. Is their pool open? They don't have one. But yeah, backdoor neighbors are cool. They got chickens. I wish the roosters would shut up, but they're nice people. They've helped me mend the fence before, and if you help me mend a fence, you're good in my book. But those diagonal neighbors are the worst. Oh, I'm getting a check-in from my buddy who is a doctor up at Tampa General. I don't know if he's on call today. He's asking how it is. It is starting to pick up. Starting to pick up. Not too bad yet. Bad. How about you? Are you at TGH? I'm actually curious. I don't know if he has to work today or not. I know one of the hurricanes He was at the hospital the entire time. So basically, not on lockdown, but he was like on lock-in because they need doctors on staff. So this is a good friend of mine. I'm not going to mention him by name because I don't know if he wants to be outed, but we've known each other since preschool. And like he's one of those friends. You have a friend who like does exactly what you expected them to do. He was like the super smart kid. Never, seemed like he never had to study hard for a test or anything like that. You're just like, this dude's gonna be a doctor. It's exactly what he ended up doing. So yeah, I'm curious if he's actually having to work at TGH or not, or if he's home. He's now a recent 2 times dad. They just had their second kid. Lovely family. Just love them to death. I'm curious if he's having to work, which wouldn't be the first time. Now that I think about it, too, I think their first kid was born during a hurricane. So I'm fascinated by my own damn backyard right now because it's starting to sound violent outside. Can you say what kind of doctor? I would go vague enough by saying he works in therapy. But I won't get any more specific than that. Or psychology, I always forget. I believe he works in psychology. But I won't get any more specific than that. Lunar, thanks for the super. I remember here in Texas, a hurricane slammed Houston, still got a ton of wind and rain in Central. Advice was to stay inside because debris. What did I see? People tubing in the drainage ditches. Oh, yeah. I've been in Key West multiple times for flash floods. Nothing like horribly destructive or anything, but about a foot of water, like standing water above street level. So like if you go walk on the street, then you're in about a foot of water. Every time that has happened, there have been people going down the street on rafts and inner tubes. Every single time without fail. It's just the thing people do. My childhood friends don't even use social media. It creeps me out. That's interesting. Yeah, the people I see on like social media that I know personally, it's like people I didn't really keep up with. My close friends that I actually would want to, stay in touch with. I stay in touch with them. We still talk fairly regularly. I have a close knit group of friends that I have known since grade school, and we're all still fairly good about staying in touch. Camilla, thank you for the super. Are you and your family safe? As a Brazilian, I never had to survive something like a hurricane. I have no idea what even to do in your place, so I hope you're safe. We've been listening to pretty scary things about Milton. Yeah, we are as safe as you can be while being in the direct path of this thing. We've talked a lot about that today over the stream, so I'll repeat myself like a little bit, but without getting too specific. We're in a block construction home, and by what I mean by that, I mean cinder block. So it's very structurally sound, and the roof has been redone in the last decade, and it's supposed to be rated for Category 5 or worse hurricane. So really, the best thing to do, because we're not in an evacuation zone, is to board our home up and stay put, and that's exactly what we're doing. But appreciate it, and shout out to you in Brazil. Thanks for watching from that far away. Azaline, hoping for y'all's safety from one Florida resident to another. Other storm babies are a thing due to the pressure drop affecting the natal environment. Wait, what? Is that a thing? I was unaware of this. Affecting the natal environment? Really? I just thought it was because of boredom. Huh. Go figure. All right, we've got updates from my doctor friend. Doesn't have to work today, thank God. Same. Hope it stays that way. I'm streaming currently on YouTube. He's going to find that amusing. And then I'm going to take, you're going to hear one side of a phone call because my brother just called. Hey, dude, I'm streaming. What's up? So far so good. It is just starting to pick up here. The wind's getting kind of scary sounding. But I've been keeping an eye out the back window, and so far so good. No, it's all good. As a matter of fact, Chad is saying hi, Garrett's brother, right now. So, yeah, don't worry. He says hi, stream. So okay, everything good down in Venice? Okay, yeah, same here. It's wind and rain. Actually, taking a look at the radar. Yeah, so you might not get the worst of the wind. It depends. If it goes a little more north, you might. Yeah. All right, dude. Love you. Have a good one. All right, they're all good. He was just checking in. I don't think he he was tickled pink that y'all were saying hi. Um, all right, so yeah, starting to hear the wind. Doesn't look that bad. You can see the trees moving. Oh, I don't want it to happen, but wouldn't it just be wild to see a tree come down? I don't want that to happen, but there's many directions it could go and it wouldn't really affect much. But there's also multiple directions it could go and it would really suck for some people. So, yeah, knock on wood, very, very much knocking on all the wood I possibly can. Rihala Super, watching with my mom from California. She's a 14 player, and I'm introducing you guys to her. She keeps hearing me daily. My guys are streaming again. Well, what a stream to tune into, where no 14 will be taking place today. Just hurricane reactions. It's an experience. Oh, crit agree. Yes, thank you. Thank you for asking if my brother has heard of the critically acclaimed MMO. I can assure you he has, because he's related to me. Vivian, got to get back to work, but y'all make me glad we don't have an earthquake season. They're more just fun little surprises. Well, good luck at work. Have a good time, Vivian. Thanks for hanging. So cool to hear parents playing 14 with their kids. We've got multiple parent-child parties in and around the grinding gear community, and I do think that's really cool. Yeah, because once we moved past the NES, my dad was like, "These controllers are getting too complicated. I'm out." So I didn't have a very long section of my childhood playing games with my dad. So once the Genesis came into the home, he retired his game playing career. Your dad topped out at Diablo 2? Well, that's still cool. That'd be a good game to play with parents. Yeah, depending on your age and, violence and appropriateness and all that kind of stuff. But the co-op nature of it, that's a good family game. Jeez, it's starting to sound nutty outside. Oh yeah. Look at those gusts. I'm happy about the angle of the wind so far though, because it's where I gotta orient myself. So east. All right, let's see if that tracks. I guess because it's coming around. So it's hooking around because of that counterclockwise nature. So that's actually, that's kind of the direct. I want it to come from the east or the west because that's all the homes are arranged on our street, east to west. So we're all kind of buffering each other. What I don't want is a big gust from the south, which looks like at some point we will get that, but hopefully it'll be short-lived. Because the southern portion of our home is like the most exposed. Although for the tree, that would be the direction I would want it to fall if it did, God forbid, if it did have to fall. Falling north would be the best because then it would just land in the road and it wouldn't damage anything. Dark Knight, Super. I could never in my life imagine what dealing with a hurricane is like. The worst I have to deal with is wind blowback from forest fires. It's all about where you grow up. We've been talking about that a lot today. Because like the idea of a forest fire freaks me the hell out. But But to me, a hurricane is, granted, this one concerns me. I'm really happy that it's down to a 3 now. 'Cause I've been through at least one, maybe a second, third category 3. I can never remember what they are by the time they make it to me, because as it moves over the land, it starts to calm down a little bit. But I know I've been through at least one category 3 hurricane. So it's like, I know it's kind of scary, but I know I can get through it, and I know our house can take it. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's my bro's account. Huge Sonic fan. You're learning more lore about me and my fam. Yep. No, my brother is a massive Sonic the Hedgehog fan. So yes, I can confirm that is my brother. That is not someone clowning around. But higher NCAT 1, those are bad enough. Yeah, I mean, every hurricane is no laughing matter for sure. But if you're not near water and your home is rated, usually you just kind of hunker down. That's what a lot of us do. This whole street, obviously our diagonal backyard neighbors that we don't particularly care for, they got out of Dodge. But everyone on our main street here, they're all here. Boards are up. We were all sharing tools. I had to borrow a couple concrete bolts from my neighbor because I've reused mine enough times now. They're starting to get stripped out. So, and then we went together, our one neighbor and us, we went together to go get a couple extra plywood boards because it was just a little bit short. You're related to Robotnik. Why didn't you tell us? You never asked. Ashley, thanks for the super. My 10-year-old loves running around in 14, and I can't wait till she can play with her dad and I. 14 will be the only way I can be a cool mom to her. That's awesome. Man, that's wholesome as heck. 10 years old, yeah, this is getting to be prime gaming age. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this blowing over and getting back to my just thinking about gaming ways. But yeah, this is just welcome to the unfiltered view into my brain, because the only thing that is consuming thoughts right now is this storm. God, I keep wanting to be like, thank God the fence is still up. It's gonna get so much worse as the night progresses. So I'll be very surprised if that fence is still up tomorrow. How's Katie? Katie's doing great. She's good. Nothing really new on that front. She's keeping an eye on the local news out on the TV. Oh, are we good? I just heard my UPC kick in, which means we had some sort of little power surge. We all good out there? Yeah, Wicket, you want to come say hi? It's okay. We might be having a dog visit. Oh, hi. So this is Wicket. She's the one who's afraid of storms.
She's very afraid. She was afraid of the storm this morning, and it was just a regular thunderstorm.
Yeah. We woke up to a storm this morning. We're like, oh, did it speed up? And we kicked on the weather, and they're like, no, this is not the hurricane. This is just a random storm. You're not shaking. I'm proud of you. Oh, you're being so brave. Oh, thank you for the kisses. Yeah.
Oh, girls, you know what time it might be?
Big. What's that? Oh, it might be dinner time. Do you want dinner?
Do you want dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, they can't see your tail going.
Oh, yeah, her tail's taken off. All right.
Okay.
All right, she wants to go.
All right, let's do dinner. Come on, girls. Let's do dinner. We're going to do it in the kitchen.
Oh, my goodness. That's adorable. Yeah, she's stoked for dinner. She's absolutely stoked for dinner. Lunar Lucario, thank you. That's very generous. Praying that in spite of the nasty storm, you all stay safe as you can. We should be okay, and we're really counting our blessings here that it's gone down to a 3 before landfall. Originally, it was like barely going down into a 3, but last report we checked, it was looking like a max of 120, so that was a drop of more than 10 miles per hour on the maximum wind speed, which does make a difference. I am really happy to hear about that. It's actually usually higher than the cat house for storms too. He's usually fine. He is hiding. We have a plush doghouse that's usually out back where the girls hang out. We brought it into the living room, and he has been hanging out in that. I think it's more just because he likes it. He's anytime Wicket's not in that, like it's kind of a soft plush doghouse, he goes and steals it. I don't think it's because he's afraid. So, Dad said it'll get better. Yeah. I am aware. It's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better. Jesus, good to see you. Thanks for the super. This is the new Skywatcher app in 7.1. Stay safe, guys. Yeah. It was a weird ask, but I decided to say yes, and become the new bringer of weather. Oh, I just heard something. Did we lose anything out back? No, nothing visual anyway. Something just hit the roof. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled radar programming. Nerlin, thanks for the super. Good luck, stay safe. Thank you. Gotta head to work now. Thanks for the React stream. I hope you're still on when I get back. Also, hi, Pupper. Very likely I will bring the stream down at some point to make dinner, and then we might pop back on and if we still have power. So probably we'll go for a bit longer here, and then I'll probably bring the stream down for a dinner break. Also, YouTube streams get weird if it goes past, I believe it's the 9-hour mark, and we're at 5 hours, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to also just take a break in the stream. What time do you think it will hit you? That's a great question. It keeps changing, which is why I don't have an immediate answer for you. Let's see if we can bring up NOAA, because they've been a lot easier to check potential landfall times. Let's see here. Hurricane Milton. We want arrival. Well, that's arrival time of winds. I want landfall. Does anyone have a resource they like for landfall estimations? What kind of weird? Very ambiguous unicorn showing up weird? Maybe. You never know. Longest stream I've ever seen on YouTube is a month ago. A Japanese TV channel that streams Mount Fuji all day, every day, that lasted a full month. Oh, geez. I know you can keep doing it, but it really screws up like the VOD and archiving the chat, and it causes all kinds of issues for the stream after the fact, which I guess makes sense if you're just restreaming some other sort of show. You probably wouldn't care too much about all that. Number one underrated piece of gaming setup is that UPS backup. Gamers got to protect the system. Absolutely, Drifting Nitro. You're absolutely correct. Got to have it. Got to freaking have it. Jose, hey, good to hear from you. Track has it coming right over my house in Winter Haven. Bring on the hurricane snacks and drinks. Oh, dude. I'm with you. All right. I'm just gonna do the Google thing. Hurricane Milton landfall time. That's 3 hours ago. That's 48 minutes ago. Live updates. Landfall. Yeah, they don't have the time. False advertising, Washington Post. How dare you? We're going to move this back. Keep a better eye on this. Simple math. Center is 60 miles southwest of Sarasota, moving northeast at 17 miles per hour. So 3.5 hours. Jeez, so we... God. It feels like it is really sped up today, but when you put it in those terms, it makes it feel like a snail's pace. I like that one of the top headlines on Google right now, though, is Hurricane Milton dips to Category 3 as it heads for Florida. It's like, oh, thank God. We've been through those before, though never from this angle. It's still going to be really bad for the beach and anyone on a golf. Hoo-wee. This is going up to 5:49, so that's about 10 minutes ago. Should be refreshing soon. Checking on my friends that have a place near Sarasota Bay. They're not there. They've evacuated. Thank God. Yeah, Yeah, it's looking like really it doesn't matter where it ends up. We're going to get the full force of this. Oh, I'm hearing more wind. We're just going to do this a lot. Oh, yeah, look at that screen. You can see the wind in the deformation of the screen up top. It just stopped. I'm just waiting inevitably to come back here and just seeing a bunch of screen just flapping in the breeze. Hope you and Cletus are okay in Bradenton. I watched Cletus's video last night. Katie and I watched it together. They take hurricane prep really seriously over there. It seems like they seem like they're doing a good job battening down the hatches. I feel for them too. They've done such a good. If anyone's unfamiliar, there's a YouTuber that goes by the name of Cletus McFarland. Does a lot of racing content. A few years back, he purchased our local oval track. It's historic, dates back to the 70s. It's where a lot of grassroots racing has taken place in Bradenton, Florida, for longer than I've been alive. And it had fallen on hard times, sat abandoned for a while. He purchased it. And I think what he's done with the place is absolutely great. Really done a good job renovating it and bringing a lot of really solid racing events back to Bradenton. And also just bringing new types of racing events to Bradenton that we never had before. I feel for him because they've done so much work making that place nice. And I think it was, was it Helene? No, it was that damn tropical storm that at the last minute hit hurricane status. It was Debbie. Destroyed the driveway into, it's not even, calling it a driveway is disingenuous. It's a road. It's like basically a paved access road to get back to the Freedom Factory, which is now the name of what used to be DeSoto Speedway here in Bradenton, Florida. And it completely washed it out. Like the asphalt was gone. And they got that all fixed up. And now here's Milton, which will probably do the exact same thing and in all likelihood do it worse. There'll probably be even more erosion over there because it is a bit of a flood zone. Although last I checked, I've watched every video that dude has put out about the renovation of the track because my cousin, who we looked at a tweet at earlier, he did a lot of the announcing through the 2010s out at when it was still DeSoto Speedway. He was the voice of that racetrack, and his dad worked on a race team that raced out there way back in the day, and so he grew up going out there. So it a lot of ties with like extraneous ties through my family to that racetrack. So he was really stoked when it was reopening, and now he does a lot of work for Cletus, doing voice work out there, calling races and such. So I've watched every video Cletus has put up about renovating that place because I love that track and I just find it fascinating. And they have done a lot of work on the irrigation out there. Usually they get a little bit of standing water in the midfield. But it seems like they did a good job. So I'm hopeful for it. I'm hoping the damage is just to the access road like last time, and that the rest of the facility is fine. So we'll see when this is all over with. They're even more inland than we are, so hopefully this will have a chance to power down a little bit more before it makes it out to the racetrack. There's a really good drag strip next door as well. It's not part of the same facility, but it's literally right next door. So we go out there a decent amount, watch races and stuff. We were supposed to be there this Saturday, as a matter of fact. They were going to have they call it the Danger Ranger series, where everyone has to show up in an old Ford Ranger and they run the oval. And it is a hoot. But that got canceled. That is not going down this weekend, unfortunately. But probably the right call. Starts with the icons are storm chasers. Yes, that is in fact, that is the case. Looks like tornado warnings, not nearly as many. That's what these red borders are. If you see this red border here, overlapping red borders here, you don't like to see that. Oh no, Jupiter. Oh, that's a shame. I have friends in Jupiter. I hope they're okay. I went to Jupiter last year for a Taking Back Sunday concert. We had a great time. Oh, that wind is really whipping. Anything going on over there? Can't really see. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Yeah, if you look at the very top of the screen, you can see it kind of ripple. The first time we saw that, we were like, oh no, we're going to lose our screen. And multiple hurricanes now. It is held up, so I'm hoping this will be the true test, because this is, God, look at the trees. Jeez, yeah, it's going nuts out there. Don't think the screen will survive it, unfortunately. Probably not. If that's but I'm going to count that as a win if that's the worst that we experience. I'm fully expecting my fences to be gone. I'm going to get real handy the next 48 hours. There's a lot of shit's going to break. Is it a bug screen? Yeah, more or less. It's to keep the bugs out. Also, it keeps your pool a lot cleaner because you don't get leaves and debris falling into the pool. Sage, thanks for the 25 months. We're further north, so won't be getting it nearly as bad, but I do live in a 100-plus-year-old house, so those gusts can be pretty spooky. Jeez. I bet. Yeah, it's got to creak like crazy. I've been in one century-old home in my life, but that was in Iowa. They don't really get hurricanes out in Iowa. I had a family member that lived out there for some time and had a farm, and it was like one of those historic century-old farm type things. And that was one creaky house. But I'm glad you're more out of the path, especially if you've got an older home. Can we notice kind of wild? You have 1.3 thousand viewers for this kind of. It's nuts. Yeah, I mean, I figured some of you would find it mildly interesting. But yeah, it's pretty wild. So yeah, thanks for being here. I wasn't expecting this to be like one of the bigger streams this month. But here we find ourselves. It's weird emotions because obviously I'm still worried because I'm still very much in the path of this hurricane. But also I'm like, it's very cool because I like content creation and I like storms and I love my home state of Florida, warts and all. It's not perfect. A few states are, but I do like where I live here, and I like talking about living here and growing up here and what it's like. So this is also very cool. So there's a weird mix of like my content creator nerd itch is getting scratched, while also this is not staged. I am in Bradenton. This storm is barreling down on me. So it's a whirlwind of emotions, if you'll pardon the turn of phrase. So yeah, power line or something on the ground in Reed Stream. Oh, well, that does tend to happen. Luckily, most of our power around these parts is underground. It's not super common in Florida. We're very fortunate with the neighborhood that we live in. I appreciate you here. Can't commit to doing anything with the power being iffy, so hanging with you while watching the radar is a nice combo. Yeah, I mean, like the content creator in me is like the best way for the stream to end would be the power going out. In reality, it'd be very nice if that didn't happen. While it would be a wonderfully dramatic way for the stream to end, it would it'd be nice if that didn't happen. I would definitely prefer being like, all right, folks, I think I've streamed long enough. I'm just going to go try and relax and have a snack. But yeah, your hurricane stream is my second monitor content tonight while delving in WoW. Stay safe out here in Florida. Thanks, Dirty Dongles. Good luck in your delves. Spent, thanks for the super. This is a little late because I'm working, but Zelda be barking. Cut my treat into pieces. This is my loudest bork. Credit to Brian Kibler for the joke. Oh my God. How did I miss this Brian Kibler joke? Don't tell Kibler, but I more follow him for dog updates these days than for card content. Although I do like Commander at Home. I'm way behind on it. I watched the early days when they had like Post Malone on and the first appearance of Brode. I think it's an amazing show. I'm not super into Commander. I could be convinced. I'm kind of getting the itch to dive back in. I miss Kibler. Got to interact with him every once in a while back when I was doing Hearthstone content. He's a really nice dude, like Kibler. And Katie loves following his dog escapades as well as a fellow small dog father. Blood Knight, thanks for the super. You make storm watching more entertaining for those of us that have to watch it as well in Florida. Thanks. Literally never thought we'd be here. We're starting to lose light outside. It's getting notably darker. So I do have that camera set to automatic ISO, which is why it's getting, on top of the fact that we're just fighting moisture on that window this whole time, which is why it's looked like there's been Vaseline on the lens. There isn't. It's the actual window that the camera is pointed through is just fighting moisture the whole time. The ISO is automatically updating, so it's just going to get grainier and grainier as it attempts to show you what's happening outside. So at a certain point, this will probably just be pointless. We won't be able to see anything outside. And I have already preemptively turned off the breakers to the pool so I can't keep the pool light going, which is a shame because it would be cool as a visual, but I don't want to risk any electrical damage. So, ooh, that was a big gust. I think what that was the first flexing of the boards on the outside. Huh. The dogs are barking because they think someone's trying to intrude. It's starting to pick up. Yeah, starting to look angry. Yes, it is in fact. Yeah, we have a lot of consistent movement. I do not like the direction those trees are leaning. That's not great. It's not the first hurricane they've survived though, so hopefully the trend will continue. The intruder's name is Milton. As someone from the UK, this is fascinating. The most we get is someone's chimney falling over. I mean, that would be terrifying. These things are made of bricks. YouTube autoplay was nothing but Commander at Home videos yesterday. Nice, man. Hell yeah. Commander game night sounds good. Yeah, Kyle and I should rip that at some point. Where are you on the map? All right, I'm not going to... folks who have been watching all day have heard me say this many times. I'm not going to dox myself, but we do live in the city of Bradenton, which you can't really see. It's kind of hard to make out right here, but here's the name Bradenton. But this whole section here is Bradenton. And it might look a little spooky because this is all Gulf of Mexico. But singular miles make a huge difference when it comes to storm surge. And we are nestled kind of perfectly in between the river to the north, the Gulf to the west, and there's also a river to the east. And we're kind of perfectly nestled in between all of that on it's going to sound hilarious, but on the highest piece of elevation. We have one of the highest elevated we're in one of the highest elevated neighborhoods in this area. It's not a whole lot, but when your state is basically at sea level, every foot makes a huge difference. So 5 feet. Not quite. Add times that by like 4. Yeah. They have a curb. Yeah. Yeah, we are not in our when you buy a home in Florida, there's like flood zone ratings. And our neighborhood is high enough that it doesn't even have a rating. So that's why. Green little people pins, these are storm chasers that are out on the map. So you can see, a lot of them are starting to converge. Basically in my backyard. Some of them are over the river in Ellington, it looks like. We go up here a decent amount because there's this is so domestic and boring. There's a lovely outlet mall called the Ellington Outlets here, which is the only reason we really ever visit this area. And actually there's a bunch of like kind of touristy restaurants along the riverside here. They are, I'm sure, very much evacuated because this is a serious storm surge concern in and around this bay where it turns into the river. Do you like an ambient backlight for your TV? It's probably becoming more and more apparent. Yes. Yeah, we do have an ambient backlight. How can you tell? How can you tell? I'm going to actually go... I might kill that because it'll help us see out the window a little bit better. You love an outlet mall? Hell yeah, Aaron. I'm a sucker for a good day out at the mall. It's all right. Oop, seeing more. Yeah, you can. It's like, now I want the screen to hold up just because it's such a good visual for the wind. But I'm sure we're going to lose some panels. Ooh, that was a good ripple. Probably not as harrowing for you all. I'm more invested because it's my screen. But yeah. Sarasota PD recalled their cars. That means we're past 45 miles per hour. It's sustained tropical storm force winds is when they recall emergency vehicles. And that's really the spookiest part of all this. If you have a major emergency response cannot get to you because there is a wind speed with which they will just not go out. So that means we're at proper hunker down time. When the emergency services won't come out, that's when you do not even want to think about it. Unless, of course, you're a storm chaser. But I'm assuming most of these folks are professional. I do have to say, at some point in my life, I would love to do some proper storm chasing. I find it horribly fascinating. And I don't know what kind of prep, what kind of studying up, how prepared you can be for it. I would love to do it. I would love to be out in my 4Runner seeing this thing just through the windshield. I think that would be so cool. Is DoorDash running now? Jeez, I hope not. You must really want the tips. Which I would certainly hope if you make someone deliver in a storm, you would tip well. You need to watch the movie Twister 10 times. Well, I've seen it more than that, so I guess I'm good. We're going to go get in the 4Runner. What do you say, everybody? We're not doing that. That is absolutely a joke. I want to be very clear. Very much a joke. I like the Twisters movie. I did. I thought it was a really good sequel. I was surprised. I love the original Twister. I'm a huge fan of that movie. Surprised. Growing up with hurricanes, you start to get into storms. Yeah. I watched Twister. God, I've probably seen Twister 1 more than 20 times. Easy. Yeah, I thought it was sweet. What's the link to the satellite view? Got the family in Florida, which would love to see this. This is an app. This is an application called Radar Omega. There's a mobile app, which I believe they have a free version, but if you want desktop, you have to subscribe. They have 3 tiers of subscription. It's not a ton of money, so if you really like it, again, not sponsored or anything. This is just what I'm using right now, and I've been happy with it. I went for their middle tier. I think it was $9 for 1 month of it. And I think it's a really impressive tool. And for my purposes, I can install a desktop client, which means I can get it loaded up into OBS. So, because otherwise we would just be hitting F5 on NOAA probably all day, and that would just get a little exhausting. All right, just checking on some other tabs. Not really looking like anything. What's the 3D look like now? Oh, yeah, let's do that. 3D, let's turn it on. 3D means I can do this. Oh, God, yeah, that is a monster. Look at this. It is completely across the state now. Now, out here isn't hurricane force, but God, what a freaking monster. View from the Gulf coming in. Jeez. Yeah, the 3D is really trippy. I think it's of questionable usefulness. It's mildly entertaining, but Milton from Office Space would appreciate that. I think the 2D is a lot easier to read, personally. It's just how I'm used to looking at a map. But it is a cool little piece of kit. So, if those white things were waves, the world is, well, yeah. Yes. Hex Maniac Artemis, question from North Carolina. When you live in an area that does not need to evacuate, do they suggest you stay home to save space for people who need it. They don't really harp on that. I don't know exactly how many public shelters we have. My understanding is we have a surprising amount. So I've never personally heard like a storm team or a meteorologist or anyone working like the news desk suggesting stay home to make room for folks that need the shelter. A lot of the messaging that you get from local news out of Florida when it comes from a hurricane, because we've been talking about this a lot today. The 24-hour news networks, they tend to sensationalize a lot more than they do locally. They're really calm about it, and the messaging is always about kind of your personal comfort level. They talk a lot about like they're very clear. It's super cut and dry. Have you been ordered to evacuate? Do it. You should do it. There's a reason they call it mandatory evacuation. That's super cut and dry. But if you're in an area that is not a mandatory evacuation, which that's the case that Katie and I find ourselves in, where you go a few miles in either direction, there's mandatory evacuations. But again, we're enough inland and all that kind of stuff that we don't have to worry about that. The messaging is always about your personal comfort. They tell you, if you want to ride it out, prepare as best you can. They always talk about boarding up your windows, making sure you have enough food and water and all that kind of stuff. And other than that, they say go to a shelter if you want, flee the state or go to a different part of the state. They're really, I like our local news channels for that reason. They're really, I think, good at not inciting panic around hurricanes. So, yeah, my answer would be that the messaging I always hear is always about personal comfort. So, yeah, the eastern eye wall is mostly birds on the Jeez. If you ever decide to give fantasy books a shot, you might like Stormlight Archives, based on a world that gets battered by storms on a weekly basis. Been a minute since I read it. Oh, geez. Okay. That's a thing in this is a weird cut for Star Wars fans. But the Phasma novel, which is like a prequel book to The Last Jedi, I love that book. It is, I think, surprisingly good. But it's also Delilah S. Dawson, who I think is a fantastic genre author. But that is a plot point in the Phasma novel, that the original planet that character grew up on was like frequently battered by storms. I love that kind of fiction. Super into that shit. How you holding up there? How much has the storm deviated? Funny you should mention that, because earlier today, it deviated and it looked like it was going to just keep heading south. And now it has kind of corrected, and now it's looking like it's on a direct course to damn near over our home. Which, at this point, when it's that close, a little bit north, a little bit south, it's going to suck either way. But right now, without doxing myself, this course line, it's pretty close to where I live. It's getting really close. So, yeah. We're in, let's see. I will say we are north of, this is University. I'm going to say we're in this quadrant without being by water is probably the most comfortable I'm comfortable saying. So, yeah. I wish doxing wasn't a thing. I would love to just be like, we're right here. But, trying to be at least a little responsible about my exact location. But yeah, we live in Bradenton, if you want to look it up. It's here on the map in front of you. We live in Bradenton, Florida. And yeah, it's looking like this is about as close to an absolute dead-on direct hit as I'm ever going to experience. I mean, we were in the eye of Irma as well. But we didn't really, it seemed like it was going to go off, and then, we kind of didn't know it until we were in it. And it was like, oh, okay, I guess it moved, because here it is, and here's the eye of the storm. Storm heard it was dangerous outside and trying to board up safely with Garrett. Is Kyle's area safe also? I mean, they should be okay. He's in a little more rural area, so I know sections around him are confirmed flood zones. I don't believe his neighborhood is, because it's a newer built neighborhood. I would hope that they did everything they could do. I don't want to get super specific about where Kyle lives. I'll just say he's east of 75, which if you live in coastal Bradenton, Sarasota area, the second you get east of 75, it gets a lot more open and rural. So, trees moving around the pool. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is... So far, this is par for the course. This is what every hurricane we have ridden out has looked like. It's going to get a lot worse. But so far, I'm not seeing anything I haven't seen before. Oh, man, those ones to the left are really going, though. Yeah. I know it's going to get worse. I keep wanting to say things like, oh, that fence still holding strong. But it's got way worse to go through. So, yeah, I mean, according to this, it looks like, without getting overly specific, where Kyle lives is going to get the full brunt of this as well. If we're looking at this this red kind of core of the whole thing. This is big enough that it's likely going to hit where I live and where he hits and where he lives at full force. Now, again, I will remind everybody, Kyle did evacuate. So Kyle's